All right, here we go. So we are live for day 3 of the NFL draft. Today's going to be the longest of the days. This is rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. I will, at the end, try and cover some of the best undrafted free agents that are still available whenever they become official. But it's been very, very unbelievably fun as time has gone by. It looks like I'm running solo at the moment. It is a very, very long day. Everybody else may join me throughout the day, but that is perfectly okay with me. There's been a lot of reports coming out about Shedeur Sanders. I won't bring him up too terribly much throughout this draft, but there has been quite a bit going on about Shedeur. He is one of the best players available remaining in this year's draft class. Going to be interesting to see where he goes. He has everything. Excuse me. Has everything that you want to see in a late round QB. There were some QBs that were taken ahead of him that maybe shouldn't have. Into All right. Sorry about that, guys. I'm just trying to get all set up here. I am running just a smidge behind today, but that is okay. Um, so yeah, obviously one of the best players available is Shedeur Sanders. We do also have Jalen Royals, wide receiver out of Utah State. That's a personal favorite of mine. I've really, really loved Jalen Royals since the beginning of this NFL draft process. He's been fantastic. Now, when it comes to the sort of things that are the sort of players that are still available or going to be available when the draft starts. Outside of Jalen Royals, there's a good few guys. The main ones that come to mind outside of Shedeur and those. We have very good running backs. Pretty much all of the mid-tier running backs are still on the board. Damian Martinez, Cam Scadaboo, those guys are still there. Now, depending on maybe how long Cam Scadaboo stays on the board will depend on what a lot of teams do. I'm starting to wonder if maybe Cam Scadaboo is not viewed as highly as I think people want. He is, of course, the fan favorite from Arizona. Everybody loves him. They love everything he does. But I think the downsides to Cam Scadaboo are still there, and they're very prevalent. I wouldn't be surprised if he got taken pretty quickly, pretty soon at least. He's got everything you want to see in a running back, but his size hurts him a little bit. He's also somewhat inexperienced, and he's also got a super, super high snap count as well. He's basically a 6-year player in college. A lot of people view him more as a fullback, or not a lot of people, but there are some people that view him more as a fullback than an actual running back, which is a little odd to me. He doesn't really fit the mold of a fullback. He can't block as well as a fullback should be able to. So we're starting to get into the more, how do you say, the more interesting parts of the draft. There's going to be a lot of really interesting players that start to get drafted today. Some of my personal favorites that could get drafted today: Thor Griffith out of Louisville, defensive tackle. He's an amazing high motor player. Started his career at Harvard. Is known for his run stopping ability. Does have some pass rush as well. I would see him as a kind of a 5th or 6th round pick. Luke Lachey, I always say his name wrong. Luke Lachey and Mitchell Evans are two of the better tight ends available. So is Gunnar Helm out of Texas. So if you're still looking for a tight end weapon, those guys are still available. Lachey is more of a blocker than the other two, than Mitchell and Gunnar. But if you're wanting a good blocking tight end, Lachey could be good for you in the 7th round. Aeneas Peebles is a great pass rushing defensive tackle. He's a little big for a pass rusher, but I could see him. I could see him being quite useful. You have guys like Tyler Barron, Jared Ivey. Those are some really good options. Tyler Beatty out of BYU is also very good. He's more of a pass rusher than a run stopper, but Tyler Barron is the run stopping defensive end that a lot of teams could want. Let's go through some positions of need for some NFL teams. I'll start with Dallas because they're my favorite team. Dallas absolutely has to find a way to get up in the 4th round. They have the ammo to do it. They have all of the ability to move up into the 5th round. They could trade quite a few 5th and 6th round picks if they wanted to. They have a glaring hole at that wide receiver 2 spot. Now, running back is a little bit different. Everybody wants Dallas to draft a running back, and I do too. I think they could get a very good running back in the 7th round with how talented this draft class is for running backs. I'm going to go ahead and get a little more comfortable here because it's going to be a long day, guys. We have 4 rounds of NFL draft coverage to get to. Dallas has 7 picks in today's NFL draft. They have 2 5ths, 2 6ths, and 3 7ths. So I would be, like I said, very, very surprised if they kept all of those picks. Dallas also doesn't have the roster space to roster 7 more guys, plus the additional 3 they've already drafted. They didn't have any roster spots available last time I checked. So they're going to have to make room somewhere. A lot of questions about what Baltimore could do. Really, Baltimore, if I'm Baltimore, I'm going best player available wherever. I'm going, defensive side. I'm going offensive line if there's any good offensive linemen left. I'm going wide receiver if there's a good one there. Maybe a backup running back as well. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Derrick Henry is getting older. The Pittsburgh Steelers are kind of an interesting team. They could be a spot for Shedeur, or do they like Will Howard or Quinn Ewers more? We're going to find out there. Jack Sawyer and Dylan Sampson are 2 very, very good options still available at running back and defensive end. Could be 2 very good options. 2 very good options. One of my personal favorites is still available. Torrey Horton out of Colorado State. I think he's maybe falling just because there are better wide receivers that have been drafted. Torrey has a bit of an ego at times, but he is an amazing wide receiver. He backs up that ego, that's for sure. But his concern is he's coming off of an injury. He's coming off of a torn ACL. So you want to be a little bit careful about that. If we're going to the NFC, we look at teams like the Rams, the Chargers, Philly. All these teams just really are in a good position to take best player available. Philly could use a wide receiver 3, to take over for Jalen Dotson. This would be kind of ideal for them to take one. They could also use some offensive line depth as well. Wouldn't surprise me at all. We have 2 minutes to go until the NFL draft starts, by the way. But all of these teams kind of don't have crazy needs. And you don't want to wait until, you don't want to wait until the later rounds to fill needs. Let's talk about one guy, though, that I think will fill a need for a team, whoever takes him. That is Dallas. That is Kobe Bryant. I really wanted Kobe Bryant to make his way to Dallas, but I'm not upset about the Siobhan Ravel pick in round 3. That was great, tremendous value. If we're going, guys, that could be maybe a little bit better of a fit for certain teams. How about how about Cameron Fabi-Lannon, safety out of Washington? He is a monster when it comes to running downhill, being a run-stopping safety. Very, very good at what he does. Wouldn't surprise me at all if he got drafted. Now, I know a lot of people are going to be asking me about Shiloh whenever the sixth or seventh round comes around. I would draft Shiloh if it was me. If I was an NFL GM, I would draft Shiloh. Look, it's a 6th or 7th round pick, okay? Those teams, like a 6th or 7th round pick, they basically just get paid more and they're still on the roster bubble. You're not guaranteed to make the roster as a 6th or 7th round pick. As a 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, you at least have a guarantee you're going to be there for at least a year, unless there's some freak situation. But there's going to be a lot of times where the NFL draft, these players just get drafted that shouldn't. But I don't see a reason why Shiloh shouldn't get drafted. As we wait for the NFL draft to start, it is now 12:01 Eastern Standard Time, so the draft should be starting here shortly. Go ahead and fix my audio here while I'm waiting. Fix my volume.
Final day of the draft 2025. Welcome to the NFL draft presented by Verizon right here on NFL.
Okay, so kind of the same setup. So Tennessee is the first pick at pick 103. If I'm Tennessee, I'm looking at guys like Kobe Bryant. I'm looking at guys like Jack Sawyer. I'm getting some defensive help. I think they really solidified themselves yesterday with their weapons. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. Let's see. So Tennessee has done a very good job. They solidified their secondary yesterday with Kevin Winston Jr. out of Penn State. In round 2 went Olademi Oladejo, kind of a raw pass rusher. And then, of course, round 1, we know what they went, Cam Ward. If I'm Tennessee, I'm maybe looking at either best player available or I'm looking at, guys like Kobe Bryant. I'm looking at guys like, Jack Sawyer, those guys who are still available. I may be looking wide receiver as well, or maybe a Marcus Mbao. He'd be a very good tackle guard option. I like him more at tackle than guard, but he can play both. Could they go crazy and go, quarterback? I very much doubt that. That would be insane. There's going to be some very, very good players coming off the board, I believe, very, very early into the 4th round. As we wait for the NFL draft to officially kick off, let me put my phone on Do Not Disturb because I hate when people spoil the picks for me. So if you'll give me just a moment. All right. They've already got a thing for Shiloh to the UFL. Look, listen, as much as people don't think that Shiloh should be drafted, he's going to get drafted somewhere. I would be surprised if he went undrafted. But the beginning of the NFL draft, day 3, is right around the corner. Here comes Roger Goodell.
To kick off day 3 of the 2025 NFL draft. Thank you.
He loves them boos, man. It's kind of a tradition at this point, right? A lot of fans at the draft. Interesting.
And thank you, Green Bay, for the hospitality.
I do like Alik Ayumanor as well from to Tennessee. That would be a very good pickup. A big body, physical receiver. There's going to be a big run of really, really good corners coming off the board. It's going to be a great run.
We have local Green Bay business owners who have helped make this draft happen. Thank you. We couldn't have done it without
Barrett Carter from from Clemson is also a kind of a sleeper pick.
We also have behind us all 32 international fans of the year who have traveled from around the globe to be here in Green Bay.
Interesting.
Also on stage are some amazing young women. They are flag football players from high schools around Wisconsin.
I'd like to note there were some people that were a little confused yesterday. I'm not showing the picks. I'm only talking about them. You'll have to go to your local TV network to watch the NFL draft.
2025 NFL draft is now officially open. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
There we go. So I really like, for Tennessee, I really like Barrett Carter. If they're wanting to go linebacker, they could use some help there. Barrett Carter is a very good, solid linebacker option. Was a second-round pick for a while, or was mocked as a second-round pick. He's fallen quite a bit, and I don't think that's any knock against him. I think that's just everybody's gotten a lot better. There's been a lot better options available. You had guys like Demetrius Knight, Jahad Campbell. Jahad Campbell fell quite far in the first round, further than I think a lot of people thought. If I'm Tennessee, I'm looking to improve that defense a little bit. You've got offensive weapons. You picked up maybe pick up a guard or get some kind of offensive line help. They picked up a very good offensive line unit last year in J.C. Latham. I think they could go offensive line here. But if I'm Tennessee, I'm maybe looking to increase that defense a little bit. Now, like I was saying, if you're wanting to watch the NFL draft, go to your local network. It should be live as well. If you don't have cable TV, you're running on antenna. I do believe if you're in the Green Bay area or around it in some capacity, it's going to be on local. If you are not in the Green Bay area, you can watch it on YouTube TV if you do not have it. That's how I watch it. You can watch it with the base plan. NFL Network does come free with that. So Tennessee is a little bit... What they do here, I think, is going to kind of set the tone for the draft. If anybody's looking for kind of a Shedeur option, Las Vegas is the fifth pick into the fourth round. So that'll be interesting to see what he does. Kind of staying a little bit comfortable because I know this is going to be a long day. Tennessee is taking every bit of their clock. So either they're picking somebody or they're not sure who they want, or they are maybe working on a trade. They're taking a lot of time. The pick is in. Okay. Never mind. I was wrong. I have a feeling I'm going to be wrong a lot. I'm going to be here basically as a, I'm going to be here as a, just, hey, I'm going to break the picks down. These are not, once you get into these real late rounds, you get very difficult to pick. Josh Farmer could be a good option. I completely forgot that he was not drafted yet. Defensive tackle out of FSU. We'll see what the Tennessee Titans do here in just a moment, but I'm leaning more defensive line. I'm leaning more defensive help in total for Tennessee. I don't see a need for offense. Maybe offensive line. I don't think they really need another receiver. They could use one, that's for sure. Maybe a Torrey Horton, but I'd be very surprised if they went offense. Now, like I said, it wouldn't be a bad pickup. Really, I don't think Tennessee can lose here. Just kind of pick whoever you want. You get the cream of the crop right now. Third round talent that has fallen to the fourth round. That's always. I don't think anybody's ever going to complain about that. While we wait on the Tennessee, well, okay, never mind. Here we go. Here comes the Tennessee selection for the first pick of day 3.
Talked about that last night. That's all we did. Here's the
With
first
the
pick of the day.
103rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Chimere DK.
Interesting. Okay, so they did go offense. Chimere DK. He wasn't the best wide receiver off the board, but he is a good, is a very, very good slot option for Tennessee. I don't disagree with the pick here. You get a weapon for Cam Ward. Very, very quick wide receiver with reliable hands. Route running is pretty good. He's got it there. Struggles against man coverage at times, but all in all, I don't disagree with the pick at all. Let me make sure, because I do believe I have music on, and I don't want it to be too loud. Pretty good. He's got it there. Struggles against man coverage at times, but all in all, I don't disagree with the pick at all. Let me make sure, because I do believe I have music on, and I don't want it to be too loud. Okay. I think we'll be okay. Okay, so yeah, Chimere DK out of Florida is not a very bad option for Tennessee. I could be. Good morning, Fat Theo. I appreciate you checking in with me. It's not a bad first pick. I don't know necessarily that I would have gone offense with the first pick of the 4th round. I also don't really think that Chimere was the best option available. You have guys like Jalen Royal. You have guys like Alika Umanor. Now, I think this is maybe more of a need, not a need, a fit pick, more than a best player available. And that's okay. You know, once you get to these later rounds, you're going to draft guys based off of fit rather than drafting best player available. We have Jacksonville up next. Jacksonville could go a couple of different options. I'm maybe thinking maybe running back here. Could be a little bit interesting. There's some very, very good running backs available. Yes, I know they have Tank Bigsby. They still have Travis Etienne, but they have been shopping Travis Etienne. So I'd be a little surprised. The pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars, so we'll see what they do. But I'm a little intrigued. You know, they've gone quite defensive heavy and offensive line heavy. So I wonder if maybe they get a weapon for Trevor Lawrence. They could go defensive line as well. You know, you can never go wrong with defensive line depth. You know, it's your round 4 pick. You're not really looking for starters at round 4. But if you can find one, that's a good pickup. They could also use a receiver too. Receiver, tight end. Tight end would be a very good pickup for them. Maybe a maybe a Mitchell Evans, you know, somebody of that nature for Jacksonville. I would not be surprised, now that I'm thinking about it, if Jacksonville went tight end. There's some very, very good tight end options still available. That is intriguing. That is intriguing. So I'm gonna go wide receiver. I think they're gonna go wide receiver here. I'm probably gonna be wrong.
Back to the stage.
With the 104th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Bashal Tutin.
I was wrong. I should have just stuck. Interesting. Bashal Tutin, running back out of Virginia Tech. That is one of my guys. I know Justin is happy. Interesting. That is a very good pickup. I should have just stayed with running back. I would have been right. Oh, man, I double guessed myself. So, Bashal Tutin, this is somebody I know quite well. I did it. Anybody who is coming in from as a subscriber to my channel, they know I've done a video on Bashal Tutin. He's a very electric, explosive runner. The only real knock I have against Bashal Tutin is he has a significant fumbling issue. But this is a very good pickup. You know, fumbles, you can teach a running back how to carry the ball better so fumbles don't become an issue. Tends to be a little more nonchalant, holding the ball further down than up by his chest. I think Bashal Tutton is a good pickup, and I'm super happy that he got selected. He had some second round hype, second and third round hype. Third round, we only saw one running back be taken in Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. So that is a very good pickup. Now the New York Giants are on the board. They drafted Jackson Dart. They've gone very defensive heavy outside of Dart, though. Abdul Carter and Darius Alexander. I could see them maybe getting away from defensive line and drafting a corner or even drafting a new weapon for Jackson Dart. I really like a Jalen Royals pick here. He's, in my opinion, the best player available, or even an Alika Umanor as well. But we're going to find out here in just a moment. I wouldn't be surprised with a running back either. I think they should go offense at this point, but I would not be surprised at running back. By the way, if I do have some background music on because there might be some moments where I don't speak as I get up since I'm by myself right now. If the music gets too loud, let me know. I'll cut it off, or I'll either cut it off or turn it down. Giants could go Dylan Sampson. That's actually not a bad choice. I like Tyrone Tracy, I do, but if you can get a guy like Dylan Sampson, or even, I don't want to speak it into existence, but Cam Skattebo, you take one of those guys. Maybe a Damian Martinez as well, but Dylan Sampson would be a good pickup. Only issue with him is he struggles with injuries a little bit, but he carried that Tennessee offense last year with Nico Leoliva. Are they putting the pick in here? Here we go.
Brandon London here with the Berlin Rebels tackle and flag football team. Our Big Blue German fan club. And of course, Mr. Salsa himself, Super Bowl champ, Victor Cruz.
Yeah, and I'm out here doing hip checks. How's everybody's hip? Okay, everybody's hips work. I like it. Okay, and without further ado, with the 105th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Cam Skattebo.
Cam Skattebo. Okay. I was right on a pick, finally. After I break my streak, Cam Skattebo is a New York Giant. That is a very good very, very good pickup for the Giants. Skattebo is kind of seen as this hybrid role. I also did a video on Skattebo, surprise, surprise. But Skattebo really became a fan favorite as the draft process went on. Of course, if you know anything about college football, you know that Cam Skattebo was a very, very, very popular fan favorite in the college football playoffs against Texas. Almost led Arizona to a win over Texas. He is very, very violent when he's running downhill. You cannot bring Cam Skattebo down if he's running full speed downhill. Now, the problems with Cam Skattebo is he's got a little bit of a higher pitch count. So he's been basically a 6-year college player, came from Sacramento State, has that real weird body style of 5'9", but 219 pounds. Can improve his blocking a little bit as well. But I don't disagree with that pick. That is a great pairing with Tyrone Tracy. I would have maybe liked the Dylan Sampson pick a little bit more, but if you're keeping Tyrone Tracy, which of course they're going to, I think the fit works a little bit better. Works a little bit better. You can't go wrong with a Cam Skattebo pick. So exactly what I said before the beginning of the draft. I think there's going to be a run of running backs here in the 4th round. Dallas doesn't have a 4th round pick. I think every team around the league knows that Dallas and a couple other teams don't have a 4th round pick, and they have a need at running back. They're going to take the good ones off the board. Now, I don't think that's what they're doing in spite of Dallas, but I think they're going to go ahead and take their running backs. I maybe would have liked a receiver a little bit more, but that's okay. Now, for New England, I could definitely, they can't lose. New England's had one of the best drafts of 2025. They've nailed it on fixing their offensive line with Will Campbell and Jared Wilson. They got themselves a wide receiver as well. I could maybe they got themselves a running back. I could see them finally going wide receiver, maybe a corner. There's some very good ones available, but is the fit there? You know, I know Mike Vrabel runs more of a tight ship when it comes to his defense. Defensive end, there's some very good ones, and Jack Sawyer still there. I doubt they go tight end. I'd be very, very surprised if they went tight end. I'd be very surprised if they went deep secondary, so safety. But there's some really, really good options here. I'm gonna settle on I'm gonna say they finally get a wide receiver, man. I don't disagree with a wide receiver pick here. You know, they've got their running back. They've got 2 offensive linemen to help protect Drake May. He desperately needed it. They still have Cole Strange on their roster. I really like this pick. Or they could surprise us and go Marcus Mbu from Purdue. I really like him. I think he's a very good offensive guard tackle option. I like him better at tackle, but I wouldn't be surprised if he went guard or tackle for New England. They've obviously been wanting to really rebuild that offensive line. Of course, as you do with a rookie quarterback, you want to give them time to throw. So now we just wait. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we're now at the point. They go with safety Craig Woodson, Cal, safety out of Cal. I don't actually know a whole lot about Craig Woodson. From what I understand about Craig, he's a very good safety that is very rangy, can go sideline to sideline very well. Has some ball hawking skills, but not incredible ball hawking skills. We're now to the point, by the way, where the NFL will not announce every single pick. So that is not surprising. As we get into these later rounds, some of these guys will just kind of slip in. So I'm going to do my best to not miss any of these picks. I don't think I will. I am sitting here looking at the TV. But I think that's a good pickup. It's a little bit interesting to see them go safety. They've got, a Kyle Duggar. I mean, I can see depth, maybe a future starter if they're not comfortable with that secondary room. But Craig Woodson's not a bad option for New England. I would have maybe liked a corner better. I would have liked a corner a little bit better. I don't think it's necessarily a reach for Craig Woodson, but I would have liked a corner here. Something I didn't even mention. It's good downhill as well. Not afraid to come down and play the run. Man, he looks like a stud. I'll give him that. Yeah, he's one of the guys who slipped through the cracks. There's almost 500 players that declare for the NFL draft. I'm not going to be able to watch every single one of them. They did get a receiver. I completely forgot about that, and Kyle Williams. Completely forgot about that. So the Jaguars pick is in. They got their running back. Interesting. I maybe go receiver or offensive line here. I maybe go offensive line if I'm Jacksonville. Looks like they're going to do an
Hello
announcement.
everyone, Jason Bell here at a fantastic Jaguars event in the city of London, and today has been all about Jaguars, Jag Tag, and the Elite Series Clinic. Everybody has been working so hard, but let's get down to business. With the 107th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Jack Kaiser, linebacker.
Jack Kaiser. Awesome. Another one of my guys that I did a video on. Jack Kaiser is insane when it comes to tackling. A 3% missed tackle rate in college. That's almost unheard of. Jack Kaiser is one of the best tackling linebackers in college. Was a 6-year starter at Notre Dame, or 6-year player at Notre Dame, 4-year starter. That is a very underrated selection. I was recommended to look at Jack Kaiser when I went on Reddit and asked for some advice, some guys that I should look at. Jack Kaiser is a good coverage linebacker, but he does have some size issues. So some people maybe wonder if maybe he can be a coverage linebacker, but he is a tackling machine. Kaiser is like Scadaboo, no-nonsense football player, excellent 4th-round pickup. Yes. Yeah, I agree. I had him rated as a 5th-round pick, I believe. I can't really remember if it was a 4th or a 5th round pick, but it's still tremendous value. He isn't a dud in coverage. I don't want to make it sound like he is. He is very, very explosive as a linebacker, and I think he'll fit just fine in that Jacksonville defense. We have Las Vegas up next. Could this be the pick? They still need a quarterback, or do they like a quarterback better than the name that will not be named in Shedeur Sanders? Oh, man, this is interesting. So there's only 2 teams really left that I think are in the running for him, by the way. I think that's Pittsburgh and Las Vegas. I'd be surprised if he went anywhere else. Or does Las Vegas continue to let him slide, and do they maybe go corner or receiver here? They went Darian Porter yesterday. They have Caleb Rogers and Charles Grant. Not the forbidden name. I don't think they could. I don't think the Raiders could go wrong here. I think they've had a pretty solid draft so far, for the most part. There's not been any surprise picks. Miami's been the one that's been surprising. They've been the not great team so far. Wide receiver Horton from CSU would be nice. I love me some Torrey Horton. He is awesome. He is an awesome player. They wouldn't go wrong picking him. And he wouldn't have to move very far, that's for sure. Okay. So here comes the Raiders selection.
From Mexico City, and with the pick 108 in the 2025 NFL Draft, Las Vegas Raiders select Joseph Thornton, wide receiver from Tennessee.
Interesting. So Dante Thornton Jr. from Tennessee goes to the Las Vegas Raiders. Dante Thornton Jr. is a massive weapon. Oh my goodness, 6'4", 205 pounds. He is very good at those contested deep ball catches. Very good vertical route. Solid hands. I think the only thing that could hurt him a little bit is he's not really the fastest receiver. He's not a barn burner, so he's not going to burn you with his speed. But he is surprisingly quick. He's one of those guys that runs slower, but can really get past you with his speed. I don't disagree with the pick. I maybe would have liked maybe liked a Torrey Horton a little bit better, but I think the Raiders are really wanting a deep threat, a deep threat big body receiver, and they got one with Dante Thornton. So the Sanders fall continues. We have Buffalo up next. Buffalo could use another receiver. They could go corner. I don't see them going defensive line. I'd be a little surprised. Maybe a offensive line as well. Buffalo actually got there with a trade. So let me write that down. Bills trade to number 109. So Buffalo, after trading up, who do they have in mind? You know what? They could be a sleeper running back team as well, because they are having those issues. They are having those issues with James Cook. Maybe they're a little soured on that, but they do have some really good running backs behind him. They just drafted Ray Davis a few years ago. They have Frank Gore Jr. on the practice squad, who looked pretty okay. Excuse me for just a moment. I forgot my drink. So here we go. They've went entirely defense in this draft so far, with Maxwell Hairston, Sanders, and Landon Jackson. So I maybe would go something, maybe anything offensive. Go a receiver. Go a receiver. Go if you want another corner, you want to double dip at corner. There's nothing wrong with that. But I would go something offense. You need something to help Khalil Shakir and Keon Coleman. I'd maybe look for maybe wide receiver 3 here. It's going to be interesting to see what they do here. I think once we get past, I think the team that's going to cause the chaos so far is going to be Pittsburgh. If Pittsburgh doesn't go quarterback, it's going to be surprising. Here comes the Buffalo Bills selection.
Jets are on the clock right now, while the team that's won that division, the Jets are in the last 5 years, is about to make a pick. For the Grand Poobahs.
The Chicago Bears have traded the 109th pick to the Buffalo Bills.
Bills super fans.
With the 109th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Deion Walker, defensive tackle.
There we go. Deion Walker. That is interesting. Why in the world are they going... Why are they going defensive tackle? Okay, so I am a Kentucky fan, so I have some knowledge of Deion Walker. Let me finish writing this down, and I can break him down. So Deion Walker is very good against the run. He's a decent pass-rushing defensive tackle as well. He's a monster of a human being. 6'6", almost 300 pounds. I believe he might be over 300 pounds. He plays like he's 6'6", okay? And what I mean by that is his bend isn't really there. He kind of clunks and stomps around the field. He's really struggles with some lateral agility at times. It's a little interesting to see the Bills go defensive tackle again. They went T.J. Sanders in the second round, and now they have Deion Walker. They still have Ed Oliver. I'm not too sure why in the world they're going defensive line so much. I understood the T.J. Sanders pick, 331 pounds. Good Lord. Okay, so he's a monster of a human being. Monster. I knew that Deion Walker was going to get drafted somewhere in the fourth round. I was a little surprised he fell out of the third. This is a second-round talent that the Bills drafted. So possibly maybe a best player available situation. I'm just a little surprised they go defensive tackle. Now, for the New York Jets, maybe some defensive line help. I've been trying to speak it into existence. They need some defensive line help. They could use some offensive line help, but they drafted Armand Membu, so how much more offensive line help do you want for a guy like that? That dude is a freak. Yes, he is. Deion Walker is a monster. I loved watching him at Kentucky. So the pick is in for the New York Jets. It's going to be... I really like a defensive pick here. I really like a defensive pick. Either that or a wide receiver, but I'd be a little surprised with that. I do not remember exactly what the Jets have done so far. They have been a kind of a sleeper team. They didn't have... there we go. Isaiah Thomas. And so they went quite defensive heavy for the most part besides... see the Jets. Okay, so Mason Taylor in the second. That's what I was forgetting. I don't know why in the world I keep forgetting that. Is Breece Hall on the trading block? From what I understand, he is. Now, it's all rumors right now. Of course, no teams, from what we know of so far, have reached out to the Jets for a Breece Hall trade. Now, there are rumors that the Cowboys, the Texans, the Bengals, teams like that are interested, but I don't know if it's actually true. It could just be smoke and mirrors. Something I don't want to underestimate is they could, if they're looking to trade Breece Hall, they could go running back. Now, they still have Braylon Allen, who was very, very good in his limited time that he played. Running back would be a surprise for me, but I don't think it's far-fetched at this point. I think if they draft running back, though, that solidifies that, yes, Breece Hall is on the trade block. Somebody who has never gotten over 1,000 yards, has struggled with injuries. Now, that's not all entirely his fault why he hasn't gotten over 1,000 yards. The Jets have been a dumpster fire of an organization for a while. But I wouldn't be surprised with a running back trade here, running back pick here. That's actually not a bad pickup. While we're waiting on the Jets pick, unless they're gonna come right back to it. Excuse me. While we're waiting on the Jets pick, the Philadelphia Eagles are up next. They best player available. If I'm Philly, I'm not doubting Howie Roseman with his picks. he's going to go best player available like he always tends to do. He always seems to get these guys that fall super far. Now, if I'm Philly, I'm maybe trying to find a defensive tackle replacement for Milton Williams. They have Jordan Davis, who's a really good run stopper, but he doesn't add anything to pass rush. Get a monster on that defensive line, and that's going to be impressive. They're just going to sit here and talk for the Jets pick. Let's get this show on the road, man. Come on. I'm not looking at Instagram. I'm doing this real time, man. Everybody else sees it. I want to see it. I'm not looking at Instagram. I'm not looking at the analysts. I don't want to see it. I want to see it on NFL Network. It's gonna be an interesting day. I am a Cowboys fan. For anybody who is new, who may be new here, Philly loves the trenches. Yes, they do. It wouldn't surprise me if they went defensive line here. It would not. They could also look defensive end as well if they're wanting to get rid of Bryce Huff. Here comes the Jets pick.
Mason Taylor, who did play for the Jets at the end of his career.
That's right.
Went about his kid Mason Taylor, and now
With the 110th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Arian Smith, wide receiver, Georgia.
Okay, Arian Smith. I don't know a whole lot about Arian Smith. Wide receiver out of Georgia. Arian Smith, from what I can tell, is a very good deep threat for the Jets. They needed a second wide receiver. I don't know how much they trust Malachi Corley, but they want somebody for Justin Fields. Very, very good speed for downfield. I don't disagree with the pick. I think it's maybe a little bit of a reach, but you're now towards the end of the NFL draft. Kind of what you pick can't be considered too much of a reach. The Philadelphia Eagles pick is already in, and they're already coming out. Good Lord. Here we go.
Open up their offense, and it's a screaming need as well. You're also drafted for need. Garrett Wilson is the receiver. Josh Reynolds.
Not much a little more than that. When you get a boo me, at least boo with your chest. Come on.
wow, smack talk down under.
All right. Let's get down to business, huh? With the 111th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the world champions, the Philadelphia Eagles, select Ty Robinson, defensive tackle.
That is a steal. I love that pickup. Oh my God, Ty Robinson, defensive tackle out of Nebraska. This dude is a monster. I love him. Man, I did a video on Ty Robinson just after the NFL Combine. He is absolutely a game wrecker in the middle of the field. Can get past a blocker very, very quickly using his strength and his power moves. Needs to develop a little bit more finesse moves, but I really like that pick. That is a very, very good, very, very good one. Fat Theo, you nailed it. Yeah, you did. You called that one. I really like that pick. I was really hoping that Ty Robinson got drafted in the 4th round because somebody is going to get a dog, and Philly got one. I really love that pick, and he is a good Milton Williams replacement, by the way. That is a fantastic selection by the Philadelphia Eagles, who are very quietly nailing this draft. They are filling every position of need while also taking one of the best players available. We have New Orleans up next. Doesn't look like their pick is in. They shocked everyone taking Tyler Shough. I still don't disagree with that. I still don't agree with that pick. And it's not even necessarily that I think they should have taken Shedeur. I was never really high on Tyler Shough. Now you might say that I'm a Kentucky fan. I'm biased against the Louisville quarterback, but I was never high on that. If I'm New Orleans, I'm maybe looking receiver. I'm maybe looking offensive line again. Maybe defensive line. You're eventually going to have to replace Cam Jordan. He's getting up there in age. Corner could be a good pickup as well. I mean, they could go anywhere here. They really could go anywhere. There's some really good options. I really like a wide receiver pick here, though. I really like it. Let me take a look back real quick. Yeah, so defense. Yeah, I mean, I really like a receiver pick for the Seahawks. Saints. Can you tell I'm can you tell I have a stutter and I'm struggling my way through? Yeah, I like a receiver here, man. You just got a new rookie quarterback. I go a weapon. Give me Jalen Royals. Give me Alika Umanor. Eagles are really hedging all their bets on having their offense repeat their productivity from last year. Yeah, I understand. I don't think they really needed I don't really think they needed a lot on the offensive side. I do think they need a guard somewhere. I mean, they lost Mekhi Becton, who was a pretty good guard for them. I think they need a guard somewhere, but really, they don't need to do a whole lot on the offensive side. Their depth is solid. They've got a really good running back room. Excuse me. Jalen Hurts, as long as he's healthy, is going to take them where they need to go. I think their defense maybe was some of the issues at times. And they lost a lot of defensive pieces. They lost Darius Slay. Here comes the pick.
Bonjour, I'm Elisa, DeSantis, Global Flag Football Ambassador for the NFL, coming to you live from Paris, France, with the 112th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Danny Stutzman.
Danny Stutzman! That is a good pick, too. I love that. I did a video on Danny Stutzman. He is one of the better late-round linebackers in this year's draft. Very good at shooting the gaps, very good at playing the run, and he's very polished as a coverage linebacker. Not really somebody who you want covering downfield, so probably not somebody you want covering into the deep secondary. But Danny Stutzman is an amazing pickup for the New Orleans Saints. As they're looking for a leader on the defense, he can be that. He's very, very good. I really wanted Danny Stutzman to continue falling for selfish reasons. Danny Stutzman is really, really a good pickup for the Saints. I am not surprised by that. They continue to go defense heavy, which is a little bit surprising. 49ers will finally pick a weapon for Purdy. You would think so. You would think they would. They've got some really good options. Are they going to rely on Brandon Ayuk coming off a torn ACL and Ricky Pearsall, who hasn't been healthy? I wouldn't. Personally, I wouldn't. Juwan Jennings is good, but he's not like wide receiver one good. George Kittle's getting up there in age, too. I don't think they draft a Kittle replacement, but it's not out of the question. Man, that Danny Stutzman pick, that is a good pickup. He's a great run defender. So the pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers. They could go offensive line here, but it'd be a little surprising for them to do that. They went defensive line heavy. I believe they reached on somebody as well, if I'm not. I know they selected Alfred Collins. Here we go.
From Monterrey at the Rayados Stadium, and with Patrick Willis, Hall of Famer, Alfredo Gutierrez, Marcela Restrepo from Rayadas, and the warning to announce the Niners pick.
And with the 113th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select C.J. West, defensive tackle, Indiana.
Okay. That's a great pick. I mean, it's a great player. C.J. West is an amazing player. Defensive tackle out of Indiana goes to San Francisco. But it's, again, not a position of need. C.J. West is a run-stuffing defensive tackle out of Indiana. Absolutely blew up this year at Indiana with their historic season that they had. But you just drafted Alfred Collins. Now, they're two different defensive tackles. I'll give them that. One's a run stuffer, one's more of a pass rusher. But even still, why are you drafting another defensive tackle? That's interesting. So Carolina already has put their pick in. Carolina, they went Tet in the first round. They still have Xavier Legette. I don't see them being a wide receiver option. Offensive line could be a good area for the Panthers. Maybe deep secondary. Safety could be a very good option for them. They went edge in round 2 with Nick Scorton as well. So that's the one pick I do remember. I'm proud of myself. I forgot about Princely, so I canceled myself out. But they could be a good deep secondary spot. Dante Jackson, he's good. J.C. Horn's good, but I think they really need a good safety. But I don't know that I would necessarily take a safety here. Do you see Mac McWilliams, cornerback out of Cal, as a safety, or do you see him as a corner? Some people see him as a safety. Some people see him as a corner. I don't know if maybe the value's there. Running back for the Panthers? Yeah, But they do have Chuba Hubbard, and they drafted Jonathan Brooks just a few years ago with a pretty premium pick, with a second-round pick. Have they already given up on Jordan Brooks? I mean, that's not out of the realm of possibility if they're not sure about Brooks long-term. But that would be I don't know if I'd necessarily like that selection. You don't just invest a second-round pick in you don't just invest a second-round pick in a guy like that. Panthers do need much help on defense. Panthers need everything, let's be honest. I don't think they could really lose unless they went running back to me. I don't see a running back needing a running back. Oh, and not to mention they added Rico Dowdle in the offseason. I forgot about that. Running back they don't need at all. Defensive tackle, I mean, maybe they go another defensive end. Like maybe a Jack Sawyer, but I doubt it. Maybe linebacker, Jeffrey Bassa could be a good option. Whenever they decide to announce the pick. Oh, they did add Trayvon Moehrig. I was wondering where he went. I was going to say something yesterday, and I couldn't remember exactly where. Whew. We're already an hour in, and we're only... Oh, man. It's going to be rough. It's going to be a rough day today. Oh, whoa, wow, okay. The Carolina Panthers, you were right, Fat Theo. They go... Trevor Etienne, running back out of Georgia. Okay. So I did a video on Trevor Etienne as well. Brother of Travis Etienne, of course. I don't understand the fit. I don't understand the fit. Trevor Etienne has kind of been really not a productive runner his time in college. He had only 600 yards in 2024. Did have 9 touchdowns, so he knows how to finish plays, but he's not a long runner. He didn't have a ton of runs either, 122 yards, 122 rushes, so he's got fresh legs. He's maybe could be more of a slot receiver option. He is very good as a route runner and has some very natural, solid hands. I don't know if I really like him as a running back, though. That's a very interesting pickup. I don't really like the pick unless they plan on converting him to slot receiver. That could be a potential. I don't know if he necessarily has the speed to do that, though. The Arizona Cardinals pick is in. Let's see. Arizona, man, anything. Honestly, I'd like a receiver for Kyler Murray. They have Marvin Harrison, and that's about it. I would really like a receiver here for Arizona, or even maybe a corner pick. This could be a Mac McWilliams pick. Or, oh, you know what? They could use a defensive tackle, too. They could use anything. Let me just be honest. They could use anything. Whew. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. I'm Matt Wilson, linebacker for the Arizona Cardinals, and we're live here from Sonora, Mexico, at Fernando Valenzuela Stadium, home of the United Herros de Hermosillo.
Hello, I'm Juan Castro, manager of the Herros de Hermosillo, and we are honored to announce the newest member of the Arizona Cardinals. With the 115th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select
Cody Simon, linebacker, Ohio State. Let's go, Cardinals!
Oh,
man, what else?
That's okay. So Arizona Cardinals select Cody Simon, linebacker out of Ohio State. My audible reaction is because that is, in my opinion, a reach. I didn't have Cody Simon coming off the board until about the 6th round. Now, Cody Simon is a great tackler. He's a decent coverage guy, not great, not horrible. He comes downhill on runs very well, but you can't really go wrong with picking anybody in that elite, let's just say it, elite Ohio State defense. It's pretty funny that they had Mack Wilson, starting linebacker, announcing the pick for his possible replacement. I'm going to go ahead and get comfortable here. Arizona trying to fix that defense. That's very possible. That's very possible. Their defense was horrid. The Texans have traded up. Wow. Okay, so they actually traded up and traded for Miami's 4th round pick. So they do not have a 4th round pick this year. Miami does not. And they got a 3rd round pick next year. Okay, that's a good trade. That is a good trade up. What's up, Cabe? What's up? No major surprises yet. Cody Simon got drafted. Deonte Walker went too. Cody Simon was probably the reach, in my opinion. So Houston traded and got a 4th round pick. That's something Dallas should do. That's a good trade up. So I wonder what do the Texans have in mind? I really like an offensive line pick here. I really like it. Do the right thing. You got a Miles Frazier or you got a Marcus Mbow. Pick an offensive lineman. You have 2 very good ones there. You need offensive line. Go and pick offensive line. Don't overthink this. You don't need another receiver. You got 2 of them already. You don't need a running back. You don't need a quarterback. Defense is okay. You need offensive line. You got to protect C.J. Stroud. Houston can't draft another wide receiver. Well, they drafted Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel yesterday. So I would be very, very surprised if they went another receiver. It'd be kind of foolish to me, to be honest, because Nico Collins is still healthy, and they still have John Mechie III. So I don't, I understand the method. You want to pick. You want to pick and get weapons for C.J. Stroud, but he's got to have time to throw to those weapons. Right now, that offensive line is not yet. And they drafted Jalen Smith, so, corner is not really a need for him either. O-line is a must. Yes, in my opinion, it is. You've got 2 very, very good ones there. Don't overthink it, Houston. Just take an offensive lineman. If you overthink it, you're gonna be. I wonder if maybe Stroud is telling them, "Hey, we need offensive linemen here." I would, if I was C.J. Stroud. Like, look, you traded our best tackle away for peanuts. You better get a freaking offensive lineman. Sacked 52 times in 2024, by the way. And he did not have a good year, by the way. He was really not good. They're in a really good spot to draft one of the really good offensive guards. And that would be the only reason I could see why they would trade up. If they'll make their selection anytime soon, good Lord. I know I'm the most professional guy possible, right? I've got I'm leaned back in my couch. I have my my microphone on my couch chair. Oh wow, the Los Angeles Rams have traded up to the number 117, so they are on the clock now as well. I really like a wide receiver for the Rams. Excuse me for just a moment. Here comes the pick for the Houston Texans.
Texans fans and friends. And so let's do it. With the 160 pick in 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Woody Marks in the position running back from UCS.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. The Houston Texans trade up to select a running back. Woody Marks out of USC. Interesting. So Woody Marks is not a bad running back by any means. He's actually a pretty good one. Tested well at the combine, from what I understand. But, you know, that's not a position of need. That's not a position of need. You don't need him. You still have a Joe Mixon. You know, you could have waited to draft a running back until round 5. I don't understand that selection at all.
The Rams traded up 10 spots for.
The Indianapolis Colts have traded.
Here comes the Los Angeles Rams selection.
Los Angeles Rams. With the 117th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jarquez Hunter.
Jarquez Hunter is off the board. Interesting. So not Damian Martinez, running back out of Auburn. He was a finalist for one of my videos. I just wasn't able to get to him. Jarquez Hunter out of Auburn is a very electric runner. Very good on outside runs. Tends to break his runs a little too early to the outside. Suffers a little bit of the same issue as R.J. Harvey, but he is extremely quick. He has great vision, and he has some good hands as well to catch out of the backfield. RB's going ahead of Sampson. Yeah, I don't understand that. Maybe it's the injury history that's scaring him away. Now, that's also an interesting pick for the Rams because they have Kyren Williams and Blake Corum on their roster. So, not a position of need, but I'm not mad at it. I just don't understand. Why not take a receiver? Jalen Royals is falling, man. And so is Alika Umanor. Yeah, no Dylan Sampson is very interesting. If you take... I can't believe the Texans... trading up to draft a running back. That is insane to me. Whoever drafts Sampson is going to get a steal of a running back. Yes, they are. Come on, man. Excuse the extra noise for a moment. I'm sorry. Get out of here. There we go. And by the way, here comes the Atlanta Falcons pick. I'm sorry.
And I am proud to announce the Falcons' next pick. With the 118th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, Billy Bowman, defensive back, Oklahoma.
Okay, so the Falcons select Billy Bowman Jr., safety out of Oklahoma. That is not a bad selection. You know, they drafted Xavier Watts, though. The player is good. See, these fits don't make sense to me. Something tells me they're not happy with either Jesse Bates or they're looking for a nickel. Because now, I don't know about that pick. I really don't. Okay, so let me break down Bowman. Bowman is a very good ball hawk. He has amazing ball skills. Knows how to get the ball. Great tackler as well. Comes down in coverage. Doesn't have a problem with that. But I'm a little worried about the fit. I don't think the fit is there. Did that running back from Kansas State come out? I haven't heard any mention of him. DJ Giddens is who you're referring to, and no, he hasn't been picked yet. I have a 5th round grade on Giddens. He's very, very good though. Whoever gets him is going to be happy. They're going to be happy campers. The Cincinnati Bengals pick is in. Running back, they could go Sampson. If they want defense, corner, Kobe Bryant or Quincy Riley are good options. Mello Dotson out of Kansas would be a little bit of a reach, though. Mac McWilliams could be a good option as well. They went linebacker earlier in the draft, so I don't see them doing that again. You know, they could be a DJ Giddens spot, though. Or a Damian Martinez spot. They need a running back. I'm not a believer in Chase Brown. I've never been a believer in Chase Brown. I don't hate the fit though. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for. It's been an interesting draft. A lot of guys are falling where they shouldn't. A lot of guys are falling where they shouldn't. You know, I didn't expect Chimere Dike to be the first option off the board. What is going on here? Awesome. Sorry. We're now getting to the point where the NFL draft is getting here. And the Cincinnati Bengals go Barrett Carter, linebacker out of Clemson. That's not a bad player. Barrett Carter was a 2nd-round graded player early in the draft process. Really fell when other guys rose. But again, Bengals are going linebacker. I don't think that's a position of need. But I don't necessarily think that's a reach. I think that's a good value for the Bengals. I just don't understand the fit. Tennessee is their pick is in as well. Falling and reaching. That's true. Yeah, a lot of players are going to fall by the end of this 4th round, and a lot of teams are reaching for no reason. Maybe it's a fit thing more than anything else, but I've always said that day 3 of the NFL draft is where stars are made. You know, these are the guys that don't get looked at enough. That's kind of why I started looking at them. I just wish I would have had more time. I started at the beginning of the year making these kinds of videos with J.J. Weaver, who may not get drafted tonight. But, you know, these guys are... This is where the draft really takes pride, because these guys come in as underdogs already. You know, these are guys that on their teams are some of the best players to do it. And they're going in the 4th and 5th rounds, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, or even undrafted at times. I haven't decided if I'm going to do an undrafted free agent video. With the 120th pick, the Tennessee Titans select Gunnar Helm, tight end out of Texas. I love that selection for the Titans. What is going on here? I love that selection for the Titans. Gunnar Helm, another one of my guys that I did a video on, is a fantastic athlete at tight end. Did not have a good NFL combine. I will say that. Really struggled with his speed as well. But I think he will be a fantastic weapon for Cam Ward. I don't disagree with that pick at all. Now, for some reason, Sorry. For some reason, my screen is glitching out here. But Gunnar Helm is a fantastic tight end. Very good blocker, very good receiver, very good receiver. I'm not mad at that pick at all. I think the value is there. I had him as a 4th-round pick. I think that's a fantastic spot. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick is in. Tampa could go in any direction here. I could maybe see them going running back as well. Running back, I don't think they need a receiver, but here we go.
From Düsseldorf, the second Buccaneers embassy in Germany. It's time to welcome the newest member of the crew.
With the 121st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select David Walker, linebacker, Central Arkansas.
That's a good one. That's a good pick. Okay, so David Walker, defensive tackle, defensive end out of Central Arkansas. Reason I say defensive tackle, defensive end is because he's kind of a tweener. He's 6 foot, 263 pounds, more of a defensive end size. He played a lot of defensive tackle at Central Arkansas, a very small school guy. Had a fantastic combine, really solidified his draft stock because if he had a rough combine, he was not going to get drafted. Absolutely led the FCS level in sacks. He's a fantastic athlete. I don't disagree with that pick at all. I think that's a fantastic pickup. I thought the Chargers would get him. Oh, for Gunnar Helm. That would have been a good pickup for the Chargers. There's still some really, really good tight ends they could get. You know, a Mitchell Evans especially. But I wouldn't be surprised if they go there. Carolina's pick is in. They have a lot of picks in the later rounds. I do remember that. So Carolina is up next. I didn't understand the running back pick at the time. Or I didn't understand the running back pick at the time. I still wouldn't understand it now. I still don't understand it. I don't know why you would go Trevor Etienne when you have 3 really good running backs on the roster already, unless you're not sure that Rico Dowdle is going to make the roster. Maybe that's why. Or you're not sure about Jonathan Brooks' availability. That's very plausible. But I didn't understand the Trevor Etienne pick. I also believe it's a little bit of an overdraft. I think Trevor Etienne is a good running back, just not 4th-round talent. Like I was saying earlier, as I wait for the pick to come in, I'm now getting a bunch of comments on my older videos for guys that I've done videos on. Carolina Panthers select Lathan Ransom, safety out of Ohio State. That is a pretty good pickup. Lathan Ransom is a rangy safety. Struggled with some injuries during his time at Ohio State, but not a bad pickup. Panthers continue to solidify their defensive backfield. I maybe would have liked a linebacker pick, but I think they maybe would have wanted a Barrett Carter. If he had dropped there, he did not, so they ultimately go defensive backfield. I don't disagree with the pick. It just seems like it's not really that big of a need. Now, they have really been looking for a safety replacement since, since Jeremy Chin has left, so I don't see a downside in it. He's also a great ball hawk. He knows how to get the ball. Very good at producing tackles for loss as well, based on his numbers. 16.5 tackles for loss during his time at Ohio State. Pittsburgh is up next. Do we want to say the forbidden name? They still need a quarterback. Or could they go Will Howard? That would be hilarious. Will Howard gets drafted over him. That would be hilarious. It wouldn't surprise me one bit, though, with how this draft's going. Pittsburgh has not made their selection yet. That is very interesting. You know, Pittsburgh could go linebacker as well, but I don't know if you go Jeffrey Bassett here. I don't know if you go Jeffrey Bassett here. McCracken, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Or Ewers. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Ewers has more upside than Will Howard. What you see with Will Howard now is probably what you're going to get. He's kind of been the same quarterback his entire time during college. So I don't know necessarily that I would be surprised. I don't know if I necessarily like the fit for Latham Ransom for the Panthers. That is interesting. He's got a very good very good run instincts, that's for sure. Here comes the Steelers selection whenever they decide to announce it.
With the 123rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Jack Sawyer.
All right, so the Pittsburgh Steelers continue the slide. They go with Jack Sawyer, defensive end out of Ohio State. Jack Sawyer is a second-round talent in the 4th round. Very, very electric pass rusher out of Ohio State. I'm not mad at that pick at all. The Steelers are going to need somebody eventually. The Steelers are going to need a Cam Hayward replacement eventually. I think that Jack Sawyer can do that. He pairs up well with a guy like T.J. Watt, somebody who can kind of cut the other side of the edge as well. So you're basically going to have a pincer attack between T.J. Watt and Jack Sawyer. That is a very, very good selection. You also have Derek Harmon up the middle. You still have Cam Hayward, and you have Minkah Fitzpatrick in the backfield. I love that. Not to mention Joey Porter. That defense is getting scarier and scarier every single year. That is going to be an amazing one. I just wanted to take a little bit more of a moment. Jaquan McCracken, I love the name, by the way. Thank you so much for the sub. We are 4 away from 220. That is insane. Thank you guys so much. I never would have expected getting over 200 subs in 6 months. That's insane to me. That is crazy. The pick is in for Green Bay. I mean, they reached in the 2nd round for Anthony Belton. They drafted 2 wide receivers when they don't need a wide receiver. They don't need a tight end. They don't really need offense anymore unless they go guard, which I don't even think they really need that. If I'm Green Bay, I'm looking at corner. You want to get rid of Jair Alexander. You have Valentine on the other side, but do you really trust him to be your cornerback 1? I'm thinking Kobe Bryant for the Packers, but knowing me, knowing my track record, I'd be wrong. I'd be very wrong. They could go linebacker, go with Jeffrey Bassett as well. That could be a good fit for him. But, I really don't know what Green Bay could do. Work on that defense? Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think they need any more offensive weapons. There's no need for it. Whenever they decide to make their pick. Those Green Bay fans, man. Those Green Bay fans are passionate. This is the first time in a long time that Green Bay's had a draft. This has been a good draft for them so far. Here comes Roger Goodell to announce the pick. Uh-oh.
Okay, everyone. Now, this is a special pick, not just because it's the Packers. This young man is here today, so we want to introduce him. So give him a good round of applause. With the 124th
Oh, my goodness, please.
in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Barron Sorrell.
Barron Sorrell, defensive end out of Texas. Okay. So he fell quite a bit. Barron Sorrell was seen more as a late second, 3rd round pick. Made it all the way to the 4th round pick. That is a very good. Defensive end selection for a Green Bay team that needs defensive end help. Now, I'm surprised that Barron Sorrell kept falling. He was fantastic during his time at Texas, but it just didn't show up on the stat sheet. But it's a little surprising to me that Barron Sorrell is at the draft. Something tells me there's got to be a reason why he is. Dallas is also not traded up into the 4th round, which is a little concerning to me. They have a glaring need at running back and wide receiver, but once they get to the 5th round, they can address that wide receiver spot. I would love me some Alika Umanor and Dallas. Give me that. Please give me that. I'm sorry. I'm letting my Dallas my Dallas bias show too much. Green Bay got a fantastic player in Barron Sorrell. 2-time All Big 12 honorable mention. He was fantastic during his time. Just got overshadowed, I think, at times on that Texas defensive line. Production wasn't exactly there all the time, but you get a late second, 3rd round talent in the 4th round. You can't complain with that. There's some really, really good guys that are still available, including the guy who will not be named. And it looks like he may fall out of the 4th round. That is surprising to me. Wow. Interesting. Can I take a moment and just actually talk about the Dillon Gabriel pick for Cleveland? I absolutely hated that pick yesterday, and I still hate it. But Dillon Gabriel is the most Browns quarterback you could possibly get. I did a video on him. He is reliable. I'll give him that. Something tells me that Barron Sorrell dropped a ton, and they weren't expecting him to drop. But that's surprising that he is at the draft. That is surprising. Okay, I can now sit up. Whew. It's gonna be a long day, guys. It's gonna be a long day. Gonna be a lot of my thighs moving around. I'm too damn overweight for all this sitting. Yeah, so Green Bay's had a little bit of an interesting draft. Barron Sorrell is probably their best pick outside of Matthew Golden, but they reached on Anthony Belton. They took Savion Williams when they didn't need him. I don't understand that pick there. I don't really understand Green Bay's picks at all. Something tells me they're going to look to trade one of their wide receivers that they have on the roster right now. And I think a prime candidate could be Romeo Doubs. The pick is in for the Los Angeles Chargers. The Chargers could go corner, could go. They don't really need a safety, but they could do that if they wanted. Defensive line, you can never go wrong with that either. But for the Chargers, I'd be a little surprised if I saw anything but defense. They don't need a running back, that's for sure. They panicked on picking Amarion Hampton. They did pick Jamari Caldwell in the 3rd round yesterday. In the 2nd round, they got Trey Harris. So yeah, I'm feeling probably a 3rd round. A defensive pick here. Maybe offensive line, but there's no real good centers, and they don't really need a guard. Not to mention, I do believe they traded for offensive linemen. I don't know if they were the Kenyon Green destination. It's not really saying much, but I'm going to bring it up one more time. With how much Jerry Jones talks about wanting to make moves during the draft and, leaving Cowboys fans on the edge of their seats, he sure doesn't do a lot of moves. It's just interesting to me. You have all that ammo. You have all that ammo in the 5th and 6th and 7th rounds. You're going to use every bit of that? That's a shocker for me. That is a shocker for me. So yeah, the Chargers. I mean, it's a fourth round pick. You won't go backup quarterback here. I'd very much be surprised at that. Tight end could go a Mitchell Evans. That'd be a good pickup, I believe. I think a Mitchell Evans pick would be good here. Maybe you reach a little bit. You take a Gavin Bartholomew. I'd be very surprised if they did that. Luke Lachey is not a fourth rounder, so I would not take him. Not as a receiving tight end, at least. Interesting. Come on, man. Would you all make the pick already? It's the fourth round. What are y'all waiting on? Y'all drawing up suspense for what? They did add Tyler Conklin, though. So, I mean, they could get away with no pick. They're trying to give Barron Sorrell his moment. I understand that. Oh, you know what? Chargers don't even need a guard. They don't even need offensive line. They got Andre James. And, Fat Theo, you were right yesterday. I missed your comment where you said that James went to the Chargers. I didn't know what you meant by that at the time because I wasn't paying attention. That's what you meant. I see what you meant now. I was not paying any bit of attention. I apologize. I looked at your comment. I was like, I don't even know what the hell he's talking about. Tight end would be good. Tight end would be a great selection here. Do you take a tight end this early, though? You know, probably the only tight end I would take this early would be a Mitchell Evans. Be a good selection, though. Be a very good selection. Man, they are drawing this out. Come on, man. Here we go.
The show a little bit for announcements so the newest Packer can have that moment.
With the 125th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Kyle Kennard.
Oh, you know what? I forgot about Kyle Kennard. Good Lord. Defensive end out of South Carolina. That's a good pickup. So Kyle Kennard was actually one of the best edge rushers left on the board. Very good third-round talent. I had a third-round grade on him. I had even maybe a second-round grade on Kyle Kennard. Very good sack production leader. Very good against the run. Can struggle with his gap integrity at times. Can struggle with his gap integrity at times, but I'm not upset at that pick at all. That is a great value pick. The Cleveland Browns pick is in. We'll see who the Browns go with. Here we go.
The fourth-round pick, they traded down in the Travis Hunter trade with Jacksonville.
Greetings from the British Bulldogs Browns backers in the UK. We cannot wait to welcome Browns fans from all over the world to London this season when the Browns play in Tottenham Stadium. But first, with the 126th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Dylan Sampson.
There we go. Dylan Sampson. He is off the board going to the Browns. That is a great pickup. I'm a little interested about the fit. They still have Jerome Ford, but this probably tells you the Browns are not going to bring back Nick Chubb, which, you know, in my opinion, isn't necessarily a bad thing. I think a fresh start would be better for both sides. But Dylan Sampson is an absolute steal in the fourth round. He was easily one of the best running backs available. I was insanely surprised that he fell this far. That is an amazing pickup. Sampson, as I said earlier, has amazing vision and cuts, has great lateral agility. He is somebody who carried that Tennessee offense pretty much all year last year. I think the only issue with him was his injury history, but here comes the Colts selection.
With the 127th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Jalen Travis, tackle.
Jalen Travis. Okay. I'll be honest, this is not somebody I know. Jalen Travis, tackle out of Iowa State. Looks like he's a very good, looks like he's a very good pass protector. Okay. Very good pass protector, not great in the run. So he's going to have to do some development there. Could be a solid developmental piece, maybe a potential future starter. I did not do very much research on Jalen Travis. I do apologize about that. But looks like the Indianapolis Colts are looking to really improve their offensive line, and I think they're doing a quietly good job in this year's draft, besides the Justin Wally pick. The Washington Commanders pick is in. Let's see what the Commanders do for Campbell.
With the 128th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jalen Lane.
Jalen Lane, wide receiver out of Virginia Tech. Another one of Justin's boys. That is a fantastic selection for the Washington Commanders. They needed another receiver to pair up well with Terry McLaurin. They aren't really sure what they have in Luke McCaffrey just yet. De'Ami Brown is not a bad option, but they needed some more weapons on that offense for Jaden Daniels. And Jalen Lane is that. He was fantastic in his production at Virginia Tech, has great speed and good, reliable hands. Route running leaves a little bit to be desired, can tend to round his routes off a little bit. But I really like that Jalen Lane pick. I think that's a great fit for Washington. That is a fantastic fit for the Commanders. Yeah, Jalen Lane had a storied career at Virginia Tech. Also, doesn't have to move very far. Gets selected basically by his hometown team. The Baltimore Ravens pick is in. Baltimore, I could see going, go corner, but they did select some defensive help. So, could they go a backup running back to Derrick Henry? Not entirely sure. I'd be a little surprised if they did that. Could they take a guard? They did lose Ben Cleveland. That's a possibility as well. But I don't necessarily know if I like the fit there. So Baltimore is kind of a sleeper team. What are they going to do? I really like a receiver pick here, maybe. They addressed their defensive need with Mike Green in the second round. Got an absolute steal in Mike Green, actually. Solidified their offensive guard spot yesterday in round 3. I could see maybe a receiver here. If they're wanting to move on from Mark Andrews, I don't see why they would, but if they're wanting to move on from him, maybe a tight end pick, even though they have Isaiah Likely. They really can't lose with this spot. I'm really interested to see what they do here. They do also have 2 fourth-round picks. They may look to trade that second fourth-rounder. Interesting. It's been a very interesting draft so far. Some guys are falling that shouldn't. The guy who will not be named is still falling. He's going to fall into the 4th round by the looks of it. This has been interesting so far. Been very, very interesting. What do you guys think are your most surprising picks? My most surprising, in a good way, would probably be Cam Skattebo to the Giants. I think that's a fantastic pick for the Giants. Surprising in a bad way? I'd probably go Texans with Woody Marks. I don't think running back was that big of a need. You had some great offensive guard options available. It's a massive, unbelievably massive need. I think you take guard there, and they didn't. They took a running back. That's my WTF moment. That's my WTF moment of the draft so far. I know they're probably a little concerned. They're constantly talking about Shedeur Sanders. And it's like, come on, man. Like, we get it. He's falling. You don't have to talk about him every single pick. Here comes the Baltimore Ravens pick.
Member of the UK Ravens vlog, coming to you live from Tower Bridge and the Raven Pub
That's it. Okay. I like that. Teddy Buchanan, linebacker out of Cal. Teddy Buchanan was one of the better linebackers in the later rounds. I had a 5th-round grade on him, but that's not that big of a reach, in my opinion. Teddy Buchanan is a great downhill linebacker, somebody who can really provide quite a bit in the run game. He does have some coverage ability, but it's not really fantastic. Think of C.J. Mosley. That's who I would maybe compare him to. Not really early career All-Pro C.J. Mosley, more like late career, where his coverage started to fall off. That's where I'd probably put Teddy Buchanan right now. And the New York Jets have traded up. They are now picking at pick number 130. So now they are on the clock, and their pick is in. Interesting. So the Jets, who could the Jets see that they really want? They just went receiver with their last pick, and Arian Smith. I don't see them going receiver again. They went tight end early in the draft, so I don't see them doing that either. Could they go guard maybe? Maybe a running back. Maybe somebody's falling that they didn't think would fall. It's quite interesting. Very, very interesting. We'll see what they do here. We're already almost 2 hours in, and we're almost done with round 2. They're gonna drag this stuff on with their commercials. I know that. If they just continue to announce these picks, they'd get it done sooner. I like maybe a safety pick here. All right, cool. Well, good thing I said that. The New York Jets go Malachi Moore, safety out of Alabama. I had a 3rd-round grade on Malachi Moore. Malachi really kind of got hurt by his last year at Alabama. He was asked to play more nickel than he was safety, where he couldn't really show off his talents. I really like the pick. Now, that also makes a couple of safety questions with Ashton Davis on that Jets in that Jets secondary. I'd be a little surprised if the Jets go any more secondary help. But they now look to have their solidified backfield in that secondary. With Ashton Davis and Malachi Moore. That is a good pickup. I did a video on Malachi Moore, and somebody disliked the video, and I found out it's because I said that Malachi Moore struggled with his ball skills at times, which he does. Malachi Moore is not really known for his ball skills, but he's not like he's not a traffic cone. He can play in the box. He can play in the zone in the deep high safety as well. I don't think you can really lose picking him. Like I said, his stock really got hurt by him playing in the nickel or having to play in the nickel most of this year. For Alabama. So New Orleans is up next. They went Barrett Carter in this, Danny Stutzman early in the second round, earlier this round. If I can stop stuttering everywhere. I don't think they go. I'd be very surprised if they went another linebacker here, but if they did, they could go like a Jeffrey Bassa. But I'm liking maybe more of a defensive end pick here. I'm liking more of a defensive end pick. Maybe a running back if they're wanting to get crazy. Here we go.
The Saints latest selection. Their 6th of this draft.
With the 131st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, New Orleans
That's a good pickup. Quincy Riley, cornerback out of Louisville. Quincy Riley really struggles at times with coming out of his back pedal. He is a gambler, though. Will jump routes and will try his very best to get the ball or make a play when it's there. Had a fantastic year with Louisville. And with the Saints really needing somebody in that backfield, Quincy Riley is a very good addition to that Saints backfield. So solid tackler, can sometimes overshoot on tackles, but he is a monster when it comes to breaking up passes. 13 pass breakups in 2024, a career high for him. I also did a video on Quincy Riley, and he is a fantastic weapon. I don't think the Saints will be very upset with that pick at all. That is a good pick. That is a very, very good pick. I wish I had had time to update my thumbnails on some of my older videos, man. Some of those like real text bland thumbnails are just, whew, yikes. I like my newer thumbnails a lot better. So the Chicago Bears are on the clock. They're taking a lot of time, and they're on the phone, so they are smiling, though, so they could be making their selection. Interesting. So the Bears, if I'm the Bears, I'm going BPA. I don't care what it is, just take the best player available, which the pick is in, so we're going to find out what they're going to be doing here in a moment. They could go running back as well. I think they would have been a prime destination for a Caleb Johnson. I wonder how much maybe they trust DeAndre Swift. I apologize if I'm being a little too quiet, guys. I don't have a whole lot to add because I don't want to do this with every pick where I'm like, oh, I think they should do this. I think they should do that. And then just ramble. So I'm trying to be a little bit quiet and conserve my voice a little bit. And if you guys have any questions, you're more than welcome to ask. But here we go. We have the Bears selection.
It could be one of those teams that gets out of the gate very quickly under Ben Johnson.
With the 132nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Ruben Hippolyte II, linebacker, Maryland.
Ruben Hippolyte II. Linebacker out of Maryland. Okay, I don't know anything about Ruben Hippolyte II. I might have to look up something on him because I don't know anything about him. That is somebody I did not even know existed. I'm sorry to Ruben. I like this lady. She gets to the pick quickly. Yes, she does. She comes out. She doesn't sit there and stare at you for 15 minutes before she actually gets the pick out. From what I understand about Ruben, very, very good ball hawk. Ball hawk. Very rangy linebacker, from what I can understand. I apologize. I don't know very much about Ruben, and I don't want to give false information. He seems to be a very good coverage linebacker, which is something that the Bears needed. We'll just move on from that. Kansas City, if I'm Kansas City, I'm maybe either looking at getting a better weapon for Patrick Mahomes or getting an additional weapon for Patrick Mahomes, or I'm looking to beef up that defense. I wouldn't be surprised if they went offensive guard here either, after losing Joe Thuney, but we'll see what they do. Yeah, the NFL, the secondary lady is doing a pretty good job. When she came out to announce the Bears pick, they were booing the hell out of her, and she had to pick up her voice. That is hilarious. So they had the Omar Norman Lott pick in the second round. That was a good pick, and Ashton, they've done a lot of defensive work. I'll give them that. So maybe they get a weapon here for Patrick Mahomes. Here we go. The pick is in. We're gonna see what the Kansas City Chiefs do here. Come on, Kansas City. Why are you... I don't understand the suspense factor for the 4th round. It doesn't make any sense to me. Las Vegas also does pick before the end of the 4th round. So, another possibility. I doubt it, but... Come on, man. We're just sitting here waiting and waiting and waiting. Come on, man. We're going to be here all motherfucking day. I'm going to sit up. Interesting. Let's see. You know, they could be a sleeper team to pick up something to pair with Travis Kelce. You know, getting old. And there's been retirement talks for him for a while. So, you know, potentially could be looking for a Travis Kelce. Is that cat snoring? No. If it was my gray cat, Tommy, he would be. Which, he's right over there. I don't know if you can see him. He's in the little cat carrier thing. Here comes the Chiefs selection.
You never asked him for money for a picture with him? I'll find out in a second.
Basket Green Bay. Chiefs Kingdom is here, and the German Arrowheads are ready for the next. With the 133rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Jalen Royce, wide receiver, Utah State.
Damn it.
Oh, is it Kansas City Royce?
Okay, well, the Kansas City Chiefs select Jalen Royals, wide receiver out of Utah State. I'm a large, very, very big fan of Jalen Royals. 6 foot, 205 pounds. Absolute vacuum when it comes to sucking in any ball that comes his way. That didn't sound right. He's got very, very reliable hands. Probably only fell this far because he plays for Utah State. But he was a fantastic weapon for the Royals. For Utah State, excuse me. I really love Jalen Royals. I was really, really hoping that he went to Dallas. But Chiefs get themselves a very good weapon. Something for a very good weapon for Patrick Mahomes. Now we have Denver coming up. Denver, you know, they got R.J. Harvey in the 2nd round. That was, in my opinion, a little bit of a reach, but not a big deal. Pat Bryant in the 3rd round, I think that was a bit of a reach as well, but not a big deal. And, you know, honestly, if I'm Denver, I'm maybe looking to solidify your linebacker room a little bit. I would maybe pick up like a Jeffrey Bassa, or if you're wanting to go another corner, I doubt they'd want to do that. You'd probably want to get a nickel, but even still, you know, you've got. I don't see that. You know, you've got Riley Moss, so there's no reason to really go another nickel here. Goodness. It's gonna be interesting. I am sad to see Jalen Royals go off the board. I'm really sad to see Jalen Royals go off the board. I really wanted him in Dallas. I think he would have been fantastic in that system. But the Chiefs get themselves a good one. Maybe Horton will drop to your Cowboys. I would like that. I really like Horton as a receiver. My only concern with Horton is he's coming from CSU. His production against better competition kind of faltered at times. And I feel like the gap in competition is going to be more of a learning curve. But Horton is also an extremely reliable weapon. Besides his major injury, he's been available for most of his college career, and his hands are solid. Doesn't really focus from concentration drops. Doesn't suffer from concentration drops all the time. But I don't know, man. I would love Horton at number 5, but something tells me he's not going to get there. If Royals is off the board, Eumenor is not going to be far behind him. I don't see Denver taking a wide receiver, though. I think I'd be a little surprised if they took another offensive weapon. You want to bite my pen? Oh, goodness. We're only 2 hours in, guys. So, the Denver Broncos select K. Robinson, edge out of Alabama. He's a reliable edge. It might be a little bit of a reach, but not much. K. Robinson is a very solid, kind of a rotational defensive end at the NFL level. I don't have any complaints with it. I think Denver could have done a lot worse. This is definitely a rotational piece, though. I don't expect K. Robinson to break out into this massive star. But when you get to the 4th round, you're not really selecting based off of need. You're selecting, best fit. The Las Vegas Raiders are up next. This is the last destination for the name who will not be spoken. This is the last destination. If he doesn't go here, he falls out of the 4th round. We're starting to get to that point where somebody will take him. Somebody will take him just to be a backup. And that's going to be surprising. We're gonna know when he goes, too, because they're going to come out and make a big thing about it. I guarantee you. They're going to make a huge thing about it. K. Robinson, just to add, does have some great sideline-to-sideline speed. That's one thing that a lot of people really love about him. So the Raiders are up next.
This pick from the folks in Vegas. 4th to last pick of this 4th round.
G'day Green Bay, how are ya? I want to say hi to my kids back in Australia. Ilya, Aria, Roman, I love you. I want to give a huge shout out to my football teams back in Australia. The ACT Women's Monarchs flag football team and the Canberra Centurions. With the 135th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tonka Hemingway, defensive tackle, South Carolina.
Interesting. Not happening with Las Vegas. That's true. The Las Vegas Raiders select Tonka Hemingway, defensive tackle out of South Carolina. He fell. He was a projected second rounder, but he had a horrible NFL combine. Him and Jordan Phillips both. He struggled quite a bit. Definitely didn't look agile in the combine. But as a defensive tackle, he's okay as a pass rusher. Not really a high motor. More of a run stuffer than anything else. Now, he does have some good finesse moves that can get him free. Whether those will work against an NFL offensive line, I'm not sure. Las Vegas has had a very solid draft up to this point. I will say that. And the name who will not be spoken continues his fall. He will fall into the 3rd round. Does he get to the 6th? Ooh, does he go to the 6th? What a fall that would be, by the way. Like, Cabe mentioned Dak Prescott yesterday as a quarterback who fell. The Tennessee Titans have traded up to number 136, by the way. Cabe mentioned Dak Prescott, who fell from being a first-round talent all the way to the 4th. Shedeur has passed that. So the Tennessee Titans pick is in. They have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever, by the way. I don't see them doing it, but it'd be hilarious if they did. That's actually pretty good value. So Tennessee receives a 4th and a 6th to move up. Baltimore receives a 5th and a 6th. They basically swapped 6th rounders to move up. It's interesting. Will Desmond Watson get drafted before the forbidden name? I have a 7th round to undrafted grade on Desmond Watson, so I'm gonna say yes, but I'm not gonna rule anything out now.
The Baltimore Ravens have traded the 136th pick to the Tennessee Titans. With the 136th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Alec Iamaner, wide receiver,
Damn it.
Stanford.
Okay, so the Tennessee Titans select Alec Iamaner, wide receiver out of Stanford. If you don't know who Alec Iamaner is, all you have to do is look up a single game. It was the game this year where they played Colorado, and he went up against Travis Hunter. He absolutely destroyed Travis Hunter and that Colorado secondary. Iamaner is an amazing wide receiver. He's a great deep threat, big body receiver who has reliable hands. Route running can improve a little bit. That's probably the big thing with Iamaner. His route running needs a little bit of finesse, and his explosiveness off the line can leave much to be desired. But I think the Titans are getting an absolute dog with Iamaner. They now have Chimere Dike and Alec Iamaner as a wide receiver duo with Calvin Ridley and Tyler Boyd. That's a very, very good receiving duo. I have go back on what you asked me, Fat Theo. If he falls, if the forbidden name falls into the 7th round, I don't think he will. I think eventually a team will be like, okay, look, we're just going to take you. The New England Patriots have traded up to number 37 at 137, so they are on the clock. Their pick is in. Yeah, I would be very surprised if he fell all the way to the 7th. Or if Desmond Watson goes higher than the 7th. You know, I get that he's massive, and that might be a big thing that a lot of teams want, but that's almost 450 pounds. It's a little too big for a defensive tackle. So the Patriots gave up their 5th and a 7th to move up to number 137. That's not bad value either. A lot of trades going on. A lot of trades. This is going to end up hurting Dallas, by the way. For anyone who cares. Interesting. I wonder what the Patriots have had such a good draft. What are they planning here? Could they go with Torrey Horton, maybe? We're going to find out. Yeah. You gonna nibble on my finger? Yeah, I don't know what the Patriots are gonna do here. Ooh, it could go guard. I doubt they go backup quarterback though. Not with a 4th round pick. Mac McWilliams would be a good option. Elijah Roberts as well. Braden Swinson, an edge, or they could go Josh Farmer. I'm surprised Josh Farmer fell this far. I had him as a 3rd round pick for Josh Farmer. Even maybe a possible 2nd round option too. Here we go.
Hello everyone, I'm Laura Cheese, defender for Flamengo and the Brazil national soccer team. Proudly representing Pets Nation from the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And with the 137th pick, the New England Patriots select Joshua Farmer.
Hey, look at that. I called it. Josh Farmer is off the board. He goes to the New England Patriots, defensive tackle out of Florida State. That is a good pickup. Josh Farmer is a great pass rushing defensive tackle. Very powerful with his moves. Knows how to work past a blocker very well. I had a 3rd round grade on him for the Patriots to be able to get him in the late 4th after trading up to get him. That is a fantastic selection. You know, so many want to see the Cowboys fail. Haters. Yeah, well, that comes with Cowboys fans being insufferable sometimes. There's a lot of insufferable Cowboys fans. I try to be very calm and realistic with my predictions. You know, I thought a few years ago when they had Dak and CeeDee Lamb and Amari Cooper, I was like, okay, they can win the Super Bowl with this team. That was about as delusional as I got. I never I'm not one of those guys where I'm like, this is our year, we're gonna win. I'm not one of those guys. San Francisco's pick is in. I also am just an NFL fan in general. Like I'll root for any team. I love underdogs. I love seeing underdogs win and succeed. When the Browns were really bad, I rooted for them. The Broncos, I was really big with them. So a lot of San Francisco fans want San Francisco to draft the unspoken name, the forbidden name. That is funny. That would be hilarious if they did that. You'd be basically trading Mr. Irrelevant for Mr. Unwanted. Shit, man. Come on. Here comes the pick.
Hello, Green Bay. What an amazing place. I just want to say hi to my son Flynn back in Australia.
Hugh Davies.
What an amazing place to be.
It's a hell of a name.
Green Bay, where the 49ers and the Packers have had some amazing battles in the past. And with the 138th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jordan Watkins, wide receiver, Mississippi.
Okay, Jordan Watkins, wide receiver out of Ole Miss. Jordan Watkins was very productive at Ole Miss this year in 2024. Good little deep threat. More of maybe a slot receiver than anything else. I don't hate the pick. do think it's a bit of a reach. I had a late 5th round grade on Jordan Watkins, but I don't think it's a very bad reach for the 49ers as they continue to get weapons. Now we move on to the 5th round. 5th round is up, and now the Cowboys get to actually make selections and do things because they decided to trade their 4th round pick for nothing, basically. There it is. I was looking for my nicotine. Sorry. Yeah, weapon for QB. Yeah, whoever that QB is going to be, draft's not over yet. Yeah, I mean, they need weapons. I mean, that's what they need. We have the Minnesota Vikings up next. Their pick is in. I'd be very surprised if the Vikings went any receiver, to be honest. They went Ty Felton, which I think was a massive reach in the 3rd round. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Vikings went maybe guard, maybe running back. Could be a possibility. I kind of like a Damian Martinez pick for Minnesota. They could use some defensive end help as well, or maybe even a corner. Kobe Bryant pick could be good here too. By the way, I looked at the stats for my stream yesterday. We got 122 views on a stream. That is the highest number of views I've ever gotten on a stream. And a max concurrent viewership of 11, which lasted for almost an hour. That is impressive. I cannot believe that, so I wanted to thank you guys quite a bit for that. Minnesota, not Minnesota, I don't know what I was saying there. I guess I looked at the name. Day 3 is going to be a little more laid back than the other 2 days because it's kind of a lesser day. More stars get drafted in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounds. As the night goes on, we'll get a lot more surprises. Guys who I think should go undrafted, guys who I think have fell too far, eventually I can break down the forbidden name and continue speaking his name. But we'll see when that happens. I have no idea when that's going to happen. Whenever Dallas picks, I can actually get a little excited too because, I like to be excited with Dallas. They make it hard to be excited sometimes. They make it very difficult to be excited. It's a little sad to see that Alika Umanor got drafted by the Titans. I really wanted him. I may also have to step away just for a moment to get something to drink because I am getting cotton mouth like crazy. All right, so the pick is in for the Minnesota Vikings. They select Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins, defensive tackle out of Georgia. That is not a bad selection for the Vikings. Tyrion is a more developmental pick for a defensive tackle. He kind of fits that weird mold of he's got the body of a defensive tackle, but he has that weird body where he fits the mold of a defensive end, but has the skill set of a defensive tackle. It's not a bad pickup for Minnesota. And Carolina has already come in. Carolina selects Cam Jackson out of Florida. I have never been real high on Cam Jackson. I don't think his combine was very good. But out of the defensive tackle room for Florida, he is the best. He is the best defensive tackle. Very big body in the middle of that line. Has some very, very, very limited pass rushing help, but he is a good run stopper. 120 tackles in his career at Florida. That's not bad for a defensive tackle. He fits just about where I had him graded, even though I wasn't high on him. I had him graded as a mid-5th rounder. He goes in the early 5th round, so not bad value there. So we have Baltimore up next. I imagine these picks will start to become more rapid fire. I doubt they'll take more time for a lot of these picks. Once we get into the 5th round, that's when everything kind of speeds up because they're like, okay, these guys are going to get drafted. Boom, 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 boom. They try and make the They try and make the NFL draft each day about 4 hours. I believe the 3rd day can go up to 5 or 6. I've seen it go up to 7 at times, which, please God, don't go up to 7, because I'm going to die if they go up to 7. I've done a 7-hour stream before, and I don't feel good afterwards. I also don't want to have to step away and go to the bathroom if they do that. But the pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens. I doubt they'll do this suspense thing. Round 5 finally. Yeah, I want my guys to get drafted. I hope I see some of my guys, some notable names that haven't gone yet, that I like are like Aeneas Peebles, Antoine Powell-Ryland, Elijah Roberts, Jeffrey Bassa are all still there. Torrey Horton's still there. The Forbidden Name is still there. Quinn Ewers is still there as well, which I didn't expect him to be there. Curtis Rourke, but he won't go. If he does get drafted tonight, it won't be until about round 7. A lot of these guys. Has that stud D-line from SMU been picked? If you're referring to Elijah Roberts, no, he has not, but he is one of my best available. There's another one. I know you could be talking about too. I can't remember his name. Dennis Sutton. Dennis something. I don't know what it is. I can't remember his name for the life of me. But all of the SMU guys are still available. Rashard Smith, who is another one of my guys who is best available, he's still available. He is trending towards undrafted, which I can't believe. But yes, if you're speaking about Elijah Roberts, the stud defensive tackle from SMU, he is still available. Something tells me that Dallas is going to go defensive tackle, and I don't know how to feel about that. Okay, so Baltimore, are you going to pick at all today, or what are you doing? Okay, they're going to let somebody pick for them. So here comes the pick for the Baltimore Ravens.
How we going, Green Bay? We having fun? Woo! Behalf of the Baltimore Ravens, the 2000 and 2012 World Champions, the back-to-back AFC North champions, would like to announce the 141st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens will select Carson Vincent, tackle.
Okay, that's a good one. Baltimore Ravens select Carson Vincent, tackle out of Alabama A&M. Carson Vincent is a very developmental pick. He is not a day one starter by any means. Coming from a smaller school in Alabama A&M, has shown some very good progress in his development, but he tends to get pushed, can struggle against power especially. But he does have the athleticism to keep up with speed rushers, is known for his run blocking, especially his run blocking. He's a monster at that. But his pass blocking leaves a lot to be desired at times. This is about where I thought Carson Vincent would go. He has all the traits you want to see in an offensive lineman. He's kind of like Charles Grant, except taken to another level, because Charles Grant came from William and Mary. Vincent came from Alabama A&M. And, oh wow, the Minnesota Vikings have traded for Sam Howell, and they also swapped 5th round picks with the Seattle Seahawks, so the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. Interesting. Interesting. Sam Howell is going to Minnesota. Yeah, he sure is. That's actually not a bad spot for him. J.J. McCarthy, you don't really know what you're going to get with J.J. McCarthy. That's the thing. Because he was very... J.J. McCarthy was kind of a surprise first rounder. I never viewed him as a first rounder. Now, I hope I'm wrong, of course, but I never understood the hype for a first round selection for JJ McCarthy. It's not a bad trade. Basically, you get Sam Howell and you swap fifth rounders. That's not a bad trade at all. I'm not upset with that. So the Seattle Seahawks, they're pretty much leaving it up to Jalen Milroe. Here comes the Seattle pick.
I'm Amari Williams, defensive back for Ryan Fire.
And I'm Ted Jeffries, the quarterback for the Ryan Fire. And we're coming to you live from Dusseldorf, Germany. As proud partners of the Seattle Seahawks, we are here to announce the Seahawks' next pick for the 12s everywhere.
And with the 142nd pick in the 2025 draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Riley Mills, defensive end from Notre Dame.
Okay, interesting. So the Seattle Seahawks select defensive tackle Riley Mills out of Notre Dame. Very good selection as well. Riley is more of a tweener at defensive tackle. Has some very good pass rushing ability that some defensive tackles lack, which was shown in 9 sacks at Notre Dame this year, which is impressive for a defensive tackle. I think he'll slot in just fine on that on that defensive line. Not 9 sacks, 7.5 sacks. 9 tackles for loss is what I meant. He shows extreme power and has that finesse to get around blockers that you like to see, something that you don't always see in defensive tackles. But his big thing is injury. He can't stay healthy. He struggled with injury quite a bit throughout his entire career at Notre Dame. So as long as he can stay healthy, this could be a very good pick for Seattle. Miami's pick is in. They're at 143. Could Miami look for some Tua insurance? No, I doubt it. But offensive guard could be a good spot for them. I know they've already picked a guard, maybe go back to back, but here we go.
Hugo, live from Madrid, where the Dolphins will play the first ever NFL game in Spain this season at Santiago Bernabeu Stadium. And with the 143 pick, the Miami Dolphins selects Jordan Phillips, defensive tackle.
Okay. So the Miami Dolphins continue to surprise the hell out of me. They picked Jordan Phillips, defensive tackle out of Maryland. I don't like that pick. And I will tell you why. Jordan Phillips was my number 1 loser at the NFL Combine. He looked out of place. Miami also drafted Kenneth Grant. So they now have drafted in the same draft 2 run-stopping defensive tackles, and neither of them are the best in their class. Now, Kenneth Grant is a very, very good run stopper, don't get me wrong, but I don't like this pick. Cleveland is traded up to number 144, so they are on the clock. They traded up to number 144. I wonder what they're doing. Yeah, I've never been a big Jordan Phillips fan. I've never been a big fan of his game. I think he's a run-stuffing defensive tackle that doesn't even do that exactly well. He has been healthy. He's been extremely healthy, so you don't have to worry about him missing games unless that changes. For Cleveland, they've gone a lot of defense here in the draft. I would maybe like to see them go a receiver of some kind. I would maybe like to see them go a receiver or maybe a defensive end. They went dual running backs in round 3 and 4. I'd be a little surprised if they went anything else offensive-wise, but if they do, I could see receiver. They could also go depth and get like a Kobe Bryant if they're not totally sold on Mike Woods. I don't know really where Cleveland could go here. They're not going quarterback, that's for sure. Cleveland has they're going to have 5 active quarterbacks on their roster, by the way. They have Deshaun, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco. Wow, I was wrong. 4. They're going to have 4. Dylan Gabriel. And that's not counting any camp bodies they bring in. So, sorry, my cat scared the shit out of me. They're gonna have a lot of quarterbacks, and somebody's not gonna make the cut. Now, granted, Deshaun Watson is gonna be put on IR. I'm sure he'll miss all of 2025, so they may keep 3 quarterbacks. It's not good that I'm only 2.5 hours in and my back's already hurting, but I'm also sitting like a gremlin. Oh, man. Oh, goodness. All right, I'm going to stand up for a moment. So, yeah, Cleveland's got a couple of opportunities they can go here. Could go guard. Could go Torrey Horton. Could go edge and pick up Elijah Roberts. If they want a linebacker, they could go Jeffrey Bassa. That's a very, very good linebacker from Oregon. Very, very good. I would too, wide receiver. Yeah. I would go a wide receiver here if I was Cleveland. You've got a very good one in Torrey Horton. It'd be a little surprising if they win anything else on offense. But we'll see. Oh my gosh. There we go. My back is unstiff now. What you doing, Tommy? What you doing? Really? You just want to talk in front of the camera? Is that what you want? Yeah, you just want attention. You woke up from your nap, so now you're wanting all kinds of attention. Okay, all right. Well, the pick is coming in, Tommy. I have to stream. I'm streaming here. Here comes the pick for the Cleveland Browns.
The Seattle Seahawks have traded the 144th pick to the Cleveland Browns.
Okay.
With the 144th pick
Oh my goodness.
in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Shedeur Sanders.
What? Oh my God.
The reaction in the draft hall says it all.
Okay, Tommy, you need to get up. So the Cleveland Browns select quarterback Shedeur Sanders out of Colorado. Why? That is the most asinine thing that they could have done. That is the most asinine thing they could have done. What in the world are the Cleveland Browns doing? You had a fantastic draft until the beginning of the 5th round. You wasted a 3rd round pick on Dillon Gabriel just to draft Shedeur Sanders, the guy you were mocked the entire draft in the 5th round. That makes absolutely zero sense to me. That makes absolutely zero sense to me whatsoever. That makes no sense. What are you doing? You had a fantastic draft. This makes absolutely no sense to me. Why would you draft Dillon Gabriel if you're just going to draft Shedeur Sanders anyways? When you drafted Dillon Gabriel, we all figured, hey, that means Shedeur's not a Brown. That is the most Browns thing they could have possibly done. That is insane. You still have Deshaun Watson on your roster. He's going to miss 2025, but you have Dillon Gabriel and you have Shedeur Sanders both on your roster. That makes absolutely no sense to me. I'm sorry. I do not like that pick at all. That makes no sense. That is bad. That is bad draft value right there. That is horrible draft value. That is absolutely horrible draft value. What in the world are they doing, man? That just pisses me off seeing stuff like that. Why are you doing that? That is such a waste of a 3rd round pick. If you were going to take Shedeur, take him in the 3rd round or don't take a quarterback. Dillon Gabriel wasn't worth the 3rd round pick anyways. Oh my goodness. That is insane. Okay, well, Shedeur, I'll come back to that in a moment. Mac McWilliams is the selection for Philadelphia Eagles, cornerback out of UCF. That's a very good selection for Philly. They needed a corner, and he's a very, very, very good one in the later rounds. I'm going to go back to the Shedeur pick real quick. Shedeur is a very underrated option at quarterback in the 5th round. He struggled with staying upright at Colorado. His offensive tackle or his offensive line production was not good. I'm kind of waiting for Cabe to join the voice call, by the way. But that pisses me off, and that's going to be a short. I'm going to put that on my YouTube channel. I'm sorry. That's horrible. That's horrible value. I don't know what the Browns are doing, but that's a moronic decision to me. You draft 2 running backs, which is fine because you need a running back, and you got Dylan Sampson, but then you draft 2 quarterbacks in the same draft. You draft the worst quarterback ahead of the one you actually wanted, it seems, in the 3rd round. You wasted 2 picks on a quarterback that you could have fixed with just 1. And you traded a bunch of picks to get Kenny Pickett. That's horrible business tactics to me. That's horrible business tactics. I'm happy for Shedeur. The generational slide is finally over, but that is horrible by the Cleveland Browns. For the New England Patriots, 3rd pick is in. That's actually got me in somewhat of a shitty mood now. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in the world. I hope it works out, but that is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I haven't been that irritated. Well, I guess I wouldn't have been irritated, but my dad would have been irritated with the Troy Aikman, Steve Walsh selections for the Dallas Cowboys back in the 1990 draft. That's insane to me. Okay, let me get off my soapbox. I don't think Gabriel is making this team now. And that's my point, is why would you waste a 3rd round pick on the guy that might not even make your freaking team? That's insane to me, man. I'm trying to get away from it. That's so stupid. That's such horrible mismanagement of draft capital. I cannot wait until I'm able to upload this as a short. I'm not going to lie. And I know there's going to be Shedeur fans that disagree with me. I'm not saying the pick is bad. I think Shedeur should go there. Right. Like you said, wasted a 3rd round pick. Why not just pick Sanders in the 3rd? Right. Or if you knew you didn't want Sanders, why not just wait until the 5th? If he gets to the 5th, then you go, oh shit, he's still there. Let's pick him. But no, they reached on a quarterback. I guarantee you, because they didn't expect Shedeur to still be there. I bet you that's what happened. So now they're going to talk about this the entire rest of the draft. That's going to be the storyline of the draft is oh my God, Shedeur Sanders went to the Browns after they selected a QB already in the 3rd round. That is stupid. Okay, so the New England Patriots select Braden Swinson, edge out of LSU. That is a very good pick. You know what? New England is continuing to have a very, very good draft. I mean, they're filling positions of need. They're getting good value. They're doing everything they need to do to make sure this team is not a dumpster fire like it was last year. And that's a good thing because they finally have a decent head coach. They finally have a decent head coach in Mike Vrabel. I didn't mind Jerry Mayo. I just don't think he was ready to be a head coach. That's true. Cleveland should have Hunter and Sanders on the same team. I can understand why they traded from number 2. Don't get me wrong. I can get it. I mean, the Jaguars pretty much gave him an offer they couldn't refuse. But still, you were nailing the draft up until that point. And that was the dumbest thing you could have done. The San Francisco 49ers pick is in. I'm just, that's got me in complete shock and awe. Why in the world would you do that? That's stupid. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I'm sorry. I'll get off my soapbox and I'll move on. But just expect a short about that. And it's going to be that exact clip that you just saw me. That is crazy. Okay, so for the San Francisco 49ers, they got a receiver last they got a receiver at some point. I'm all thrown off kilter now. They got a receiver in this draft already. I would maybe look to solidify that offensive line a little bit. You have some really good guards left, really good guards available. I would really love to see him take like a Miles Frazier or a Marcus Mbu. I know I keep bringing those two up, and there's a reason. They are fantastic guard options. Please, for the love of God, don't let them get to Dallas because they'll take a guard. Yes! Yes! Okay, the San Francisco 49ers select Jordan James, running back out of Oregon. I love Jordan James. I love him so much. Fantastic. Whew. Okay, so Jordan James, very, very solid production at Oregon. A lot of people question how much of that production was his own doing and how much was the offensive line being fantastic. 49ers will draft a running back at some point. Well, they just did. But, 1,200 yards last year, 15 touchdowns in 2024. Fantastic production at the running back spot. Like I said, a lot of people wonder how much of that was his own production and how much of it was the offensive line he had. He had a fantastic offensive line. So, you kind of wonder how much of Jordan James is actually... Los Angeles is traded up to number 148. So they are now on the clock. The Rams, excuse me. Rams trade to 148. Jordan James also has extremely fresh legs. Doesn't really have any issues there. It concerns me that the Rams traded up ahead of Dallas. Something tells me they're going to go receiver here. Jordan James, fantastic runner, relatively fresh legs. The only issue I would say is he tends to dance around behind the line too much and be a little too cute. Instead of just taking what's there. And his speed kind of, slows down quite a bit, his open field speed. And his catching is a little iffy. Not a great route runner, but San Francisco, I think that's a great spot for him. So for the Rams, I have a feeling they're going wide receiver here. They traded ahead of Dallas, who is in desperate need for receiver. They might go running back as well. No, they won't go running back. They already drafted one. Excuse me. I'm thinking receiver. I'm thinking either receiver or really good tight end. Who do I want Dallas to take? They took Ty Hamilton, by the way. Ty Hamilton, defensive tackle out of Ohio State. For Dallas, I really want Dallas to either get Hamilton, get a solidified weapon at wide receiver, or I want them to, I really wanted a Umanor or Royals, but that didn't happen. If I had to, running back or receiver is where I'm at for Dallas. If they didn't draft an offensive guard in the first round in Tyler Booker, I would have said Marcus Mbu, no question about it. But, honestly, I don't know. And as long as it's not another offensive lineman, I'll be okay. Dallas does have 2 second-round picks, 2 fifth-round picks, by the way. I want Torrey Horton. Give me Torrey Horton. Either Torrey Horton or Damian Martinez or DJ Giddens. Those would be some really good options. I would have wanted Jordan James if he fell to Dallas. So Dallas... I also wouldn't have put it past Dallas if Shedeur was still there for them to draft him. I wouldn't have put it past him. So the Dallas pick is in for number 149. Let's see what Dallas does. Let's see. What does Dallas do? Congratulations to Shedeur. They're going to show this all day. Congratulations to Shedeur for being drafted. I know that had to have been a crazy-ass slide. I can't imagine being in that situation, being a projected first-rounder, dropping all the way to round 5. I can't imagine that. So Dallas is whenever they decide to pick. Yeah, give me Torrey Horton. Give me Torrey Horton. I like that pick. If he's there. If you take him, I mean. If they make the selection, good Lord. I also can't believe that Dallas didn't trade up. Okay, I like that. Dallas selects Jaden Blue, running back out of Texas. I like that. Jaden Blue, I didn't do a whole lot of research on him, to be completely honest. What I know about Jaden Blue is he's a very quick and explosive running back. Knows how to hit a hole very well. He's gonna do very well in that Dallas offense. I don't know if I necessarily like the fit as much as I would with a DJ Giddens, but I do really like that fit. He is a Texas guy as well, which Dallas loves to draft. I'm a little worried about his production in college. He's never had over 1,000 yards in college. He's been very, very, he's basically been a backup his entire time in college. So I'm a little iffy on that, but I'm not upset with the pick. Is it my first choice? No. Is it a bad choice? Also no. So Dallas passes up on wide receiver, so something tells me that Dallas might be looking through the trade market for a receiver rather than the draft. The draft board did not fall their way, by the way. They as the pick comes in for Miami, they really needed a receiver in the second round, but there wasn't a receiver there to take. Not one that would have been a massive reach. They lost out on Tet in the first round. I didn't like the value for gold, and I'm glad they didn't pick him there. That would have been an insane reach. But Cabe, get in the voice call, bro. We can talk about it. That is insane. Yeah, I just went on this giant long rant on Shedeur. But yeah, the pick is in for Miami. The pick is in for Miami. I like maybe a defensive lineman again. Rebuild that defensive line. Yeah, Browns picked up Gabriel to end up with Shedeur later. It makes absolutely no sense, and it's an absolute waste of a third-round pick. It's horrible draft management. It's horrible. You can tell the guys in the group chat that too. It's horrible. It's a horrible management of draft capital. I'm going to stop talking about it because I've been on my soapbox too long. So, yeah, Miami, I could see him going corner. I could see him going defensive line. Maybe offensive guard. Oh, okay, corner. They went corner. Jason Marshall Jr. out of Florida, cornerback. Jason Marshall is one of the more underrated options in the 5th round. Maybe a little bit of a reach. I didn't have him until at least the 6th round. I didn't mind the pick there. What's up, bro?
Bro.
That was a horrible pick. I'm sorry. That was.
Oh, for the Browns?
Yes.
Hey, I agree too, because like, why would you pick up Gabriel in the 3rd if you're gonna still turn around and pick up Shador in the 5th?
I was saying earlier that it was an insane mismanagement of draft capital. You drafted a 3rd round quarterback who, wasn't even worth a 3rd round pick, and then you turn around and draft Shador in the 5th. It makes no sense.
If they whole plan was to still get Shador out of the way, why not get him in the 3rd and move on?
Why not swap the players? Dylan Gabriel might not even make the roster this year.
Yeah. I think, but look, here I see it like this, bro. Who does Shador Sanders look up to? Tom Brady. Tom Brady entered as the 5th string quarterback with the Patriots. He fought his way to the backup, then Drew Bledsoe got hurt. And yeah, Shador's going to enter by the draft and all this shit. He's going to enter as a 5th string quarterback. He's going to have to fight his ass off to get up that depth chart. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be as hard of a battle than the Drew Bledsoe, because Drew Bledsoe had a $100 million contract. So that it's not going to be as hard as a battle as Tom Brady.
They got Deshaun Watson, who has a $200 million contract, but he'll be out this year.
He's going to miss this. He's going to miss this season though.
Yeah.
He has a torn Achilles. Remember?
The pick. Yeah, I know. The pick is in for the Indianapolis Colts, 151. Yeah, it's just a horrible pick. Like, if that was their plan the entire time. Oh, wow. The Cowboys traded up. So the Cowboys are next in line. The Colts.
Who do you think? I like the Jaden Blue pick. He's young as hell.
I'm a little concerned about I'm a little concerned about the. Excuse me. I'm a little concerned about the production in college for Jaden Blue, but I'm not upset about it.
Hey, Duffy said, but damn, the front office is killing this draft, but fuck them.
The Indianapolis Colts select DJ Giddens, running back out of Kansas State. I really wanted DJ Giddens. I wanted DJ Giddens.
Cool with Jaden Blue, bro. He's a burner. Jaden Blue is a burner.
Fat Theo, that's your guy. DJ Giddens goes to the Indianapolis Colts. Very good running back. Actually just fell in this draft just because of the insane talent that's there ahead of him. 2024 second team All Big 12. Absolute athletic monster in the backfield for Kansas State. Indianapolis got a good pick there. I don't hate that pick, especially pairing up well with Jonathan Taylor. I think that'll be a good fit for them. The Cowboys have traded up to number 152. Their pick is in.
You think they're getting a receiver?
I want Torrey Horton.
That's exactly who we might get, actually.
Yep, Dallas has made a trade. You are right. So Dallas is up next. I'm wondering who they go with here. If it's not a receiver, I'm going to be surprised. I wonder what they traded to move up to.
This is a 7th round pick, I think.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
They might go linebacker in Shamar James.
I don't like Shamar James.
Which is a hell of a stretch.
Yeah, that's a reach and a half. Shamar James.
Why the fuck would you trade up for a linebacker?
God damn it! Okay, so Shamar James, linebacker out of Florida. I
They
don't.
liked him before.
I don't like that pick. I'm sorry. We don't need a linebacker.
No
Okay.
wonder.
All right. Look, I'm gonna get off my soapbox as a Cowboys fan. So, Shamar James is a pretty immense upside for Florida. Showed it off pretty well during his time with the Gators. Is good with coming downhill. He's a decent coverage linebacker. I had a 6th round grade on Shamar James. I think he would have been there in the 6th round, but it's not a bad pick per se. I just don't like the fit for Dallas. I don't think the fit is there. He is a tackle machine though. I will say that. Dallas is making every bit of their late round selections, and that concerns me. Because they're going to have to make some roster moves after the draft. Not to mention, if they don't get a receiver somewhere, they're going to have to get a receiver outside of the draft. It's an interesting selection there to trade up.
Imagine Amari Cooper coming back.
The Cincinnati Bengals pick is in. I see a running back for Cincinnati. I don't like Chase Brown. I don't think he's a good option for them.
Shedeur Sanders had the highest production rate from the next gen stat.
Boo.
I'm telling you, bro, I ain't gonna lie. That's just a lottery ticket that the Browns did. They said, oh shit, we was just trolling, bro. Hold on, let me get this nigga, bro.
You know what? I think they should have just stuck to their guns and been like, you know what? We took Dylan Gabriel. I guess we're not getting Shedeur. It's just...
I told you a night's risk can change a lot. They woke up and said, why the fuck do we do that?
Why did we pick Dylan Gabriel?
I'm telling you, that post-troll clarity just kicks in, bro. I'm just telling you that right now. Now, someone, I think it was Myles Garrett or a receiver ran in that room and said, why the fuck did you do this, bro?
Probably a receiver, probably Jared Judy.
Power ran in there and said something, bro.
Probably Jared Judy, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
He's like, what are y'all doing?
Dylan Gabriel. Everything you say about Shedeur Sanders is literally Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
Small.
And Dylan Gabriel is younger or older.
Yeah, Dylan Gabriel like 24, 25. Now, the worst pick in the draft to me is still Tyler Shaw.
Okay, so the Cincinnati Bengals select Jalen Rivers, guard out of Miami of Florida. It's not a bad pick. It's a little bit of a reach as well. Jalen Rivers does fit the mold of a guard at the next level, which is what you want to see. You know, a lot of times you see these centers that come in as guard or a tackle that fits better at a guard. But Jalen Rivers is a good offensive guard option. This guard class is starting to thin out quite a bit. I cannot believe that Miles Frazier and Marcus Mbu are still on the board. I can't believe that. The Shedeur pick just makes no sense to me. It just doesn't. If I'm the owner of the Cleveland Browns, I'm pissed at my GM. That is stupid. If I'm Jimmy Haslam, I'm walking into that war room going, what are you all doing? Like, I'm not mad at the Shedeur pick. It's just a stupid mismanagement. But yeah, the Tyler Shook pick was crazy. That was insane.
No, honestly, I agree with you, bro. If you were still gonna end up drafting Shedeur, why would you even get Dylan Gabriel in the beginning, bro? You could have had him in the building and been building a relationship with him a day earlier. That could have been avoided, bro, in my opinion.
Something tells me that Dallas is going to target Andrew Armstrong.
That's what I want them to target. What pick do they got? What's your next pick?
It's somewhere in the 6th round. I don't know.
Yeah, we're not getting Andrew Armstrong. Oh, they might get Jimmy Horn.
Awesome. So the New York Giants select Marcus Mbu. Finally. That is a steal of a draft. Marcus Mbu was a offensive guard out of Purdue. Fantastic option for the New York Giants, and they got tremendous value. A 3rd round pick that slipped all the way to round 5. Started 12 games at right tackle. Probably going to play more guard at the next level, even though I feel he should play more tackle. But for the Giants, that's a good selection. They need offensive line help just in general. Yeah, that's crazy. I wouldn't mind an Andrew Armstrong, but that's not going to satisfy everybody. Especially
Andrew Armstrong. Yeah, bro.
Especially Miles in the group chat saying that Torrey Horton was a wide receiver 3 at best, and I'm like, there's no way you just said that.
No, Torrey Horton is a wide receiver 2 on our team.
It's a fantastic wide receiver too.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. The Browns, beside those 2 picks, are having a great draft. They got Dylan Sampson and fucking Judkins as a 1-2. Oh my gosh,
that's fantastic.
That's a good situation for a rookie quarterback,
or
any quarterback, really.
Giants need O-line help for their old QBs. That's true. That's very true, and they need it for their young QB now.
Hey, Noah. Bro, the Cowboys have 3 first-round talents in the first 3 rounds. What is life right now?
It's impressive.
What is life right now?
Granted, none of them are like major positions of need. Or, well, I mean, they are, but like they're not the major positions where like we have nothing. But you're taking a risk on Siobhan Rebel. I will say that. You're taking a risk because, he's 24 years old and he's coming off a torn ACL and partially torn meniscus. You might wonder a little bit if he's going to return to that level that we saw in college. But Donovan Ezeraku, that was an amazing pick. I love that pick.
I love that pick too. I love that one. I really love the Booker after like 30 seconds of hating it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, Dak's gonna be standing upright 10 seconds this year. Just CD Lamb and company's just gonna be getting triple teamed. That's all I gotta say.
I think they'll make a trade.
Personnel.
I think they're gonna be making trades for receivers. I think once they get into the offseason and they see how bad their receiving room is, I think that's when they're gonna be like, okay, we need to pick up some weapons.
Hey, his team fuck 2026 picks. That's what it's gonna be. Fuck them picks next year.
Fucking picks.
I wouldn't be surprised if we traded for George Pickens, which is still a stretch, but still.
I want Romeo Doubs from Packers. I think that'd be.
I was thinking about Christian Watson.
That wouldn't be a bad pickup either. He just struggles with separation.
Bro, the Bears. Oh my God, that draft the Bears are having.
Yeah, the Browns were having a good draft for a while.
No, they still having a good draft. It's just those 2 picks, they can be interchanged and it'll still be a good draft. But either way, that's perfect. Like, let's say they didn't go Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round. That's still perfect value for Shedeur.
Yeah.
A 1st round talent quarterback in the 5th round. You can't ask for no more than that, bro.
Here comes this selection for the Dolphins. Dante Trader Jr., safety out of Maryland. It's interesting. I don't know anything about Dante Trader.
Safety on the board still.
Dante is a kind of a rangy safety. He can play both sides. He can play strong safety or free safety. I don't dislike that pick. They lost Javon Holland in the offseason. I think they really needed a safety to take his spot, and I think Dante Trader can do that. Very fantastic, hard-hitting safety. Somebody who can really help well with that struggling Dolphins secondary. Who is texting me, man? Oh.
Hey, is Cameron Williams still on the board?
Cameron Williams?
Yeah, that tackle from Texas.
I think so. Wasn't he wasn't he a projected 2nd round pick?
He was a projected late 1st rounder.
I forgot about him. Well, Kansas City Chiefs have traded up to number 156. Let's see what the Chiefs do.
That's who they're getting. I think that's who they're getting too. Bro, Cameron, what? Why is he still on the board, bro?
Didn't he? I believe he struggled with injuries.
No, he was just very raw.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was what's his name? Josh Simmons that struggled. Yeah, Josh Simmons struggled with some injury.
Yeah.
Kansas City
was
just traded up.
Cameron Williams only 21. I say you get that kid in for a cup of coffee and more, and some paperwork. That's what you do.
Not Dallas.
Dallas, yes, because like Terrence Steele, you never know. Just get some security. You know what I'm saying?
Kansas City Chiefs select Jeffrey Bassa, linebacker out of Oregon. Finally. I love Jeffrey Bassa. Jeffrey Bassa.
Fabiano going.
Let me break down the Bassa pick real quick. Bassa is a extremely rangy linebacker. Great sideline to sideline speed. Has no problem coming down and playing the run. Can rush the passer as well. Needs to develop his pass coverage a little bit. But other than that, I don't see any issues with this pick. Who'd you say? Cabe?
Oh, Cam Fabicino?
Oh, Fabi Culannon. I mean, he's probably going to be a 7th rounder, 6th or 7th rounder. I'd say good spot could be Dallas. But you know they're going to draft Shiloh if they can.
Oh, Dallas?
Nah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be mad at that, though. That's one pick I would not be mad at. I think, to be honest, I think we hit on every pick so far. Besides the Shamar James, I like him as a player. I just think it's kind of a stretch, but he's still a good player.
I'm going to go Cameron Fabi Culannon. I'm going to go with either the Seahawks or the 49ers. I think those would be two very good ones. With Tampa Bay at pick number 157, they go with Elijah Roberts, defensive end out of SMU. Let's go. Elijah Roberts.
Smith is still on the board.
Elijah Roberts is an absolute stud at that defensive end, defensive tackle spot. He's needs a little bit of development in his pass rushing as well. He's not really amazing at run stopping, but he isn't a traffic cone either. Elijah Roberts just needs to do a little bit more development to really take himself to that next level as a pass rusher in the NFL. I think he can do fantastic work for that Tampa Bay front line. And, of course, Cabe is an SMU fan, so that's a great pick for him.
Pony up, nigga. Pony Express, nigga. How you talking about? I'm just surprised the slide of Cameron Williams might be the next big slide. Like, really?
That's.
I think San Fran pulls the trigger on him.
That's the first SMU player off the board, isn't it?
Yeah, Brashard Smith is still on the board. I think San Fran might go to Brashard Smith or Cameron Williams.
Well,
because they
49ers
get tougher up.
49ers drafted Jordan James.
Oh shit, they so did.
So I think they're done with running back. The Los Angeles Chargers are up. It wouldn't surprise me if Kyle Shanahan did it.
Can you talk about the Titans draft?
Titans have had a good draft. They've had a pretty good draft.
I think a lot of teams had a good draft.
It's been a lot of good drafts. Miami, I don't know what the Dolphins are doing. Drafting Jordan Phillips and Kenneth Grant in the same draft, both run-stopping defensive tackles. It just makes no sense to me. SMU finally. The Dolphins.
They need interior pressure. They trying to get them pinches right.
Yeah, but you're not gonna get pressure with Kenneth Grant and Jordan Phillips.
They can't stop the run for you.
No, it's the other way around. They can stop the run. They just can't get to the rush, or they can't get to the passer.
You're right. You're right. Todd Robinson is getting home. Todd Robinson had a great second half of the season.
Yeah, you're relying a lot on Chop Robinson and an injured Jordan Phillips, though. Jaden Phillips.
Jalen Phillips.
Jalen Phillips, sorry. Yeah. I know, I don't know ball. Huh?
He tore his Achilles.
Yeah, he tore his ACL, tore his Achilles. I mean, he's been injured a lot.
They better get one of them on Weight Watchers to move to that age.
They still have Bradley Chubb, too, don't they?
Yeah, but Bradley Chubb hasn't... Like, he's a good player. I'm not going to say no one's bad, but he hasn't been the player he's supposed to be with the Dolphins like he was with the Broncos.
He just hasn't been the same. Not since he tore his ACL.
Yeah. That's probably why the Cowboys wanted to get an edge rusher, because they don't know how Sam Williams is going to be. And that's who might be in contention to be traded for a receiver.
It's possible.
Sam Williams in a 7th or 6th round pick.
So
like the Green Bay Packers were like Christian Watson or something.
The Los Angeles Chargers select another wide receiver. They go with Keandre Lambert-Smith. That's a bit of a reach to me. I had a 6th round grade on Keandre. Keandre's really kind of your stereotypical, he can play outside, but I'd see him more of a slot corner in the NFL. Excuse me. No, I'm completely wrong. I would probably expect him to be a developmental pick more than anything else. I had the two Auburn players confused. He was a very good weapon with the Auburn Tigers in 2024. I think he can continue that in his journey to the NFL. I just wonder if maybe his separation issues could affect him in the NFL. He can struggle against man coverage and isn't exactly the most explosive off the line of scrimmage. So the Green Bay Packers pick is in 159. We're getting there. Whew. It's been a hell of a draft.
I feel like the Jackson Dart pick is going to pan out.
Well, if it doesn't, then then everybody's going to be talking about Shedeur falling to the 5th. They're going to talk about that regardless, though.
Yeah. Don't let him be good. The Browns are going to look like a genius. That's if they didn't even want to do that first, bro. I'm telling you, if he turns out good, everybody going to have that look on their face like, oh, shit. Man. And that's a good situation for them, too. They built their team up a little better. Got them 2 good running backs. Got them some playmakers. Like with Harold Fanning Jr. and the 2 running backs. Oh, man. That's going to be a team to watch in the AFC.
Well, that tells you that Nick Chubb definitely isn't coming back.
What about Jerome Ford?
No, I think he's gone too. If you draft 2 running backs if you draft one with a premium pick and the other with a semi-premium pick,
they're out of there.
I think he goes down to running back 3, and you move on from their
Nick Chubb is wrong for it.
Yeah. Okay, so the Green Bay Packers select a linebacker, Colin Oliver, out of Oklahoma State. That's actually good value. Colin Oliver is not a bad option for the Packers. He's kind of your stereotypical coverage linebacker. I don't have any real complaints about that pick for the Packers. They need some coverage linebackers for sure. Yeah, it's been an interesting draft so far. I don't know how I feel about Dallas's picks.
Let's say one of them was a receiver, then everybody would love it. Let's be real. They told me bust on my AP.
It's a
Every
slow
time.
crawl, but I'm hanging in there with you. I appreciate it. It's definitely taking its sweet time. You ever get that? I'm kind of at the point now where I'm like, I kind of want to stop doing this, but I also don't because I committed to it. And I don't know if that's really a good thing to like admit to, but it doesn't matter to me. I appreciate everybody sticking around. It makes me feel all nice, warm, and fuzzy. Oh man, because we're kind of at the point where everything is starting to slow down, and nothing's. This isn't going fast, that's for sure. They're going to take every bit of these 6 hours.
Bruh. I ain't gonna lie, I thought Shador was gonna get drafted during the Taco Bell commercial.
After round 5, I will not be writing picks down anymore. Because my pen is starting to run out of ink. Yeah, my hand's starting to hurt.
I'm knowing, bro. Hey, you a warrior, bro. Hey, can everybody in the chat start giving Noah a round of applause for the effort and resilience he had during this, bro? It takes power and guts.
Well,
hold on. I got you, bro. Hold on. I got you, big bro. I got you. Don't worry. You know I got you.
Shit. I've been laying back on my couch just kind of watching the draft and talking about all the picks. Some of the guys getting drafted I don't know a whole lot about. Like who was it that I didn't know anything about earlier? It was in the 4th round and I had no idea who they were. Oh, it was Billy Bowman and it was where's he at? He had a crazy weird name. Was it in the 5th round? No. It was a Bears pick. I don't remember who it was. Okay, interesting. Cabe, did you happen to catch number 160 for the 49ers? Because for some reason my draft coverage just went to a commercial break and then I missed the pick. Okay, well I'll leave that blank for now. For pick number 161, the Philadelphia Eagles pick Smalley Mondon out of Georgia, linebacker. That's a good pick. I was always really high on Smalley Mondon. I really wanted to do a draft video on him, but I wasn't sure about his draft position. I really liked how productive he was. Smalley Mondon was a extremely productive linebacker at Georgia. He has some coverage skills. He has some ball skills. He's able to be a great tackler in the NFL. There is some size concerns for Mondon, but I don't think that's going to affect anything with the Philadelphia Eagles. Excuse me for just a moment, guys. I'm going to step away for a moment and grab something to drink. I'll be right back. Whew. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. So the pick is in for the the pick is in for number 162, the New York Jets. Has Philly picked any Georgia players? Yes. Yeah, they just did. They just picked Smalley Mondon Jr. out of Georgia. It's a very good pickup for them. Mondon is an extremely good, solid linebacker. Very underrated. Oh, yes! 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 Let's fucking go! The New York Jets select Francisco Mauigoa, linebacker out of Miami. Yes! I love Francisco. Francisco was one of the best linebackers in 2023. He had a drop in production. For 2024, and I don't really know why he fell as far as he did. He was fantastic in 2023. Even in 2024, when his production dropped a little bit, it did not drop enough for him to be considered as a 7th round undrafted free agent. I had him as, when I made my video on him, I had him as a 7th round grade. I have upped that grade quite a bit. I thought he could go as high as the 4th round at times. He goes in the 5th round, so cuts the 2 in between. I love Francisco Mauigoa. I'm so happy that he was able to go. He was able to get selected, finally. Oh my God. I have not gotten that hype for any of the players yet, and Mauigoa is the first one. There's 3 other players that I'm really hoping get drafted. That was Mauigoa, that's the 4th one. J.J. Weaver out of Kentucky, Thor Griffith out of Louisville, excuse me, and Cameron Fabi-Quanon, and Nick Nash is actually another one. I really want Nick Nash to go to the Cowboys. That would be a fantastic spot for him. Number 163 for the Carolina Panthers, the pick is in. We'll see who they go with. Like I said, after the 5th round, I will not be writing picks down anymore. So that'll probably help me with some of my bending and, kind of pain that I'm having in my hand and fingers and stuff, because I'm sitting here doing this the whole time. I'm so fucking happy that Mauigoa got picked. I'm so happy. Cabe, I don't know if you're still here, but one of my guys got picked. Super happy about that. I'm also sorry if I blew out the audio. I think I probably did. I apologize if I blew out the audio. Looks like Los Angeles Chargers traded up. So after the Pittsburgh pick, they're next in line. Pittsburgh is also probably going to look for a quarterback here. I'd be surprised. Maybe could go Will Howard. Will Howard or Quinn Ewers would be good spots for him. All right. The Carolina Panthers select another one of my guys. Mitchell Evans, tight end out of Notre Dame. I need to go back through and change all my thumbnails, and add the tags for the teams that draft the guys that I made videos on, because these guys, I want them to succeed. I want people to know who they are. I don't care about the views. I just want people to know who they are. Mitchell Evans was a fantastic tight end for Notre Dame. Had 2 very good years with the team. I think the Panthers got a very good pick with Evans. Whew. So the Pittsburgh Steelers, pick number 164 is in. Let's see what the Steelers go with. I think they go a quarterback here if I had to guess. They might wait until the 6th or 7th to go with quarterback. Surely they wouldn't wait until knowing what Aaron Rodgers is going to do. You'd think they'd go ahead and draft a quarterback. That way they at least have somebody. I would go with either Will Howard or Quinn Ewers if I'm Pittsburgh, if I'm looking at a quarterback. Oh, you know what? McCord. That's true. I might go with a Kyle McCord here. That's very true. Good call out. Kyle McCord. How did I forget him? I made a video on him. You moron, Noah. Pay attention. These are guys that you made videos on. You can't forget these guys. We have 2 back-to-back picks of guys that I made videos on. I'm so happy for them. I'm so unbelievably happy for them. I hope all of my guys get drafted. Even DJ Uiagalelei, even though I don't think he's going to, which, well, I'm pretty sure he's not going to, but I'd love to see him get drafted. It'd be hilarious if he got drafted, but still would like to see it. That's probably annoying. I need to stop doing that. Whew. So, let's see. Dallas might still look to draft a quarterback as well. I'd be a little surprised if they did. Is Pittsburgh going to announce their pick? Are they going to announce the Pittsburgh Steelers pick, or are they going to just... Pittsburgh also could use a running back here, too. You know, how much do you trust of, you know, Jalen Samuels? How much do you trust of that running back room? Not very much. I don't. You know, they could go safety. Could go, you know, I don't think they need guard, but quarterback is probably number one option. If I'm Pittsburgh, I'm not waiting for Aaron Rodgers to make their decision. They lost all of their quarterbacks, by the way, in 2025. So I'd be very surprised if Pittsburgh did not take a quarterback here. Or somewhere. Gosh damn, man. Are they going to make the pick? Okay, here we go. Here's the pick. Huh. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Yahya Black, defensive tackle out of Iowa. Okay. Yahya Black. That's an interesting selection. Not a bad selection for what he is. He is a very, very good run-stopping defensive tackle, but they don't really need him. They need a quarterback, but that's okay. The Los Angeles Chargers have traded up to 165, so they are now on the clock. Who could they be going with? Oh, God. Jesus. The Los Angeles Chargers go with Oronde Gadsden II, tight end out of Syracuse. Interesting. It's not a bad selection for the Chargers. They needed a tight end. Gadsden has some great receiving potential, but I don't know if he necessarily fits that mold just yet. He does have a good blocking profile, but I mean, you couldn't really go wrong. You needed a tight end, and they got one. I maybe would have preferred a guy like Gavin Bartholomew over Oronde, but that's just personal preference. So, pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks. Chargers still need a tight end or a cornerback. Well, they got a tight end. And they're going through all the picks that they weren't able to get to now, because they spent an hour and a half talking about Shedeur Sanders. Damn it. Well, okay, well, the Seattle Seahawks select Torrey Horton, wide receiver out of Colorado State. That is a great pickup for them. Torrey Horton, as I said earlier, struggles with some concentration drops and effort whenever he doesn't have the ball in his hands. But when he has the ball in his hands, he is a fantastic playmaker. That's a shame that he didn't get to Dallas, but that's a great player off the board. For the Tennessee Titans, pick is in at 167. Let's see what the Titans do here. They've had a sneaky good draft. Interesting. So the Tennessee Titans select Jackson Slater, guard out of Sacramento State. Jackson Slater was always going to fall because he came from a smaller school. He's more of a developmental pick, but he doesn't have as much of the upside that you see from guys like Charles Grant or even David Walker. But that is still a very, very good pick for the Titans. What's funny is all of the videos where the players got picked already, they're already exploding and blowing up. That is fantastic. I'm so happy to see that. So happy to see that. So the pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's see where they go. Wow, that is a reach. Oh my goodness. Okay, so the Philadelphia Eagles select center Drew Kendall, Boston College. That's a reach to me. I had an undrafted grade on Drew Kendall. I thought that he was going to fall just because he does not fill the hole of a center very well. I feel that's a reach, but he probably fits better at guard than he does center, but not a terrible pick, but I still think the value doesn't fit. I had an undrafted grade on him. I don't think he has the size necessarily. But a lot of the guards or excuse me, a lot of the centers in this year's draft, there just weren't very many. There just weren't very many centers I would draft. This feels like a draft spot based off of need rather than value. So the Chicago Bears pick is in 169. They got to go running back here. I'd say running back. You got some really good ones available. Let's see what the Chicago Bears do. What's funny is Shiloh isn't is streaming, and he streamed his brother getting drafted. It's funny because he might not get drafted himself. And to stream it is kind of weird. It's kind of odd to me. Philly in the trenches, what a surprise. Yeah, I just didn't like the value there. The Chicago Bears go cornerback Za Frazier out of UTSA. Za Frazier, I feel that's a reach as well. You're going to start getting into this weird area where a lot of players feel like reaches. I have Za Frazier as a 6th or 7th round pick, so not a massive reach. Very good athletic corner. Somebody who matches the size that you want in an NFL corner. Good ball hawking ability. Struggles with some sideline to sideline speed. But can struggle with his route recognition at times, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad pick for the Chicago Bears. Up next is the Buffalo Bills. They are still on the clock. They haven't made a decision just yet. Oh, I'm getting old. Who would have thought that 24 hits you like a truck? Pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. This camera also doesn't do much for my figure, you know. Sorry. My bad. That was cringe. That was the cringiest thing I could have done. Let's see what the Buffalo Bills do here. So yeah, I'm sorry. I was checking my phone. I'm getting all these comments now on my videos of people finding my videos from the players getting drafted. So people are commenting on my videos and leaving stuff. So kill them with kindness. I haven't gotten any hate comments yet. Surprise, surprise. That is actually surprising to me. I know football, some football fans can be pretty toxic. I'm kind of waiting on it to happen. I'm waiting on a lot of these toxic fans to come. That's why I'm trying to update my thumbnails eventually. The Buffalo Bills finally take a corner. They select Jordan Hancock out of Ohio State. Not really the corner I would have taken. I would have probably preferred Denzel Burke over Hancock, but not a bad selection either. Hancock has some great man-to-man ability, has the ability to make plays on the ball as well. I think he could fit very well next to Christian Benford. So next is Detroit. They're in an interesting position. They basically just need defensive help. They basically need just defensive help. if I'm Detroit, I'm beefing up the trenches as much as you can. I'm getting linebacker help. You could get a couple of really good linebackers in Jamon Dumas Johnson. He's still there. If you want a run stopper with Detroit, get Tyler Barron or Tyler Beatty. Jared Ivey is still there. He's still available, which is surprising to me. Not really somebody I thought would still be available. If you're wanting a pass rusher linebacker, maybe a J.J. Weaver, but it's probably very, very early to pick somebody like that. It'd be a little interesting. There's also an Antoine Powell-Ryland. Oh, Detroit actually traded up to get to 171. So I like an Antoine Powell-Ryland pick here. They went two very good defensive tackles in Ty Hamilton and Tyreek Williams. I really like this pick here, being a defensive end. Excuse me, not Ty Hamilton. They went another defensive tackle. Oh, they didn't go defensive tackle. I'm an idiot. What else is new? Gonna be interesting. Let's see what Detroit does here. I'm trying to continue having some kind of commentary, but there's just nothing to add. It's just nothing to add here. Just waiting for the pick. I don't understand what these waits are. Like, why are we waiting? Like, I don't remember them doing this any other year in the NFL draft. It didn't make any sense to me. Yeah, if I'm Detroit, I'm getting somebody on the other side of Aiden Hutchinson. Somebody that's not named Zadarius Smith.
They told me bust out my AP. I don't get time. On my fault.
Okay.
Hey, who's having a good draft in your opinion? But like, that's a sleeper though. Like, who's sneakily having a good draft?
Other than Dallas, I'd say probably the Falcons. Somebody who's not being talked about a whole lot is the Falcons.
Facts. They got Billy Bowman, Xavier Watts,
Mm-hmm.
James Pierce Jr., Jalen Walker. They said we know we got to do on defense because our offense is pretty much set. My gosh, that defense. So that says a lot about Jesse Bates, though, right?
Yeah, it does. You could also go the Saints. They've had an interesting draft. I don't know if it's necessarily bad, but it's not like the greatest. The Browns, as much as I hated that Shedeur Sanders debacle they decided to go with, still very, very good. I don't understand why they have Tommy Mellott as one of the best available quarterbacks. It pisses me off seeing that.
Hey, you know who is one of the best quarterbacks, though? Seth Hennigan.
Yeah, he should be there. He should be on the best quarterback spot. Damn it. I can't believe that Pittsburgh still has not drafted a quarterback.
They probably want to go out of Will Howard or Quinn Ewers.
You would think so.
I think they was trying to troll too much and say, you know what? They gonna let Shador just keep on sliding. Hey, fuck it.
I don't think anybody expected. I don't think anybody expected the Browns to take him. The Detroit Lions take Miles Frazier, guard out of LSU. He's finally off the board.
That's a good. That's a great pick actually.
Yeah, Miles Frazier is kind of a do-it-all player. He can play offensive guard, tackle, center. He can play everywhere on the line, and he can do so pretty well. He is best. He is best at guard. He's also been very available. Started 50 of 55 career games. That is pretty insane production and availability for a guard in college. I like that pick for Detroit. I would have liked to see them get a pass rusher for Detroit, but they still haven't done that, which is a little surprising. We got the Rams up next. Oh, and by the way, that Isaac Tesla pick did not age well.
Why you say that?
Because it was a reach. I looked at where he was rated on mock boards. He was a 7th to undrafted free agent.
Yeah.
That was a reach.
That's why I was confused when you said, oh, yeah, that's a good pick. I said, huh?
You should have called me out on it.
No, I thought you, because you did more, you do way more research than me.
I mean, he is a good player. I just didn't know where he was ranked. I had him as a 5th round talent, so I still said it was a reach, but I didn't know he was rated a lot lower than that. He was rated quite a bit lower. So Dallas is continuing to stay put as receiver after receiver after running back comes off the board. If you're Dallas and there's no wide receivers left with Torrey Horton coming off the board, do you maybe just give up on trying to fill the receiver need in the draft?
You can go with Jimmy Horn.
Yeah, but he's not. He's definitely not a wide receiver 2 option.
Yeah. My time, it looks like it's gonna be a wide receiver room by committee by default now.
It's gonna have to be. The Los Angeles Rams select Chris Paul Jr. He's a great linebacker out of Ole Miss. Very good coverage linebacker. Somebody you want to see. No, he is not related to Chris Paul in the NBA. But this is a very good linebacker. The Rams just got a good bargain on a starting caliber linebacker. Okay, you were saying?
That's South Carolina linebacker Donovan Knight, or what was his name?
Demetrius Knight.
I just thought that was a reach. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that was a reach. It was a little surprising, but after Carson Schlesinger, the drop off for linebackers was immense. So somebody was going to reach for him. I mean, there was no way he was going to make it to the to the 3rd round. It's like it's kind of like how Walter Nolan is. You know, like everybody was like, oh, he might fall, or not Walter Nolan, Derek Harmon was. Like, he's not going to fall out. He's not a 1st round talent, but he's going to go in the 1st round because of the severe lack of actual depth at strong defensive tackles in the early rounds. Oh, my Lord. Are we doing this? Come on, man.
Man, this is a crazy draft in my opinion.
It's getting rough. You know, I missed pick number 160. I don't know who got picked there.
Yeah, I was in there cooking, so I didn't know.
Let me see if I can look it up, so I can at least break that pick down. People have been commenting on my draft stock videos as the players get drafted. At pick number 173, the Buffalo Bills select Jackson Halls, tight end out of Georgia Tech. I don't understand why they drafted a tight end. They don't need one.
Is Kobe Bryant still on the board?
Yes.
Wow. Aaron Rodgers, I forgot.
Longerbeam. He's still there.
And Longerbeam was projected to go like 4th, 5th round, I heard.
5th to 6th.
That's still wild that he's still on the board. Well, not wild, but.
So Jackson Halls is one of the better tight ends left on the board. I don't understand why the Bills took him though. They don't need a tight end at all. I hope JJ Pegues will be drafted. He'll be drafted. Yeah, JJ Pegues will be drafted somewhere. Now, am I surprised that he's falling out of the 4th and 5th rounds? No. Just because Pegues has some issues with pass rushing, and who the hell is that? At pick number 160, the San Francisco 49ers selected Marquez Sigel, safety out of Kansas State. I don't know who that is. I'd never heard that name before. So I apologize.
What's his name?
Marquez Sigel? Out of
safety,
Kansas
right?
State? Yeah.
Yeah, he's a solid player, but I don't think he should have been drafted this hard. He was projected undrafted free agent or 7th round pick.
It doesn't surprise me. Yeah, JJ Pegues will get drafted somewhere. Listen, he'll get drafted before Desmond Watson will. Denzel Burke is off the board. The Arizona Cardinals select Denzel Burke, cornerback out of Ohio State. So Denzel Burke is much better at as a zone corner. He has a great burst. He has a great plant and drive ability to be able to really solidify his tackles. But he struggled. His draft stock actually took a hit, probably more so because of one game. He got his ass kicked by the Oregon wide receivers. It's not surprising to see Denzel fall as far as he has. But that is actually a very good pickup for the Arizona Cardinals. That is another team, Cabe, that I think is having a decent draft. Is the Arizona Cardinals.
Yes.
They needed defensive help, and they are getting it. Now, granted, they reached on like 2 players. I think Walter Nolan was a reach, and I think that Cody Simon was a massive reach. I had a 5th or 6th round grade on Cody Simon. They took him in the 3rd.
Only reason I say Walter Nolan is not a reach is because they wouldn't have got him if they traded down. Cause I heard teams behind him that wanted Walter Nolan. It's just like the Cowboys. The Cowboys would have traded out. So it's sometimes you're going to have to reach to get the players that you actually want, and just want to bite that bullet. Cody Simon, I think he still would have been there in the 6th round, but you also got to think about the teams drafting behind him. Would they still be there by the time it's time for us to pick again? So that's why I said, nah, those players were not reaches in my. We just gonna feel the silence, bro.
Sorry, I was doing something with my cat had something on his foot. So I mean, I get it. I get reaches are gonna happen. I'm not saying that they're bad picks. Just that, I'm gonna point out a reach when I see one. There was some. that Anthony Belton reach in round 2 was insane to me.
I also think that Demetrius Knight pick, because he's 25. That's even more of a build in my opinion.
Yeah, he's an old prospect, but that just means that what you see now is what you get. And he was impressive at South Carolina. Solid draft by AZ so far? Yes, it has been. It's been a very solid draft.
Seahawks are having a good draft too.
Yes, they are. They got their QB of the future in Jalen Milroe. Let's go.
Hey, I think that's the perfect spot. That's gonna be their first dual threat quarterback since Russell Wilson, right? Well, Russell Wilson wasn't even that much of a dual threat. He can run, but still. That's gonna be their first dual threat quarterback. That's a blessing.
If he develops well.
If Jalen Milroe can actually develop to what he's supposed to be, bro, we have a stronger Lamar Jackson, bro. Yeah, that's crazy. That's actually crazy.
The Seattle Seahawks, speaking of them, their pick is up next. We'll see who they pick. I can't believe Kobe Bryant is still on the board. I cannot believe that. This guy had second round talk before the draft. How is he falling out of the 5th round? Whoever picks him up is going to get massive. Huh?
Steve Harvey reposted the Browns pick.
Dude, that's going to be talked about forever. Like, Shedor's going to have so much pressure on him for no reason, and it sucks because he shouldn't.
No, it's not going to be pressure on him. It's going to be pressure on the quarterbacks drafted ahead of, bro. It's not going to be because of Shedor. There's no pressure on Shedor no more. He's a 5th round pick. There's no pressure in that.
Did you see that?
Just because his name is Sanders?
Did you see that flag football is going to be in the Olympics?
Yeah, they said that like during the Olympics. I thought.
What do you mean?
Cause Jalen Hurts like
Oh, what the hell? That is a hell of a reach. Okay, so the Seattle Seahawks just drafted Robbie Ozitz, tight end out of Alabama. He was a projected undrafted free agent.
Was he even? I don't even think he was second string for Alabama.
No. He got demoted to third string.
I don't even think that.
Oh,
I don't know. He must be a good talker.
Did you see my boy Francisco Mauigoa got drafted?
Yeah.
Jets got him. That's going to be a steal. And speaking of Jets, they just traded back into the 5th round. They are now picking at 176, and that will close out the 5th round.
I think they go Shiloh. No, I'm playing.
Could you imagine if Shiloh gets drafted in the 5th round? His brother had to wait.
This is Shiloh's range with 5th round.
6th to 7th. I don't think 5th. Oh, hey, look at that. That's actually a really good pick. Holy shit. The New York Jets select Tyler Barron, edge out of Miami. That is a massive.
Bro. It was him and Tyler Batty that was on my underrated ends list. Well, defensive lineman.
That is a great pick.
Tyler, an excellent pick, bro.
That is a great pick. Great run-stopping defensive end. Needs to develop some kind of a pass rush. He doesn't really have one just yet. Really relies on his physical traits and power more so than anything else. But that is an amazing pick for the Jets, who have sneakily had a very good draft as well. They've been fantastic. You know, a player that that hasn't been drafted yet that I can't believe is Jared Ivey.
Yeah.
He's still undrafted.
I'd say like Ollie Gordon or something. That's surprised, but in the league with a lot of good running backs, it's not that surprising.
Yeah, I always kind of figured that Ollie Gordon was gonna fall. I just like his production and at Oklahoma State. I mean, he made the decision. You can say that Oklahoma State was really bad and it's not all his fault, but he made the decision knowing that team was going to be bad to stay there. If he had any sense to do so, he would have transferred, or he would have stayed in college for another year, which he should have done. I'd say the same thing for I would have stayed if I was Jordan James. He could have been a top pick next year. Because next year's running back class is not expected to be great. Not unless these running backs step up. The pick is in for the first pick of the 6th round for the Buffalo Bills. Let's see what the Buffalo Bills do. And they're going to be asking Mike Tomlin why they didn't draft Shedeur. I bet you that's what they're doing right now.
Thank you. Walk us through the conversation you had 21st overall. And
Oh, no, they're not. They're talking about their first round pick. I don't care about that. So the Buffalo Bills, man, I say they keep going corner. Keep drafting corners. You got Jordan Hancock. He's not a bad corner.
You know that's how
Huh?
You know how nobody on the Browns said anything about Dylan Gabriel, and then every player's congratulating Shador on Twitter. Bro.
That's kind of fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. They're like
Denzel Ward, let's be legendary Shador.
Dylan Gabriel gets drafted, and they're like, okay, I guess we'll see you in training camp, nerd. That is crazy. I feel bad for Gabriel. I'm not gonna lie.
Watch he turns out to be the actual.
Yeah, watch him be the best quarterback. I mean, but I actually feel bad for Gabriel because he's going in. You would think a third round pick is going to have all the attention, but he's not. He's not going to have any of the attention. And if he starts, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when the Jets brought in Tim Tebow to back up Mark Sanchez, and every time he made a mistake, they were calling for Tim Tebow to come in and start. It's going to be like that. Anytime that Dylan Gabriel makes a mistake, people are going to be calling for Shador.
It reminds me kind of like the RG3 and Kirk Cousins situation. In my opinion. But you know, the Eagles were actually about to draft Shador. That's why the Browns jumped the gun.
Where did you hear that? Is that actually a report?
No, that's a legit report.
What?
Swear.
Why would the Eagles do that?
They need a backup quarterback.
Yeah, but Shador? You want an ego-filled backup?
Think about that. He also is like the Joe Milton. That's trade value right there. That's trade value.
I mean, I guess it doesn't make sense to me, but
they could have drafted him in the 5th and got a 2nd round pick for him. Let's be real.
Well, if you're drafting him in the 5th and he's not making your roster, I don't think he's gonna get a 2nd rounder though.
Oh, he'll make the roster because what quarterback 2 is better than him on the Eagles? They got rid of Kenny Pickett. It's just Jalen Hurts right now.
They got who's that guy? Who's the dude? Tanner McKee, yeah, the GOAT, Tanner McKee.
Yeah, he's 3rd string. If Shador's in it, he's automatically 3rd string. Let's be real.
He did pretty good when he played.
He's 3rd string. I don't give a damn. He's 3rd string, bro.
He's better than Kenny Pickett, that's for sure.
Bro, seeing Kenny Pickett throw a pass in the Super Bowl was the most disgusting. Seeing those 2 gloves on that football in the fucking Super Bowl was just the most disgusting thing ever, bro.
Well, it's the only thing he had to worry about now. He got his Super Bowl. That's why he went to the Browns. he's like, all right, I got my Super Bowl now. We can go to the Browns.
Let's pack it up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pack it up.
Oh Lord, the draft, group chat is freaking the hell out about something. I'm just sitting here looking at my phone every now and then. I'm seeing that like the chat is just flying, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, what are they arguing about? Okay, what are the Bills doing? It's round 6. The pick is in. What are we doing? Just announce the pick. Let's get this shit underway. It about to be 6 o'clock before this shit's over. Oh, come on, man. Well, I can't even add anything right now because I don't know what to add. I can't really add anything. I mean, check something real quick. I'm gonna look up that Shador report.
I can't even be mad at this front office, bro.
Wow, that's actually true? Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Why? All right. The Buffalo Bills, the first pick is finally in. They select Dorian Strong, cornerback out of Virginia Tech. That's a very good pick.
What did Kobe Bryant do then?
I don't know. That's a good pick, though.
Dorian Strong is a great player.
Yeah, Dorian Strong is a very good coverage corner. More of a zone cover guy than a man coverage guy. Not really known for his ball skills, but he can provide some value there. It's not an upsetting pick. They need cornerback help. I think Strong can help with that, along with Jordan Hancock.
Jordan Hancock. I just love that.
So
Jordan Hancock.
What do you think Dallas is going to do in the 6th and 7th rounds?
I think they ought to get a DB, like a safety-wise DB. Or they go receiver with Andrew Armstrong, or like whoever the best receiver they feel. Or they go lineman with Cameron Williams. There's a lot of options with they can do. So I just say those. I say Cameron Williams, safety, receiver are the only ones I can see them actually going.
Yeah.
What about you?
I could see a safety. I could see probably some offensive line depth, depending on who's there. Maybe a tight end or something. Bills picked a cornerback. Yeah, I saw that. I
don't think they're going tight end solely because, like, if you paid attention to this, well, I'm not gonna say if you pay, but really they've been attacking like everything just perfectly in my opinion. So I don't think they're just gonna do a throwaway pick for a tight end.
Well, I mean, it's the 6th and 7th rounds. Any of those picks can be considered throwaway picks.
Not the way the Cowboys have been drafting. I think they are really paying attention to detail.
True.
They're on it.
They want impact players.
Exactly. And tight end, at this point where you got, what's that Minnesota guy? Spanford, who is a good blocker.
Yeah.
You got Schoonmaker. You got Ferguson. You have Princeton Fant. You have all these players. It just wouldn't make sense to do that. To get a tight end.
The Baltimore Ravens select Bilal Cohn, cornerback out of Western Michigan. Very developmental guy. Has some good traits you like to see. Very good tackler. Not really the best zone coverage guy, but can play some man coverage. It can't understate how good of a tackler he is, but other than that, I see this more as a developmental pick. I could see Dallas doing like a, draft offensive line depth. They could go with a safety. There's some really good safeties still available. If they go, could they double dip at receiver? I don't see them doing that, but it's possible. I don't know. I don't think they would double dip at running back, that's for sure, unless there's one there that they just love. Maybe they pick up Rashard Smith to play in the slot. Move him back to wide receiver. Who knows? Rashard Smith might actually go undrafted. We'll see what happens. The pick is in for the Miami Dolphins. Let's see what Miami does here.
This was the worst year to be a quarterback. I'm not gonna lie.
Remember when everybody was like, "Yeah, Quinn Ewers is the best quarterback in this year's class"? LOL. Oh my yikes! I like how they're showing Amarion Hampton's like when he got picked, and his family is like they're smiling, but you can tell they just don't. They didn't expect it or they're not happy.
Look at the delayed hug. Look at the delayed hug. Bro, everybody just like slowly walking around like.
Yeah, they're like, okay, sure. I mean, yay, he got drafted, but okay. It's definitely definitely not who they expected to draft him, I'm sure.
I think they thought the Broncos were going to draft him.
Either the Broncos or he might have fell out of the first round. Oh, all right. So Miami has drafted a running back. They go with Ollie Gordon II, running back out of Oklahoma State. So
they have 50 of them, bro. What the fuck?
I don't understand that one. Ollie Gordon comes out of Oklahoma State, which was a dumpster fire last year. He is a very, very good running back. Was best remembered for his Heisman runner-up campaign a few years ago, but wasn't able to come anywhere close to repeating that with this dumpster fire of an Oklahoma State team. Had just 880 yards after having almost 2,000 the year before, and it shows they weren't very good this year. He was their offense, but even with a down year, he still was one of the best quarterbacks in the nation in yards after contact, which is impressive. He goes to a Miami team where he's going to have to fight to make the roster, and he's got the chance to be an RB2. Not really where he probably expected to be, but it's a good spot for him. Las Vegas picks next. If I'm Las Vegas, I might go either running back, wide receiver. I could see myself going corner as well, maybe some offensive line. They're going to go defensive tackle, and it's Fat Theo's, man. J.J. Peggs out of Ole Miss. I love J.J. Peggs. He's a great defensive tackle.
Now, you know how Ole Miss use him as a running back? Imagine that's going to be a hell of a backfield.
Oh, my God.
J.J. Peggs and Ashton Jeanty in the backfield.
That is a great selection for the Las Vegas Raiders. Peggs is just basically a great all-around defensive tackle. Is really good at being able to burst through the line and make tackles for loss. Isn't really a sack monster, but he can generate pressure. Not really one of the best when it comes to generate pressure, but he can be a good rotational defensive tackle for the Raiders especially. I like that pick. So they're now bringing up Donovan Edwards, which scares me. I don't think Donovan Edwards is draftable. I don't think you should draft him. Will the two Michigan running backs get drafted?
I think Khalil Mullins has a better chance of getting drafted than Donovan Edwards.
Yeah, I agree. I think Mullins has a way better chance of getting drafted. He just outperformed Edwards, and there was a reason that Edwards was number 2 in that Michigan backfield. The Eagles are picking up next, by the way. I mean, he might slip into the end of round 7, but I'd be surprised if Edwards got drafted before Mullins. Mullins provides more. He's able to catch out of the backfield. He's a lot better at that. The Philadelphia Eagles just selected a quarterback, Kyle McCord, out of Syracuse.
Told you. They were looking for quarterback.
Wow. Interesting. Okay. I did a video on Kyle McCord, and I love Kyle McCord's game. But the problem I had with Kyle McCord is his game kind of reminds you of like he's a backup. He's your stereotypical backup in the NFL. Does everything well, but doesn't do anything elite. Arm power is pretty average. Accuracy is on point, though. And he can escape out of the pocket. He can create plays with his legs. I don't know if I necessarily like the position, but I never thought that Kyle McCord was going to be a potential starter in the NFL. And him going to the Eagles kind of solidifies that. He was very, very good at Ohio State, And for some reason, him and Ryan Day just could not get along. I think that's fantastic for Kyle McCord. I knew he was going to get drafted. I had a 4th-round grade on him. He goes in round 6, and the Eagles get a quarterback to be the backup to Jalen Hurts with tremendous value. He was my best quarterback available right now. I had him over Will Howard and Quinn Ewers. So we have New England up next. New England scares me a little bit. I wonder what New England will do. Damn, does Dallas pick towards the end of the 6th round?
Yes, 206.
Good Lord.
Someone said Dallas might as well just pack up that draft.
I mean, let's say move up. So now we're towards the end of the draft where a lot of these guys that are falling won't fall for long. New England, I could see New England as a potential Kobe Bryant destination. What do you think? Cabe. Oh, okay. Cabe is MIA.
What did you say?
I said I think New England could be a potential Kobe Bryant location.
I think they're a potential Super Bowl contender. Now I'm playing, but maybe. Who they have? They have Christian Gonzalez. They got Carlton Davis, I believe, right?
Yeah. And they also
have Marcus Jones in the slot.
Yeah, and they drafted Craig Woodson in the 4th round.
Yeah, I don't think that's a Kobe Bryant destination unless they plan on moving him to a more of a free safety role, moving Peppers to the strong safety role.
Well, then what would they do with Craig Woodson? They drafted in the 4th round. You're right. It doesn't really.
It's just a bad. I don't think that's a Kobe Bryant play.
Yeah, good point. Good point. I just can't believe he's fallen this far.
In a way, I can because also a lot of teams have a lot of cornerbacks. I can see Tennessee as a potential one.
True,
There's
but
a lot of spot. Even though Roger McCary is a slot guy,
they drafted.
They
drafted Caleb Ransall in the 3rd round.
More of a safety. Oh, that's more of a safety, though, in my opinion. He's more of a safety.
They drafted Caleb Ransall and a safety somewhere. And I can't remember.
New Orleans need one.
True.
And they're going to get a starter, a day 1 starter in Kobe Bryant, in my opinion.
Dude, they are milking the Shedeur Sanders stuff. Good Lord, man. We get it. He got drafted. Like, all these other guys don't get anywhere near that amount of attention.
To be fair, that was the most polarizing player in college football besides Travis Hunter.
I mean, I guess, but still.
And plus, there's no reason he should even be drafted today.
The kicker fan club is open. The New England Patriots select Andres Borregales, kicker out of Miami.
Yeah, he was like the best kicker in NFL, right? I mean, college football. Right?
He was one of the best. That's surprising. A kicker in the 6th round, though?
That's not surprising. A kicker got drafted in the 3rd round before.
Second.
Jake Moody was a 3rd round pick.
Yeah, and that Tampa Bay kicker was drafted in the 2nd round. I can't remember his name.
Yeah. And Janikowski was a 1st rounder.
I still can't believe that. I mean, yeah, he was a super good kicker, but still, a kicker in the 1st round?
Yeah, that was. Yeah, you know, your team must have been godly good for you to even think about getting a kicker in the 1st round.
And they weren't.
Which they would. The Raiders were good at that time.
Janikowski was drafted in 2004.
The Raiders are pretty good around there.
I mean, they were okay. Does New England need a punter or a kicker? They needed a kicker. They did need a kicker.
Behringer wasn't good.
Yeah, they needed a kicker. I don't know about drafting one, though. I'm never high on drafting kickers. Like, somebody was saying I should do a kicker video and just talk about all the kickers that could be drafted. But it's like, I don't want to do that because all the kickers' problems are pretty much all the same. Like, oh, you know, they've got accuracy issues, or they've got power issues, or they can't kick in weather. Or, you know, it's like, I'd kind of be just repeating myself if I made one of those videos. Now, if I would have done one, it would have been like a short. It would have been like a, hey, watch out for these kickers. They could be drafted. I never would have went with Andre Barragales. And Tennessee takes a cornerback, but it is not Kobe Bryant. They take Marcus Harris out of Cal. That's a bit of a reach. I don't know anything about Marcus Harris other than he was a projected 7th rounder. I do know that he is a good zone coverage guy and has some ball skill potential. But other than that, I don't know a whole lot about him. I still can't believe that he got drafted over. That's crazy. Over Kobe Bryant is insane to me. He is a solid tackler. I did forget that. Marcus Harris is a very solid tackler. Who is texting me? Stop texting me. I'm doing stuff. Did you see that Shedeur got prank called by somebody? Saying they were a team?
Yeah, it was a little kid from Ole Miss.
Yeah. That's pretty fucked up, I'm not gonna lie. So the Saints pick is in. Cabe, you got any predictions for the Saints? Okay. No. I'm gonna go defensive end. I've been trying to talk the Saints into picking a defensive end for the entire draft, and they just have not done it yet. And they're going to continue to not draft it. They're going to draft Devin Neal, running back out of Kansas. That's a good pickup.
What? That's a great pickup.
That is a really good pickup. Devin Neal is one of the best running backs available at this point of the draft. Has that burst and speed you want to see in a running back. Has some issues with catching the ball. Isn't really known for his receiving ability. But I don't hate that pick at all. They get a solidified option behind Alvin Kamara. I really like that pick. So we have. We are now.
The Browns need to trade back in for a receiver, bro.
Well, they.
Are you really gonna roll in week 1 with Cedric Tillman? They have a 1st-round pick to give up.
I believe they drafted a receiver.
They didn't.
Oh, they sure
only got 2 running backs.
They sure didn't. You're right.
I'm using that 1st-round pick to trade. Not gonna lie.
Into the 7th?
No, for a receiver. Like an actual receiver.
Shit. I was about to say, Gabe, you're about to piss me off.
You think I'm crazy? What the hell?
I was about to call you Alex or something. I was like, what the hell?
No, I'm trying to think about a receiver that could be on the trade block. Okay, trade the 1st for Garrett Wilson.
Shit. I think I think they're gonna want a lot more than Garrett Wilson. Okay, the Steelers pick is in. Is this a quarterback? They need a quarterback. Right. Surely they're not gonna wait for Aaron Rodgers to make a decision.
I think they're going Will Howard.
You're looking at your phone, ain't you?
Swear I'm not.
If it's Will Howard, I'm going to call Cap.
No, I said that earlier, though, remember? I said it's either Quinn Ewers or Will Howard, but you got to think about it. Still is like tall quarterback. Will Howard is 6'4".
He'd be their next Ben Roethlisberger.
Fuck no, but
Their white tall quarterback.
He'll be something to be happy about instead of like Mason Rudolph. You know what Mason Rudolph is. At least George Pickens know he could be in the Jeremiah Smith situation. Just trips from get your trips on the left side and get that right side DK Metcalf isolated.
You kind of know what Will Howard is by now too. Like he's been in college for a long time.
He's only 23 though.
I know. I'm not saying he's young. I'm not saying he's old. I'm just saying you kind of know what he is. He hasn't really developed, like changed entirely and gotten super, super better. He's accurate. He isn't a statue in the pocket. He can move a little bit, and he has the arm power to throw. But you know kind of what he is by now.
But think about this though. When he was at Kansas State, that was like a good team. It wasn't a great team, but it was a good team. He couldn't really show his abilities due to how Kansas State runs their offense. When he went to Ohio State, he was behind that very injured offensive line. They had to move a guard to tackle. That's how injured their offense was. And you got to think about if pressure's in your face consistently sometimes, how much can you really get in the rhythm in the game?
I'm calling cap on you not looking it up. The Pittsburgh Steelers select QB Will Howard out of Ohio State. Will Howard fits everything that you want to see in a quarterback. I'm just messing with you, Gabe. He fits everything that you want to see in a quarterback. He has the arm strength to throw deep balls. Can falter at times. Has the accuracy to get the job done as well. Led Ohio State to the national championship on his back, along with Judkins and Henderson Jeremiah Smith. So Howard is a very solid quarterback. I'm a little surprised that Quinn Ewers is still on the board. I would have figured that somebody would have taken the upside of Quinn Ewers over Will Howard, but I don't mind this pick at all. What do you think about Will Howard, sir?
What I think about Will Howard, I think, you could keep him upright, and you have a good scheme to get players open. Because I think George Pickens in the slot is one of the best slot receivers, if not the best slot receiver, to get open. So I think if you just give him some guys that can get open, just let him not even think too much about the throw. You have a decent to good quarterback that can be around for at least 5, depending on how good or bad he is. Bad your team is with him.
Here's the thing about Will Howard that concerns me a little bit. He's seen more so as a one-read QB. If you notice when you watch him play, he looks right at his first read, and then if it's not there, he runs. He starts to scramble.
That's a lot of people, like Dylan Gabriel, Tyler Shough, Jackson. Well, yeah, Jackson Dart, especially when it comes to RPOs. It's a pass option when it comes to Jackson Dart RPOs. There's no run option intended. But if you look at all those quarterbacks that really got drafted, besides Shedeur and Cam Ward, they all one-read quarterbacks. You know what I'm saying? So
even Shedeur at times was a one-read quarterback. He would almost kind of like panic.
Sometimes it depends on if they're winning or losing. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. It's like Shedeur would try and do too much at times if they're losing. Like he's trying to play hero ball. He does it a lot, but so does Cam Ward.
Well, if you look at Caleb Williams, he did it too when they're losing. There's a lot of quarterbacks that are high profile.
Yeah, they kind of get like hero syndrome where they feel like they have to throw a touchdown pass on that exact play, otherwise they're going to lose the game. And it's like that's not how that works. You take what the defense gives you and you go from there.
But that's a good mentality to have, in my opinion.
It's not a bad mentality to have. It's just it's not always the best mentality. Especially when
you can have that
games.
mentality, but in a mature way. We can say, okay, I'm gonna pick this defense apart and get us back in the game. Instead of saying, oh yeah, got throw it downfield, triple coverage for my best player.
Yeah.
I'm talking like in a mature way, it could be a good ability, like good mindset to have.
Well, they're sure gonna take their time.
Mindset. I'm gonna pick your defense apart for 10 minutes straight. This drive's gonna be 10 minutes, and you're not gonna. You know what I'm saying?
Will Riley Leonard be drafted? I think he'll get drafted somewhere. I kind of like Indianapolis. I kind of like Indy for Riley Leonard. You know, Riley Leonard's kind of like Will Howard. He's very similar to him. But Leonard shows a little bit less of an accuracy polish than Howard does, which is why I think Howard went before him. But I think Leonard will get drafted somewhere. I think there will be a run of quarterbacks in the 6th and 7th rounds of some kind. Now, once you get past Leonard, that's where the quarterback market really starts to go downhill. Because after Leonard and Ewers, you now have your best quarterback available being Seth Hannigan, which, you know, if you're wanting a immediate producer or a solidified backup quarterback, that can be Seth Hannigan. But I think Riley Leonard will get drafted. It just...
Did you see the Seahawks getting Torrey Horton?
Yeah, I saw that. I was pissed.
What?
I wasn't mad at the fit. I wanted Dallas to get him.
Oh yeah, we wasn't going to get, bro.
Yeah, I wanted Dallas to get him. I was happy for Horton. I was pissed that he didn't make it to Dallas. That's who I would have drafted when they traded up. That's who I thought they were going to go with. Instead, they drafted Shamar James. I hope I'm wrong about Shamar James. I really do. I hope Shamar James ends up being the next Sean Lee for Dallas. But, you know...
He'd have to bleach his skin for that one. Too far?
Well, no. I just didn't see linebacker as a need. I didn't think it was a need. We have our second kicker off the board. The Baltimore Ravens drafted a kicker, Tyler Lube, out of Arizona. Uh-oh. Is Justin Tucker's time in Baltimore coming to an end?
Didn't he have some serious allegations?
Yeah, and he wasn't good last year to back up those allegations.
Bro's getting ready to learn being a family man, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Did he get a big contract too?
I think it's almost over.
Huh?
I think it's almost over. I think the contract is almost up. He might only have 1 or 2 more years left, but I mean, kicker contracts are structured in such a way you can get out of them easily.
Yeah, it's not that much guaranteed money, which is fucking crazy. I think Brandon Aubrey resets the kicker.
I'm sure he does.
His contract is up.
After this year, yeah, he'll get an extension.
He's getting $10 million a year. I think he's getting $10 million a year. No, I'm playing.
I was gonna say, damn, for a kicker. No, resetting the kicker market would be like $6 million a year.
I think he's getting 5.5.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's like, what if we lose Aubrey? Dallas isn't gonna let Aubrey leave. They saw what they had when they didn't have him, and that was Brett Maher. They're not letting Aubrey leave.
Dallas isn't letting Aubrey even think about leaving.
Yeah,
as soon as Aubrey says, never mind, here go $50 million, bro. 10 years, $50 million.
All right, so that's a good pick. The Houston Texans select safety Jalen Reed out of Penn State. I really like that pick. Jalen Reed is kind of the opposite of Kevin Winston Jr. That's a good pick. He really could slide down into the nickel if safety doesn't work out. He's got the frame and the build to do it. He's also got the man coverage skills to do it. I don't know about his really size at safety, but he has some in just some crazy ball hawking ability. I can't believe he fell this far. So the pick for the Tennessee Titans is in. And then we have 2 back-to-back Indianapolis picks. Cabe, do you think that Indy will go a quarterback, or do you think they're going to let You think they're going to let Sheldon Richardson and or Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones fight it out?
You paid Daniel Jones $10 million. You're not drafting another quarterback even if you even think about it. Daniel Jones, their highest paid I forgot about that rookie deal.
Oh.
But still,
well, Khalil Mullings is off the board. Tennessee has drafted them from Michigan. So that raises the bar of a possible Donovan Edwards draft. I don't need to really break down Khalil Mullings too much since I've already done it, but I'll do a little quick version. Khalil Mullings is really your stereotypical running back. He had a great year for Michigan, as great as a running back can have for that Michigan team. He definitely outshined Donovan Edwards. Was a converted linebacker for a lot of people that don't know, which I didn't know until right before the draft. Khalil Mullings has some, he has some like receiving ability and can hit the holes very well. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not surprised at a pick by Tennessee because I think maybe they're starting to sour just a little bit on Tyjae Spears. Though I will say, if I was Tennessee, I would have liked to see like a different style running back. Every running back in their group is kind of a speed rusher. I would have rather see them get a power back. Possibly a Damian Martinez. That could have been a good pick.
For who?
For Tennessee.
They got Tyjae Spears as a power back, in my opinion.
I don't see Tyjae Spears as a... I think they're starting to really, sour on him, to be honest. What do you think that Indianapolis is going to do? They got 2 back-to-back picks.
I think they got DB and probably quarterback. DB and quarterback.
Ooh, they could be a kicker team, too. We could see 3 kickers taken in. They don't have a kicker right now. They kicked Matt. They cut Matt Gay. There's a really good one. There's the one from Ole Miss, and there's Ryan Fitzgerald.
Maybe even probably Riley Leonard.
Riley Leonard?
Or Quinn Ewers.
I thought you said they weren't going to draft a QB.
I know, but I'm just saying I'm thinking about it. Because think about it like this. They got 3 Daniel Jones at this point. Anthony Richardson, he's fucking the black Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones, actually. Then you got to think about the structure of the team. Who's all Riley Leonard or Daniel Jones? Let's be real.
Indianapolis has had a very solid draft. They are underrated with their draft, but it seems kind of top heavy because their mid-round picks weren't great, and then they turned around. Yeah, that Tyler Warren and that JT pick, 2 very good picks, but I think they reached on Justin Wally in the 3rd round. We're gonna see who they pick with round number 6.
All right, I'm not gonna lie. On this one, I did look on my phone.
Okay,
try to text somebody.
Oh,
I'm not even gonna lie.
Wow. Okay. Okay. So you did look. Okay. So it is Riley Leonard, quarterback out of Notre Dame. That's an interesting selection. They basically picked the hometown kid. Leonard is. Like I compared him to earlier, he's kind of like a less polished Will Howard. Doesn't have the accuracy that Will Howard has, but he has the poise. He has the accuracy. The accuracy can be a little bit diminishing at times. But I will say I do think he's a little bit more athletic than Will Howard. He's also got a better build. He's got the most pro-ready quarterback build in this year's draft. He just doesn't have necessarily the production in college to justify him being a higher pick. I really like I like the pick for Indy. I think they needed to find some kind of competition besides just Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson. And Leonard hasn't, like I said, Leonard really hasn't had a ton of production in college, which is probably why he fell as far as he did. So Indy has another
still on the board.
Yeah, he fell because he's got that sexual assault stuff and his horrible ass combine. And Tez Johnson's still there.
Well, once we get Xavier Restrepo with that 4.940.
I mean, you know what? If it's between Xavier Restrepo and Isaiah Bond, give me Restrepo. Give me that 4.9 speed.
Yeah, we're getting no separation today, buddies.
But hey, if he gets separation, he's catching that ball. That's the good thing about Restrepo. He's an amazing receiver. Hey, I asked earlier, and I don't think you were here, what do you think about if Dallas drafts Brashard Smith and puts him back at receiver? And before you answer, in the Indianapolis Colts select defensive tackle Tim Smith out of Alabama. That's a solid pickup. I had him as a 6th-round grade. Had a kind of middling combine, but he is a kind of a tweener at defensive on the defensive line. He is a run stuffer. That's what he is. He's not a sack maker. He doesn't get pressure, or he doesn't finish plays, but he can get a ton of pressure. Okay. Okay, I guess Cabe's not going to answer my question for the second time in a row.
All right, my fault. I was on the phone with my grandmother.
Sorry. What do you think about if Dallas drafts Brashard Smith and moves him back to wide receiver, like as a slot?
I'm not opposed to that. I'd say use him as like a Cordell Patterson or a Debo, mini Debo.
I don't know. Okay.
You move him around. He could be like a little chess piece for you.
Kind of like a gadget player. Well, I mean, you already have Kevontae Turpin for that too.
Hey, you can always late rounds like this, you just get as much gadget players as you want, in my opinion.
Good point. Dallas does have basically back-to-back picks. They have one in the mid-second round and one in the later second round. I know that. The Philadelphia Eagles select Miles Hinton, tackle out of Michigan. Very developmental tackle. There's not much to add. He has all the great traits that you want to see in a tackle. He has great grades in pass protection, but he's very developmental. Not really somebody you want to see in the first round. Yeah, Cameron Williams is still on the board, by the way.
That's all I want the Cowboys to get at 206.
You know,
it says the Saints were really high on Shador, but ultimately felt that Tyler Shough was better.
Well, from what I understood, it's because Derek Carr's going to come out, and Tyler Shough is the most pro-ready quarterback in this year's class, besides Cam Ward.
Close to Shador's 50-something starts.
He had what?
He only had 32 starts.
Yeah, I know, because he missed a ton of time. That's also the downside to Tyler Shough that I brought up earlier. He's missed a ton of time.
If you think about experience, Shador has the most game experience besides Cam Ward.
Yeah.
So it's not, you can't say he's pro-ready when he only had one good year, in my opinion.
Yeah, because his Texas Tech days were awful. They were horrid.
Plus, Louisville was good, but Louisville always gonna be in that bottom 20 of the ranked, in my opinion. That was that last year. That was this year. Wait, did Louisville go to the playoffs, or am I tripping?
No.
Or that was Indiana?
No.
That was Indiana.
The Seattle Seahawks select Bryce Cabledew. I have no idea who that is. out of Kansas. Looks like he's a stereotypical guard. Started 50 of 52 games. Reliable, probably developmental option at guard for the Seahawks. Can't go wrong with offensive line for the Seahawks. No, you're thinking of Indiana.
You people with the Seahawks and Texans, they say, "Oh no, we're going all offensive line this draft. We're not getting sacks." They said, "Fuck no."
No, the Texans haven't really drafted that many offensive linemen.
They got their tackle. Then they get Wyatt Pong. Let me look up the Texans draft.
They went Irsay and Wyatt Millum.
That's still pretty good.
I mean, that's good. I'm not saying that's not. I'm just saying they didn't get Seahawks have dumped 4 picks into offensive line. Interesting. The Cincinnati Bengals have selected Taj Brooks, running back out of Texas Tech. I thought he might have gone.
It looks like they're going running back by committee with Cincinnati. They're going to have Chase Brown doing the heavy loading. Taj Brooks coming for that short yardage.
Taj Brooks just could never break out of that 6th round running back mold. You know, he's got the athleticism, he's got the talent. He's got what you want in a running back, but for some reason just never was able to solidify his draft stock any higher than 6th. I never saw him being higher than a 5th. I think he has the talent of a 3rd round back, but he just was never able to break out of that mold. Doesn't really provide much to you in receiving, and is not a great blocker by any means. His vision kind of is questioned a lot as well. But that is a good steal for the Cincinnati Bengals. The Jacksonville Jaguars picks in. Do they go a quarterback? What do you think, Kay? You know, the Trevor Lawrence experiment is on year 4. It's not working so far.
They still holding on to that playoff win.
Yeah, that lucky ass playoff win.
Yeah, coming back from 28-0. Yeah.
Well, they don't go a quarterback. They go Jalen McLeod, linebacker out of Auburn. McLeod has got everything you want to see in a linebacker in terms of size, but the production just isn't there. He's seen as a kind of a tweener. Can he be a coverage back? Can he be a pass rusher? He hasn't really been able to solidify himself in either role. I think he's probably better based on his production as a pass rusher, but we'll see what the Jaguars think. Chicago's up next. I don't think Chicago can mess this up. They can pick literally whatever they want. They could even go quarterback and everybody would be happy.
Bro, Matthew Golden is wearing number 22.
Is that whose number I think it is?
Rashid Shaheed?
That's funny.
That nigga's wearing 22? Nigga.
That is such an ugly number, too.
As a receiver, bro. Oh, man. Where do you think Shiloh goes? Shiloh, stop.
The Bears. The Bears. No, I'm kidding.
Actually, you see Shiloh Sanders.
No, they went Luke Newman. They went the complete opposite of what I said. Guard out of Michigan State. I don't know any. If I'm being completely honest, I don't know anything about Luke Newman. I've never heard of him before. Looks like he has stereotypical size, great 40-yard dash. He's very athletic. Started 49 out of 52 games, so you can't ask more for that. Probably just a developmental pick as well. Shiloh, man. Green Bay, Denver, Dallas, maybe Philly. You know, he's got special teams value too. So, Shiloh could go a lot of different places. there has been 10 different players named Jalen drafted this year. That is funny. That's a cool little stat. Thank you, NFL Network, for that little piece of information. So, you know, Detroit, edge rusher. Surely they go an edge rusher, right? Aeneas Peebles is still on the board, too, by the way. That is surprising to me.
Shout out to Justin.
Aeneas Peebles and Antoine Ryland Powell are still on the board. So is Kobe Bryant. It is round 6, so a lot of things could change. J.J. Weaver is still on the board as well.
Bro, J.J. Weaver might not get drafted.
He might not, but man can hope. I'm going to be super hyped for my boy J.J. if he gets drafted. I'm not going to lie. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm going to be hyped.
Oh, shit.
So, out of the players that I still have on my out of my players I still have videos on, you know, Jared Ivey, J.J. Weaver, Cameron Fabi-Culannon, Nick Nash, Aeneas Peebles. Those guys are still undrafted. Daquan Felton, he might go undrafted as well. Luke Lachey is still undrafted as well, but he may not get drafted. Houston just traded up to pick 197, so they are going to be on the clock as well. There's quite a few guys that I still have on my board. Curtis Rourke as well. He's not been drafted just yet. Kobe Bryant hasn't been drafted. So a lot of guys that I did videos on are still undrafted. We'll see if any of those guys get drafted. I'm sure all of them will. Even Shiloh will probably end up getting drafted, except for JJ. And of course, the man, the myth, the legend, DJ Uiagalelei is still undrafted.
I got a question. Did you say the man, the myth, the legend? Then follow that up by saying DJ Uiagalelei. I fear you did. I fear you did.
I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
No. You look me in my eyes, and you say that phrase one more time.
Wow, somebody actually watched my entire day 1 draft coverage of the NFL draft, like after it was over. Interesting. Oh wow, that is a pick. Ahmed Hassanin.
Oh, that Boise State.
Yeah, Boise State edge. That is a good pick. He's the first player ever to come from Egypt to play in the NFL, and just started playing football 2 years ago. He plays like it. He's very, very raw. But if he develops well, this guy could be an absolute stud.
That's a Pro Bowler.
That guy is insane. And he's okay. Like I said, he's only been playing football not for 2 years. Excuse me, for 5 years. Excuse me, 5 years. In his very limited experience, he has 12.5 sacks and 16.5 tackles for loss in his career in 2024. 24 sacks in his career at Boise State. That is insane production for a guy who's not played football for very long. He's going to be a stud if they can develop him well. And the Lions, outside of Isaac Tesla, have had a very solid draft. I feel that Tate Ratledge was a bit of a reach, but I'm not upset about their draft so far. Let me check. The Houston Texans, their pick is in. And I have gotten, wow, good lord. Wow. A lot of stuff has transpired. Interesting. So I'm sorry. I'm looking down at my phone and looking at my videos. Some of them are blowing up. Absolutely blowing up. That is crazy. I did not expect that. I'm not going to lie. A lot of them are blowing up. I'm getting subs from them. That's awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. That is so... This shit's going to make me cry on fucking stream. A guy that I made a video on that has not been drafted... Excuse me. Guy I made a video on that has not been drafted yet is Danny Dennis Sutton. Somebody who hasn't been talked about at all. He could go undrafted. I listed him as a 5th or 6th round pick, I believe, either 4th as well. It's going to surprise me if he goes undrafted, but at the same time, I would understand. I am also, that sub counter is not right. I'm up to 218 subs. So thank you guys for the subscribers. Fat Theo, I really appreciate you sticking with me. I know I've kind of gotten a lot more nonchalant as the stream has gone on. I do appreciate you sticking with me if you're still here. And if you're not, I completely understand. Completely understand. If Houston will ever make this pick, then... if Houston will ever make this pick, then we can move on. You know, we were making good strides for a while. Unfortunately, whenever the draft is over, I'm not going to be done because I'm going to have to get off here and tag all my videos so everybody can look at the videos and kind of get an idea on who their teams acquired. But there's been a lot of studs. A lot of people have been picked up, and you know, the NFL draft is really intrigued a lot of people with these guys. Excuse me. Oh man, come on, Houston. Okay, well, whenever Houston moves on, I can't really add too much for Houston. While we're waiting on Houston to decide on what the hell they want to do, we can talk about some of the teams that have either gotten worse or haven't really changed. In my opinion, it's, you know, a couple of them. The Dolphins are one for me. I don't feel that the Dolphins have really gotten better per se. I think they have gotten, they haven't really changed. The Cowboys as well, I don't think they've really changed much. I think they got a developmental piece at running back. They've gotten first-round talents, but you're really unsure of what's going to happen with Ravel. Booker is extremely good, don't get me wrong. He's very, very talented. But you kind of wonder how good is Booker going to be to really change that offensive line. I think he'll be amazing, but you know, is that worth the first round pick that you gave up to get him? I don't know if it is. Now, with Dallas, they still have a glaring need at wide receiver too that they have not filled, and something tells me that they're either not going to take one in the 6th and 7th rounds, or they're going to reach for one. which scares me even more. For down.
How much of a reach could it be? You know what I'm saying? It's the 7th round.
I mean,
Round.
yeah, I get that, but at the same time, would you draft a guy like Jimmy Horn in the 6th round? Because I wouldn't.
In the 6th round, yeah.
I wouldn't. I'd draft him in the 7th.
I mean,
but
yeah.
You're also not going to fill your wide receiver 2 need with a guy like Jimmy Horn.
You're not going really, to be honest, you're not going to fill your wide receiver.
No, not with anybody in the 6th or 7th rounds.
Well, maybe Andrew Armstrong, in my opinion. Maybe. A big old, fat, big booty, maybe. I mean, the fattest of asses, maybe. But I think they go Cameron Williams, bro.
Really, Harvey?
I think the Cowboys really go Cameron Williams for that tackle. That's what you.
Well, now
they give Aaron Steele one more year to say, okay, buddy, you're on the hot seat.
Oh, wow. Interesting. The Houston Texans select Graham Mertz, quarterback out of Florida.
Huh? Over Quinn
Ewers.
Bros
okay.
regretting not going back to that, not transferring to another school. Bros regretting that every second, bro.
So I have a feeling that the Texans did this because Graham Mertz is not expected to be a starter. He's got all of the potential to be a backup in the league, but that's about it. Quinn Ewers, you don't really know what Quinn Ewers is going to be at the next level. I'm not saying he won't be a QB you keep, but I think maybe Graham Mertz probably fills better their backup need than like a Quinn Ewers does. So Green Bay's in. Does Green Bay go kicker? They need a kicker. I want another kicker pick, man. Come on. Let's get a kicker pick. We got Caden Davis. We got Ryan Fitzgerald. Or Fitzpatrick, sorry. Ryan Fitzgerald. No, Fitzgerald. I was right the first time. Not the quarterback. Something tells me that the white noise on my mic is getting pretty bad. And I'm sure I know why. Here we go, Harvey. All right, so the Green Bay Packers select defensive tackle Warren Brinson out of Georgia. Solid developmental defensive tackle. Not really the most productive defensive tackle in the world, but somebody that can sit behind Kenny Clark and maybe develop into a rotational guy. Go, buddy. And we have the Los Angeles Chargers now. Well, starting to struggle a little bit on what to actually talk about, but we're just waiting for the next pick. All right, so the Los Angeles Chargers select tackle Branson Taylor out of Pittsburgh, out of Pitt. Yikes. This guy has everything you want to see in a tackle, but his biggest bane of his existence is going to be availability. He's only played 21 games out of a possible 53. Has been injured from the sounds of it quite a bit. I'd be a little iffy on taking him in the 6th round, but 7th would have been where I probably would have put him. That is somebody that I have not done any kind of grading on. So the pick 200 is in. We now have 75 more picks to get to. Whew. Have you and your cats eaten? My cats have eaten. I ate right before we got on the stream. I think my sugar might be getting low, because I'm getting kind of low energy. But yes, I have eaten. It's just we're getting to the part of the draft where it's like I've been saying the same thing over and over and over and over. This is the first time I've ever done this. I'll be completely honest. So I've not really gotten used to it yet. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Raywan Lane III out of Navy, safety. So I have looked at Raywan. He's a very iffy prospect. He was very, very good with Navy, I will say that. But the problem is when you get guys like the Navy, Army, Air Force, guys like that, you have to be careful when you draft them because they have to get an exemption to play in the NFL. And a lot of times they don't end up doing that. We saw that debacle with Andre Carter a few years ago, if you pay attention to that. He was actually denied an exemption to play in the NFL and eventually was granted it by a higher brigadier general. I probably got the rank wrong. But Raywan is a very good safety. I think these Navy and Air Force and these Army or military guys, they are always going to get drafted low because there is that uncertainty that they will not be able to play. But he's a very good pick for them. The Minnesota Vikings pick is in at 201. Vikings, I mean, I could see them. I'm super unbelievably shocked that Kobe Bryant has not been taken yet. I really thought that he'd be gone by now. Minnesota Vikings go with linebacker Kobe King out of Penn State. That is a very good selection in the 6th round. Kobe King is a very solid linebacker. Could come in as either a day one starter or rotational player, depending on how he does in camp. King kind of has this mainly as a coverage guy, more so than he is anything else. The Minnesota Vikings are also picking 202, so they have back-to-back picks. I think King can come in and be an immediate producer in some way. He also has some great special teams value. And the Minnesota Vikings pick Gavin Bartholomew, tight end out of Pitt. That one I actually did quite a bit of looking on. Bartholomew was somebody who I actually wanted to do a video on, and at the time there just wasn't enough film on him to do one. Bartholomew is kind of your stereotypical blocking tight end, but he needs to improve his technique. He catches. He's got great hands, but his hands fail him a lot. That contradicts each other a lot. That contradicts each other. He can catch everything when he's open, but his hands fail him in any kind of coverage. And he really doesn't have the knack for 50-50 balls. So definitely a developmental pick. Maybe if TJ Hawkinson ends up getting hurt again like he tends to be, that could be a good backup option for him. For the Baltimore Ravens, the pick is in for them. They're going to go with Rajante Wester out of Colorado. Wow. Okay. Wide receiver. That is not a bad selection.
Let's go.
Rajante Wester. I had a feeling that I had a feeling that Rajante Wester might go undrafted unless the team saw his special teams value, which it is immense. He's got immense special teams value. He can also get downfield very quickly. Was the wide receiver 2 on that Colorado team that had, him, Shepard, Horn, and Hunter. That's a great pickup for Baltimore. So we have Dallas up, and the pick is in for Dallas. Who does Dallas get? I really would hope we get a receiver or a good developmental piece. Maybe they go quarterback. I doubt that, but maybe. Wouldn't surprise me, but Dallas also picks at the start of round 7. I would not be surprised if Dallas went some kind of receiver, or if they didn't go receiver at all and they just give up on receiver entirely and they draft best player available, which that would be Quinn Ewers, but I don't know if you draft Quinn Ewers.
That would be Cameron Williams, in my opinion.
Well, we were both wrong. They go with, that's actually not a bad option either. They go with a Johnny Cornelius, guard out of Oregon. He was still available?
That's the best player on the ball. Wait, a guard though?
Are they going to look to move Tyler Smith to left tackle? Huh. Okay, so
that must be if they're giving up on someone on the tackle spot.
Johnny Cornelius is one of the best guards available. I completely forgot he was still there. Started 50 out of 51 games. He has some guard tackle flexibility. He can play right tackle. That is insane to me. Best known as a run blocker. He's played best on the right side, so probably not the kind of guy that you want to move to the left. But he can do it. He did allow 3 sacks in 2024, so that's a little iffy. That might be why he dropped, because his production dropped quite a bit. Cabe, I can only imagine the Cowboys group chat is probably exploding right now. That is interesting. I did not know that he was still available. Wow. I'm going to look at the Cowboys group chat that we are in.
They're going balunkers, bro. He was projected to go 3rd round.
That is crazy. That is crazy. Interesting. So with Washington at pick 205, they have some options here.
Karen still get ready to learn Chinese, buddy.
Mavs is saying we need to draft Damian Martinez. We just drafted Jaden Blue. Why would we take another running back? Martinez might go undrafted. That is going to surprise the hell out of me for somebody who was a projected 3rd rounder. You know, and the bad thing with guys that drop like this, you have guys that drop, and then the guys that should go in the 6th and 7th round end up going undrafted because of it. And it sucks to see. Aeneas Peebles is still available. It is insane to me that he is undrafted right now. Kobe Bryant is still undrafted. Jared Ivey is still undrafted. There is immense talent still in this 6th and 7th round that are rated as higher prospects. It is insane to me that these guys have fallen. I'm getting cottonmouth like a motherfucker. I'm like lisping everything I say because my mouth is so dry. I haven't eaten in like almost 7 hours now. Okay, that is a good pick too. Washington selects Kane Medrano, linebacker out of UCLA. He had a 5th round grade for me. Kane Medrano fits everything you want to see in a linebacker, as I've been saying for pretty much every one of these linebackers. He's 6'2", 238 pounds, 3rd team All Big Ten. Is a great rangy linebacker, sideline to sideline, can play in coverage. Is also a very reliable tackler. Think of Jack Kaiser at a discount. That's kind of Kane Medrano. Had 11 tackles for loss in 2024. I cheated. I looked at NFL Network. But Kane Medrano is a solid pickup for the Washington Commanders. Excuse me. At Buffalo, Buffalo at pick 206. They're on the clock. Looks like their pick is in as well. They could make some good selections here. Philadelphia has 2 almost back-to-back picks. It goes Philly, then Carolina, then back to Philly. They could really do something there. So could Baltimore. They're Baltimore, Arizona, Baltimore. And so does Las Vegas. My goodness, there could be some really, really good talent coming off the board here towards the end of round 6. As we're at pick 206, we now have 69, nice, picks left in the NFL draft. As the Buffalo Bills select Chase Lunt. I have not done any research on him. Tackle out of UConn. My God, 6'7", 304 pounds. He is a tank. He is a tank. It's offensive line depth. I'm never going to say that offensive line depth is bad. Indy allowed 0 sacks on 428 pass blocking. So that's pretty good. Whew. We are cracking right now.
How do you think the Cowboys get Aeneas Peebles?
Shit. Oh, do you take Aeneas Peebles or do you take Kobe Bryant if he's there?
Aeneas Peebles, because you got Kalen Carson, and you have Josh Butler, and you have some other players.
Yeah,
so I think the corners are set. I just think you go either deep tackle, which I don't think is a smart pick because you can move Nealon around the defensive line. It's not a position on D-line that Nealon can't play, in my opinion.
Yeah, Peebles, if he's there in the 7th round, I'd look at him though. Like if he gets to your first pick in the 7th, I would look. I mean, that's best player available with a player that's got a grade of a 4th round. I would take somebody like that. If he drops all the way to 7th,
was a 3rd round pick.
Yeah, he could be a 3rd round pick. Ja'Cory Brooks is a wide receiver option as well for Dallas if they decide to go that route. They might just give up on wide receiver entirely because if the guys on the board don't hit their fancy, they might go, okay, we're gonna stick with our guys, which is gonna pick everybody. It's gonna piss everyone off.
Is this our last pick, right?
No, we have 3 in the 2nd. It was our second 6th round pick we traded to move up to the 5th. Because we had 2 5ths, 2 6ths, and 3 7ths. Which, again, Jerry Jones always knows how to get his value. That's not good value, by the way. That's pretty bad value. Cameron Williams is off the board. Tackle from Texas. He goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. That is an amazing pick for the Eagles. Wow. 1st round talent all the way to round 6.
Could learn behind Lane Johnson too, bro.
That is an amazing pick. Cabe, do you mind doing me a favor?
What's up?
You mind taking over for just a second talking about Cameron Williams? I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay, yes. Cameron Williams, the Duncanville native, you know, let's go Dallas. You know, I'm a Dallas native. He's a very good but raw prospect. He's going to have some growing pains, but that's why you select him like 2nd round. Even though it's the 6th round, you don't. Yeah, it's just so surprising that he lasted on. But him learning behind Lane and just the Eagles' offensive line coach, if he develops to where he's supposed to be, the Eagles are not missing a beat when Lane Johnson retires, in my opinion, because he's athletic. He's a tackle size. It's not like these other tackles question to be guards or even got moved to guard. He's a legit tackle. It's just some things he's just gonna have to learn, like growing pains. He's 21. He's very raw, but the traits are there. He's athletic. He's strong. It's just a great fit for the Eagles. And I'm excited to see how they do it. Just because he grew up down the street. Well, not grew up, but he went to school down the street. Like, hey, that's a blessing right there, fellas. 49-40 is crazy. That's crazy, but
it's a very impressive player.
Exactly, really impressive.
So the pick is in for Carolina, pick 208. I mean, Kobe Bryant, he's there. You could use a corner. Got a safety. Got 2 safeties. Could use a corner. Aeneas Peebles, they don't really need a D tackle though. Not anymore. Especially now that they have Derek Brown, he's back. So they definitely don't need one now. And they got Cam Jackson. Do you think, Cabe, do you think that Desmond Watson will get drafted?
Nah, solely because of his weight. Yeah, he's 400 pounds light. If you're in high school or college even, that's a very salivating weight. Because you're gonna be like, oh yeah, we're not letting no one go up the middle against us. But in the NFL, things are different. You need to get off the ball fast, and like he was supposed to have been lost weight during this whole time at Florida, and he just gained weight. But yeah, I just don't think he would be drafted. I think the weight, even though for some people might think, oh yeah, we're not letting no one run on us. That's false because, you know what I'm saying, he can move it for his size. But the people in NFL can move way faster than people in college. So it's going to be a hard time. Plus the safety risk. You at that weight should not be moving or doing that type of exertion. That's like a health risk, in my opinion. That's something that you just want to be safe about. You want to get him down. He's more of an undrafted free agent. So you can get him down, get him in shape, let him learn. Let him learn to be able to control that weight. Let him learn to use his hands instead of using his. Let him learn to be able to nose tackle supposed instead of just always relying on his. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Jimmy Horn.
Yeah,
Jimmy Horn.
I was about to. I was waiting.
Jimmy fucking Horn. Let's go.
I was waiting for you to finish your thought. The Carolina Panthers select Jimmy Horn Jr., wide receiver out of Colorado. Another one of my guys I did a video on. He's a great pickup for Carolina. They needed a speedster. That's what Jimmy Horn provides. He's 5'8", 174 pounds. Very, very small. So there are some durability concerns. But he could be a great special teamer at the next level, as he did so in college. The Philadelphia Eagles are up next at 209. Their pick is already in as well. That is a fantastic pick by the Carolina Panthers. That is a fantastic pick.
Bro, you see the Browns story? They started posting perfect timing.
Of course they did.
Like,
yeah, they're trying to make everybody forget about their horrible ass draft in the 3rd round.
Just that pick. They had a good 2nd and 3rd round too. The Shadadi. I mean, the Dylan Gabriel. You know what I'm saying?
What? What'd you say?
I said Shador.
Yeah, huh? I heard that.
You heard what?
You calling him Shadaddy?
Why you calling another man Shadaddy?
I didn't. You know what? Hey, look, the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. Wow, they're wow.
Wow, we're gonna get another fucking All-Pro? Holy fucking shit! You just got a first-round talent in the 6th round. Holy fuck!
So whenever the Eagles pick comes in,
bitch-ass people, bro.
Whenever the Eagles pick comes in, we can break it down. See if they manage to swing another one. Okay, Antoine Powell-Ryland, defensive end out of Virginia Tech.
Shout out Justin.
Oh, wow. That is a good pickup. Howie Roseman continues his generational run in this year's draft. That is an amazing value pick. I had a 5th-round grade on Antoine Powell-Ryland. He had great production at Virginia Tech. 3rd-team AP All-American in 2024. Was an amazing defensive end along that line. Got home with 12 sacks. He's a monster. I'm scared of the Eagles now. I'm getting really worried about the Eagles because they're nailing all their picks. This is concerning. The Baltimore Ravens pick is in. We'll see who the Baltimore Ravens go with. I'm concerned. I'm concerned about Powell-Ryland. That is a great pick. I'm trying to check my text my friend here.
Which one? No, sorry.
And the Eagles pick up Aeneas Peebles, defensive tackle out of Virginia Tech.
You mean the Baltimore Ravens?
Oh, yeah. Baltimore Ravens. I'm sorry. Baltimore Ravens pick up defensive tackle Aeneas Peebles from Virginia Tech. This guy was a 3rd-round pick in my mind. Absolutely great pass rushing defensive tackle. Somebody who can stuff the line as well. He isn't a scrub against run, but he's definitely a better pass rusher than he is run defender. He was a 1st-team All-ACC in 2024, and he went in the 6th round. Now, Peebles also didn't have an amazing NFL Combine, which may have hurt him quite a bit.
They told me bust on my AP. Perfect time.
Stop
man.
it.
Daddy.
I heard that. I heard that this time. And Stream caught it. Thought you got away with it. Fucker.
Nah, I meant to do that one, bro.
Fucker.
Hey, that's racist. Hey.
You can't call somebody racist anymore on the internet, sir. That ends careers. You're gonna end my career before it even starts.
You call me the hard R last name.
Don't fucking say that. What is wrong with you?
I'm playing. I caught myself before I finished that thought. My fault.
What the fuck? You're gonna get me banned and shit.
Hey, chat. Over under Noah has given $5 to the schools.
Oh, well, I can answer that question.
Under.
The Arizona Cardinals pick is in at number 211. You missed my 69 joke, by the way, earlier.
Who got drafted at 69?
No, I'm saying we were at pick 201 or pick 206, and I said there was 69 picks left. Nice.
You motherfucker.
Look, yeah. This is going on for too long. They got too many people on the screen yapping and talking for no reason. And we just need to get this done and over with. Like, these guys aren't even on screen. They're not even celebrating these guys. They're talking about Shedeur still. Talking about Shedeur, and they got fucking Kevin O'Connell on here talking about the Vikings draft. Nobody cares about the Vikings draft. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So the Arizona Cardinals select Hayden Conner, guard out of Texas. He's another guy I don't know a whole lot about. Uh-oh. Are we starting to get into these guys that I haven't looked at? Started 43 of 51 career games all at left guard. He's 6'6". He's allowed 0 sacks. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't know anything about this guy. That's not good. We're starting to run into the tough part. Starting to run into the tough part of the draft now. You know, because round 1 I struggled towards the end because I didn't know a whole lot about Josh Simmons just because I hadn't looked at him. Uh-oh. Well, that's okay. To be completely honest, I don't think there's very many people who know a whole lot about these guys. Not a whole lot, at least. So Baltimore is up next. They're still on the clock.
There goes Shiloh Sanders. No, I'm playing.
Could you imagine?
Wait, Jake Mayers is still on the board, right? Majors?
Can you remind me what position he plays?
Center for Texas.
Yeah, because a lot of these centers are not viewed as centers in the NFL. But I think Majors is one of the
best center in the college football.
That's not saying a lot. There wasn't a whole lot of good centers.
Jared Wilson.
Yeah, he went in the 3rd round, and he might not even play center in the NFL. So, I mean, yeah, he's still on the board. I don't know anything about him because I didn't really look at the Texas offensive line for some reason. I don't know why. I just did not pay attention to him at all. Knew a good amount about Charles Grant only because I had to. I knew he was the only D2, D3 guy that was going to be going to the NFL. Besides a couple other guys like Sac State and Alabama A&M and Charles Benson.
I'm going to watch this Dallas pick and I'm going to go beat my dick. No, I'm playing. I'm trying to go out.
Well, you got...
Was that on stream?
Yeah, absolutely.
Bro, I thought I was muted, bro. What the fuck?
You are absolutely insane. I like how the Ravens selected a kicker and then they selected a wide receiver. It's pretty hilarious.
You said what?
The Ravens selected a kicker and then they selected a wide receiver.
That's good. I mean, I think LeJohn could play. They can use a slot next to Zay Flowers.
Yeah.
Zay Flowers. Zay fucking Flowers.
Yeah, we're now to the point.
Dylan Gabriel plans out to be a backup. That's gonna be the worst pick in NFL history.
We're now to the point of the NFL draft where we're now just.
This is why I kill. This is my sweet spot.
I mean, oh, there goes Robert Longerbeam. Robert Longerbeam, cornerback out of Rutgers, goes to Baltimore. That is a steal. That's crazy.
Kobe Bryant is still, bro. Watch he goes to fucking LA like Kobe Bryant actually did. The Lakers.
Wow.
Do
Okay.
the Chargers need a corner? They got Steele and what's the other one? Cam Hart. Those two good corners.
Yes. Yeah.
They could use another one. Robert London. That's a fucking football name. That's a football name.
Thanks for the sub.
Girl.
I didn't mean to hit that. Oops. So I might have to end the stream prematurely. Because apparently I am quickly reaching the maximum time limit for my streaming software, which is 6 hours. I did not know that was a thing. I've never streamed longer than 6 hours. Huh. Interesting.
You gotta restart it.
Well, if I'm being honest, it's the 7th round. I'm not going to restart it for the 7th round.
What time are you at right now?
I'm at 5:30, so I've still got 30 minutes to go.
As long as you get the Cowboys in, you're good.
That sucks. I really wanted to do the entire draft, though. But
restart that.
I'm not going to restart it for 30 minutes.
Nah, you want to do this? I'm gonna be with you the whole way. You gonna restart this stream, buddy?
I wonder if I just let it go. I wonder what happens. Does it just end prematurely?
Yeah, it just dry in. You gotta be looking at that time though, so you can get your final words in. Hey, how many people are watching?
3.
Hey, chat. Hey, if y'all seeing 5 hell yes, no restart the stream and I'll be here. I mean, well, just no restart the stream. You know what I'm saying?
Will Jim Harbaugh get him a Michigan man? Probably. Very possible. I wouldn't be surprised if Jim Harbaugh drafted a... do they have any, like, receivers or anything from Michigan?
He's going... For the plot, he's going Donovan Edwards.
He might go Donovan Edwards. It wouldn't surprise me. Oh, wow! The Las Vegas Raiders selected Tommy Mellott, QB out of Montana State, over Quinn Ewers. Oh my lord. Okay, so I know this guy and I can break him down. So Montana State quarterback Tommy Mellott. Tommy Mellott was the best FCS quarterback in this year's draft. Actually, he was the best FCS quarterback in the nation last year. But here's the thing. I don't think Tommy Mellott will play quarterback at the next level. He's been taking drills in his multiple pro days at wide receiver. He is insanely talented, insanely athletic. I would be surprised if he played quarterback in the NFL level. He doesn't fit the mold of an NFL quarterback. Think of Julian Edelman. This is who this guy reminds me of. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Las Vegas is drafting him with the intention of trying him at wide receiver. That is crazy, though, taking him over Quinn Ewers. I mean, I guess if that's your plan to, like, he had, just for reference, what was it? He had 35 passing touchdowns. He had 35 rushing touchdowns in 3 years. They're showing dogs now on screen, so I gotta pet my cat instinctively.
Imagine this kid's turn out to be Brock Purdy. Oh, excited to see.
No, but for real, Tommy Mellott is probably going to end up playing wide receiver at the next level. He's got the body of a wide... He's 5'11", Cabe. He's probably not
Brock
going
Purdy's
to play...
not far behind him.
I know, but he's 5'11". He's super, super unbelievably fast and athletic. I would be very surprised if he didn't switch to wide receiver. That is a developmental pick if I've ever seen one before. Who is going to draft Quinn Ewers? I never would have expected him to fall this far. But I also didn't expect Shedeur to fall this far either.
Yeah, bro, just stayed in college, bro. GG that.
Ewers should have took that $10 million offer to switch schools.
Well, if I heard $10 million, I'm going instant.
Well, that's a mistake that he will learn from, it sounds like. What if he goes undrafted? Oh my God, what if he goes undrafted? That's going to be crazy.
Who gets him is the question. Probably Los Angeles Rams, right?
Maybe. Maybe the Rams. Maybe, come here, Harvey. Switch sides with me. Maybe the Rams. Maybe Dallas surprises you. Yeah.
Hell, maybe even Jacksonville. Maybe even Arizona, depending.
The Los Angeles Chargers select R.J. Mickens, safety out of Clemson. That's one of the best safeties.
You're getting in shallow range.
That's one of the best safeties available off the board.
Where do you think shallow is in best safeties available?
Probably like three or four.
Oh, he's getting fucking drafted. Let's fucking go.
Well, there's at least one safety taken every 30 or so picks, so there's a possibility he doesn't get drafted.
You didn't have to do that, bro. Yeah, you really didn't have to. You just dry did that. Just dry did that, big fucking bro. Fuck.
So we have Las Vegas up next. They have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever.
What's that? Get Quinn Ewers.
Oh my Lord. You know, we were joking about that with the Browns several times and they ended up doing it.
I didn't I say before the night? I said, hey, change this. I mean,
yeah, but I don't even think you believe that that they were going to do that, though.
Nah, hell no.
So the Las Vegas Raiders pick is in. Then we have Denver, and the start of the 7th round will begin. And that will begin the end of our stream. As we break down the last picks of the picks. Last picks.
They got Quinn Ewers. No, I'm playing.
Don't say that. You know, Denver has the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever.
What's that?
Draft Quinn Ewers. When they don't need him. Take the most similar white quarterbacks possible you can.
About fucking Nick.
So the Las Vegas Raiders select... They take QB Cam Miller out of North Dakota State. Okay, so Cam Miller is actually a quarterback. He's 6 foot, 210 pounds. I did no research on him. Mountain Conference Division, Offensive Player of the Year. I have no idea who this guy is. I've never heard of him.
He played. I know who he is.
He's an FCS guy. I know that because he played at North Dakota State. But still,
he's a runner. He's more of a runner.
That is hilarious.
He's a Riley Leonard.
Oh my God! Quinn Ewers has got to fire his agent. You stupid motherfucker! You told me to go to the draft. That is crazy.
No, bro, I'm Quinn Ewers. I'm giving my agent the mean dick look, bro.
Oh my God. He's got to get drafted by somebody. Somebody's got to take him. He can't go undrafted, man. You know what? I'm going to die of laughter if Seth Hannigan gets taken before him. Because he would be the next best quarterback after Quinn Ewers.
What did Quinn Ewers do to deserve this?
Oh my lord. Wow, Cam Miller, 81 passing touchdowns in his career? That's not bad. I mean, Cam Miller's probably going to be your stereotypical backup quarterback. I don't expect him to be, a starter eventually. Kind of fits that, like, Kellen Mond role of, he might be a journeyman quarterback more than anything else. For some reason, NFL Network has Brad Paisley on their roster. I did say a QB. You are right, Fat Theo. You are right. I did say a QB. Technically, they did do the funniest thing ever and draft back-to-back quarterbacks. Granted, one of them I think is going to switch to wide receiver. It's probably going to be Tommy Mellott. That is hilarious. Wow. What if Dallas drafts him? Oh, no. The pick is in for the final pick of round 6 for the Denver Broncos.
That's just hilarious, though. He said, imagine it's Quinn Ewers and they turn around and get the worst one, Cam Miller, bro.
That is fucking crazy.
That is crazy.
Who else even needs a backup quarterback? I mean, Dallas doesn't have to draft one.
I'd say if I'm Arizona, I'm getting Quinn Ewers.
Arizona? San Fran, maybe? Maybe Detroit?
No, Brock Purdy really don't get hurt, for real. I can really see, like, Detroit, because Jared Goff is getting as old as he is.
Pittsburgh could do it if they wanted. Have a QB battle.
If they waited that long to draft Will Howard, and they could have got Shador way early, it says a lot how they feel about quarterback.
That's true. I think a lot of these teams are kind of like, hey, we're just going to take a chance at the end of the round, at the end of the draft on a couple of guys. That way, if they don't pan out, they can get one of the way better guys next year. Because next year's QB class is expected to be pretty good. That is funny as hell. So the Broncos, if I'm the Broncos, I'm taking best player available. I mean, realistically, any of these teams, I'd take best player available. It's the 7th round. Take the best guy on the board. That is hilarious. So Dallas has 3 picks in the 7th round. We'll see what Dallas does with them. Unless they traded a 6th and a 7th. I sure hope they didn't do that. No. Okay. Yeah, so Dallas has 3 picks in the 7th round, so I can stay interested for the most part, except for my guys that get drafted. Still got quite a few really good options that are not drafted yet. And they are gonna milk this pick. Okay, well, the Denver Broncos take the best punter, and they take Jeremy Crashaw out of Florida. He's a punter. There's really not anything I have to add there. He's a punter. He's very good.
You think the Cowboys go Will Shepherd?
That could be interesting. I would probably rather prefer Ja'Cory Brooks, though.
I would prefer Andrew Armstrong.
Oh, he's still on the board. Yeah, I'd prefer him. Why not take both? You have 3 7th rounders.
How about that? Let it fly all.
Yeah, just let them all 3. Shiloh, you are a St. Louis Battlehawk.
You said who?
You are a St. Louis Battlehawk in the UFL.
Who?
Shiloh.
Once they fuck around, pick Shiloh, that's some fucked up.
That would be pretty funny, though. We've been calling it for a while.
Or Cleveland might trade back in to pick up Shiloh. You never know.
You know what? Something tells me that if they didn't take Shedeur Sanders early enough, they probably don't care about his brother.
Yeah. But if they somehow get him, you know exactly what that means. You know who's QB1. You know who the fuck is QB1.
Man, that QB room is gonna be a whole bunch of ass. A whole bunch of ass. You got old ass Joe Flacco, fumbling Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, which needs no introduction or nickname, and Shedeur Sanders. Okay, a first round talent in Shedeur that nobody wanted.
They gonna want him after he wins some football game. Okay.
He got to get there first.
He's already there.
You know, technically, a 5th round quarterback could be cut. What happens if he wears out his welcome in Cleveland and gets cut?
They don't cut money. You know how much money the Browns already made after just saying his name? You don't cut money.
Well, if you already have gotten the money. It's like, hey, thanks for all the jersey sales. We're gonna go ahead and cut him.
Nah, I doubt they cut him, bro. You know how much money they lose from just cutting that player? The odd man out is either Joe Flacco or Deshaun Watson.
You talk about cutting, they're gonna lose a ton of money if they cut Deshaun Watson.
Or they're gonna gain happiness.
Good point. They would cut Flacco before anything else.
Yeah, Flacco and Kenny Pickett are more in the hot seat, in my opinion.
But what happened? Here's the thing. Here's the bad thing about the Browns, though. They signed Joe Flacco. What happens if Joe Flacco outplays Kenny? Oh, wow. The Dallas Cowboys selected Jay Toya, defensive tackle out of UCLA.
I said D-line. I did say D-line.
I would have rather preferred Junior Tafuna, but I'm not upset with that. He kind of strikes me as a camp body, to be completely honest. I could be wrong, but he's a good run stopper. It's a good run stopper, which is what Dallas needed. No, with Philadelphia, with the Eagles, what happens if Joe Flacco comes in and outperforms Shedeur and Dylan Gabriel?
Whoever's next in line is going. I think their second string is going to be the one that's going to future.
Okay, so what happens if Kenny Pickett outperforms them too? What happens if they come in and they're just hot ass? Basically.
Well, they have 2 first-round picks next year.
That's going to suck. They're going to have to carry all 4 quarterbacks because they can't cut any of them. You can't cut Dylan Gabriel because you wasted a 3rd-round pick on him, and you can't cut Shedeur Sanders because it's Shedeur Sanders. You're going to get a ton of shit if you do. They're really not.
They're going to just have to eat that load and just cut Deshaun Watson. I don't know why you restructured, but they can forfeit some of his contract. I heard.
Yeah, they can cut some. They can restructure it and spread the money out through several years.
I would spread that bitch out to 2077.
Interesting. Okay, so the Atlanta Falcons selected Jack Nelson, tackle out of Wisconsin. I forgot about him.
He's a 4th-round projection.
Yeah, he was a good option.
Real good.
Jack Nelson was the better option between him and Anthony Belton. So Jack Nelson is the value pick here, and Anthony Belton is the reach, in my opinion.
It seemed like the Browns.
Yeah. The New York Giants are up next. I mean, that, they have the opportunity to do the funniest thing.
Quinn Ewers.
Seth Hannigan.
If Jackson Dart fucks up one time, it's over with.
That's true, because he's got famous Jameis behind him. And Russell Wilson.
They love him for James.
He's going to come in as QB3. Okay, just think about that. That's insane. He doesn't have a clutch bone in his body, so he's not making plays in training camp. They're going to be like, dude.
I think that's going to be a good quarterback battle between Gabriel and Sanders, in my opinion. Both of them good competitors. Gabriel's like he's going to fight till he can't fight no. But, yeah. I think that's going to be a good battle.
The New York Giants select Thomas Fedone II, tight end out of Nebraska, the second string tight end for Nebraska. They need a second string tight end behind Theo Johnson, so that's not a bad selection for New York.
Not at all.
Nebraska ran, and when I say tight end 2 for Nebraska runs a lot of 2 tight end sets. So he saw the field quite a bit. He got most of his yards in his senior year and all of his touchdowns in his senior year. He had 400 yards in his senior year. He has 638 in his entire career. So that tells you how much he did. The New England Patriots are up next. They have the opportunity to we are in Shiloh range. We are in Shiloh range. We're also in J.J. Weaver range. I'm holding out hope, Cabe. I'm holding out hope that J.J. can get drafted. You know what? What is a good J.J. Weaver spot? Linebacker out of Kentucky.
Not a lot. I cannot tell you.
Wow. I feel like I should be offended.
No, bro. No. Why would you be offended, bro?
Hey, 2 of your SMU guys are still available, too.
They're going undrafted, probably.
Bro, imagine if Kevin Jennings didn't go back to college. That man would have been undrafted.
Oh, yes, for sure.
He would have went undrafted. If guys like Cam Miller and Shadors fall into the 5th round, he's going undrafted.
You mean Quinn Ewers?
No, I'm saying if guys like Cam Miller are getting drafted and guys like Quinn Ewers are falling and Shador doesn't get drafted to the 5th, Kevin Jennings was going undrafted.
Oh, 100%.
So Jared Hutchinson Smith and Brashard Smith are the 2 SMU guys. They could go undrafted. It sucks to see because they both have great talent and potential, but Brashard Smith, I kind of knew he was going to be a long shot just because he's super raw at the position. Super raw. He's only played running back for 2 years. And he does not have a running back body. So that's a little bit, worrisome. Jared Hutton and Smith is another good option out of SMU, but a little iffy on that as well. What the hell, Tommy? What are you doing? So the New England Patriots pick is up. They have a couple of things they could go. My cats are filled with energy right now, so they're running around everywhere. What do you want, buddy? You gonna come sit in my lap and climb into my face again. Yes, you are.
You said what?
My cat. Oh my God. Why do cats feel like they're 555 pounds whenever they step on your chest? For the New England Patriots, they select tackle Marcus Bryant out of Missouri. That's a very good selection. Developmental option. He's 6'7". He's massive. The Jacksonville Jaguars are up next. Their pick is already in as well. They could be a prime Shiloh destination as well. Could be an interesting Shiloh situation.
Hey, Noah, I'm finna go head off. It was nice being with you, bro.
Okay.
All right, but appreciate you. We saw Shador together. we saw Shador together. No, we didn't, but still, we saw Shador together.
That works. All right, so the Jacksonville Jaguars select Jonah Monheim out of USC, center. It's another one of those guys that's just a developmental guy. Not really somebody you want starting day one. He does fit the mold of a center, though. So I don't see him moving out of that position. The pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders. Pick number 222. I have no idea what they're doing on the draft. Oh man, we are almost there, guys. We're almost there. Interesting. Okay. So the Las Vegas Raiders go Cody Lindenberg, linebacker out of Minnesota. He's actually one of the best linebackers that is available. Likes to shoot gaps and very good in the trenches. But Lindenberg, probably the biggest knock against him is his coverage. It needs a lot of development. He's not pro ready. But he was one of the best linebackers in the country for his special teams value and for his run support value. We have Seattle up next. I guess I'm guessing they're showing off guys that are in the NFL draft or something. I have no idea what the draft coverage is doing. Interesting. So, Seattle's up next. Just for reference, by the way, this one here never sits in my lap. He is not a lap cat. So, I am shocked that he's actually doing this. All right, Seattle has fulfilled their running back that they take one every year. They have selected running back Damian Martinez, running back out of Miami. This was a guy that was projected to be a third rounder at highest. But he was also a guy that could have gone anywhere from third round all the way to seventh. Yes, the Seahawks are doing very well with this draft. They are doing surprisingly well. Okay. Well, I'm going to keep going apparently because it has not kicked me out. And I completely forgot about it giving me the warning about my, 6-hour mark, but it hasn't kicked me out yet. So I am still going. If my stream ends prematurely, I will call it a night. And we're very, very close to the end of the NFL draft. So if you guys lose me, I wanted to thank you guys so much for watching me as the Houston Texans select Keontae Hamilton, defensive tackle out of Rutgers. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this. As you can probably tell, my setup and my dialogue was not always the best. But there were a lot of people that came in. Fat Theo, you're one of them, and Campbell's was as well, that came in quite a few times and stayed with me and kept me talking and intrigued. It was really fun to do this. I took 3 days off of work to do this, and I don't regret it one bit. It's helped me quite a bit to understand that I have a lot of improving to do if I want to really continue in this football niche that I'm carving out for myself. Fat Theo, I know that you're somewhat new to my channel. If you're wondering what I might be doing in terms of after the draft, I have a couple of things planned that I'm going to start looking into. I'll be putting a video out relatively soon. I'll probably take a week off after the NFL draft, but I'll be putting a video out talking about what I plan on doing, and of course, I'm always open to ideas as well for things you guys would like to say or would like to see. I'd like to continue doing kind of documentary style type videos. I don't really want to get into that clickbait type content that a lot of football niches do. But I've got a couple of really fun and cool little things that I kind of want to do. And hopefully I can continue paying off. But I do this as a hobby, man. I don't do it for money. I don't do it for fame or glory. But it does make me feel nice when my videos do well. But even still, if they don't, it doesn't bother me one bit. As long as people enjoy it and I can give people some awesome information, or if I can even make their day, then that's all I need to keep going. Like I said, I started making these videos when I was, I started this YouTube channel 13 years ago. So that tells you how long this YouTube channel has been alive. And just this year, I started uploading football content, and I did so very, very late into the draft process. Still managed to get out almost 60 videos in the span of 3 months. So, I do work full time. I just, I thank you guys a lot. And of course, I hope to see you in my long form content videos, and, we'll have a lot of fun there. As the Arizona Cardinals select Kitten Crawford, safety out of Nevada. It's going to be interesting. I've got a couple of cool little things planned for post-draft, maybe some gradings, maybe some, maybe grading, maybe talking about guys that I've gone, that have gone undrafted, that I did videos on. And then next year, I'll be continuing my draft content as long as I'm still able to. I know a lot of people have asked me if I ever plan on monetizing, and I've told them the answer is no. Just because, one, I never think I'm going to get to that point, but two, I don't do this for money. I do it for fun. I really enjoy doing YouTube. I always have. It just, when you grow up as a little kid doing YouTube, you're kind of insufferable to look at. My videos were bad. They were horrible. They were a lot better now. But even still, some of my early draft content was bad. The Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in. I'm still alive. Okay, good. Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in. We'll see who they go. I would be very, very surprised if he goes undrafted. Quinn Ewers is still not drafted. And I promise next year, when I do this, I will be more professional about it. I'll find a way to do it more professionally. Whether that's me sitting in my chair, because I got to be honest, it's not even the professionality of it. It's how uncomfortable I was the entire time. Like, this couch is not comfortable. It's just not comfortable. It's just not comfortable. I mean, the amount of times I had to stand up and just stretch, it was rough. It was rough. This is my first time interacting while watching the draft. This was fun also. I appreciate that. I'm glad I could at least make it fun, even though what I was doing was very basic. I know some people like the simple things. You know, you have a lot of creators out there, I think, that try to overdo it. You know, a lot of bigger creators that try and overdo it. They just stack the overlay with tons of bullshit that you don't care about. And I just, you know, I don't want to do that. You know, I wanted to try and just make an overlay that I have on now that's very basic, nothing crazy. You know, I don't like all this snazzy stuff. Why? Wow, the Steelers are going to come out to announce a pick? That's interesting. What in the world are they doing?
In my home state, representing the Pat Tillman Foundation and all the Tillman scholars who continue to carry forward Pat's legacy. And now, with the 226th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Carson Bruner, linebacker, Washington.
Okay, that's a good selection as well. Carson Bruner, linebacker at Washington. I actually had a fifth-round grade on Carson Bruner. That is somebody that I looked at. Really all over the field type player. You can't go wrong with a selection like him. You now have a new lap cat. That's true. He's never done this before. He's never sat in my lap before. Like, he'll always sit in between my legs if I have my chair up instead of my couch, but he never sits in my lap. That's throwing me off. But yeah, Bruner is a great is a great addition for Pittsburgh. It's a great pickup. San Francisco is up next. Jeez, Tommy. Somebody told me once before when I was streaming I needed to include my cats more. I was like, well, I would, but they won't sit still long enough. This is like the longest he's ever sat still. And there's hair flying all over the place. He's shedding like crazy. He doesn't like being combed either. So if I comb him, he freaks out. I have to like pin him down and comb him. It's insane. He's got too much fur for me to have to fight with him on that. Isn't that right, you old punk? Isn't that right? All right. So the San Francisco 49ers select Curtis Rourke, QB out of Indiana. I did a video on Curtis Rourke. You know, Curtis is going to come out as this very stereotypical backup quarterback. Helped lead Indiana to this surprising season in 2024 where they made the college football playoffs and the expanded playoffs. He'll come in. He's very, very similar to like a Cooper Rush. Very good locker room guy. If you don't know, his brother, Nathan Rourke, was actually a quarterback in the NFL as well. He was a quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars, who's now playing in the CFL. So, Curtis Rourke is now a San Francisco 49er, probably most likely as a backup quarterback. I wouldn't trust him to do much more than that. Kansas City traded up to pick number 228. They are now on the clock, and the pick is in. And the Kansas City Chiefs select Brashard Smith, running back out of SMU. Interesting. Okay, so there's going to be some really good running backs that go undrafted, it looks like. I did not expect Kansas City to take Brashard Smith. Uh-oh. You hear that? What'd you hear? So Pittsburgh's up next. They could go running back here. Okay. You wanted to play with my cord. That's what you wanted to do. You've been sitting in my lap too long, so now you're getting bored. I forgot he was in the draft. He's a very forgettable quarterback. I'm not going to lie. Quinn Ewers is still on the board. He's still there. It is insane to me. He might legitimately go undrafted, and that's surprising. He's just got under 50 picks to get drafted. Teams I could think that could draft him, maybe Tampa, maybe Jacksonville, Detroit could be a sleeper team. Los Angeles could be a sleeper team as well. Dallas, be a little surprised if Dallas picks him, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. But Pittsburgh is picking here. I don't know what they could go here. And just remember, there's going to be a lot of free agents. The Pittsburgh Steelers go Deontay Kent, cornerback out of Central Michigan, a very developmental guy. After the draft, there's going to be a lot of wide receivers. There's going to be a lot of free agents that sign with new teams. A lot of free agents that are still on the market are waiting for the draft to end, so they could go to the best position possible. That's what always ends up happening, so it wouldn't surprise me if you see a large run of free agent signings not long after the NFL draft. Really? Y'all both gonna come and sit on my lap now? You little buttheads. Yep, you're both gonna come lay right next to me or right on top of me. Because this one gets jealous when this one wants attention, so this one comes over to get attention. This one is my lap cat, but I think he wanted on my lap, and, Fatso here is still on my lap. Detroit could be a sleeper team for a Quinn Ewers. I don't think they will draft him, to be completely honest. I think if they were going to do it, they would have done it by now. Dallas has a pick close to the end of the 7th round. So we're now at pick number 230. We have officially crossed we've officially crossed under 50 picks to go. Dallas could also select a wide receiver with one of these last picks. A Tez Johnson, and Isaiah Bond, a Xavier Restrepo, Andrew Armstrong. There are still options available. since I am currently by myself, I'm going to go ahead and take my headphones out because I don't need to wear them. Come on. Come on. I'm going to go ahead and take my headphones off and put them away. Oops. Shit. Okay. All right. So, cats are too funny. Yeah, my cats, they're both guys. They're both male cats, so they're very affectionate. Don't you start playing with my cord, dude. Don't you start doing that. Look, I got 45 picks left, okay? Once I'm done with that, I'll order some food and I'll fucking play with you. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens to a lot of these undrafted free agents. There's going to be some really good players, it looks like, that are going to go undrafted. And it's a little ashamed to see because I want to see these guys succeed, of course. Matter of fact, let me look here real quick. Good Lord. Okay. So, one of my videos is absolutely shot up in views. That is insane to me. That's crazy. That is crazy. It's also, Thor Griffith is still undrafted. Nick Nash. DJ Uiagalelei. Still a lot of guys that are undrafted here. Go ahead. Sit up for a little bit. So it looks like the Detroit Lions, they're just waiting for the pick. Taking an awful long time to do that, too. All right, they have selected Dan Jackson, safety out of Georgia. Dan is a very solid safety addition for that Detroit backfield. Probably more of a special teams option than anything else.